Land of Haunted Souls. Book 7 in the Queen's Wraith series. Written by G.K. Lund. Dear listener, this is Book 7 in the Queen's Wraith series. It is an epilogue to the series and follows Darrow rather than Nadia, since her story was completed at the end of Book 6. If you haven't read or listened to the series, I recommend doing so before starting here at what is essentially a follow-up and alternate ending to the overall story. Please note that this book deals with trauma and mental illness, but from a fantastical basis created for a fictitious fantasy story, which means it's not meant to illustrate any real-life conditions. Chapter 1. Someone's near. Kill them. Darrow Regean drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The shade, the desolate and tormenting borderland between the underground city of Agartha and the wall, surrounded him, engulfed him, yet couldn't intrude on his mind as it did to others. His mind was already too broken for that. Their blood pumps through their veins, ready for the taking. Be quiet! Darrow rolled his shoulders and winced. He hated that voice, hated it beyond belief. There was no escaping it, not even with the amount of control he'd gained over it over the years. Painful years of torment. What was the shade against that? Nothing. He stared up at the wall, unconcerned about the subtle sounds of movement somewhere to his right. Anyone else would not have heard them, but a werewolf-vampire hybrid wasn't just anyone. The wall rose in front of Darrow, joining with the magically induced sky far above. It appeared slightly green through the sickly yellow pallor of the shade. The shimmer, though, the various gateways set in the bedrock glowed in its silvery green sheen no matter the hostile environment around it. Where to go? Darrow couldn't decide. What was the point? He had nowhere to go. No place that mattered to him. He turned and gazed at the city of Agartha over his shoulder. Tall and dark buildings dominated the view beyond the shade. The city had been his beloved home for 17 years before everything had been taken away from him. Nothing kept him there now. It didn't matter that the Queen had only banished him. She might as well have sent her wraiths to kill him for all he cared. Every decision he'd made after being turned against his will into a monster everyone feared had led him nowhere. The quiet sound of steel drawn from scabbards reached his sensitive ears. Darrow closed his eyes for a moment, then snapped them open against his will. Don't try that again. It won't work. Darrow bit his teeth together. No, it wouldn't work, would it? The vampiric part of him would never allow it. His wolf growled in defiance. For a moment, the world around him roared into a cascade of noise, of feral screams in his head. There were 3 of them vying for control. It was exhausting. But his wolf was a true part of him. He'd been born a werewolf, after all. This symbiosis, though weakened, gave him an edge. They could control his vampiric side, usually. The wraiths didn't talk to each other. There was no other sign than the softest of footfalls behind Darrow. He knew all too well what would happen if he didn't fight them. The vampiric side would take over. It'd rip them to shreds. If they managed to kill him, and wraiths certainly posed that threat, they'd join him in death. Despite his strength and speed, the Queen's wraiths were a genuine challenge even to a hybrid. They'd been trained to take on any supernatural beast since childhood, and they were good at it. Darrow turned just when a blade whizzed past his face. The dark-clad form of a wraith blurred as they both swung around to gain distance from each other. A second wraith ran in for a strike. Darrow barely avoided getting a silver-inlaid blade burrowed between his ribs. They were so fast. Only instinct and supernatural speed saved him. Darrow backed up a few steps. He was closer to the gateways than the wraiths, but they'd stop him if he made a run for it. He eyed their swords. All wraiths carried blades with inlaid silver, created by the master smiths, and some magic touch, no doubt. inside the cube. The silver certainly didn't soften or weaken the steel, so magic had to be involved. The Wraiths didn't let up. They were both men, both dark-haired, and likely shields from what Darrow could gather. Shields didn't work alone, and they patrolled the shade. Seemed like everything was back to normal in that regard now. Casimir had lost the city, and the queen was back on her throne. And Darrow himself? He sighed and found he didn't care. Their blood is ready for the taking. Darrow winced, a sharp grimace to his face, annoyed because he knew the Wraiths noticed. He was known throughout the city for being insane. Both Wraiths stepped forward, looking like dark executioners approaching, their black coats billowing around their legs. "Aren't you going to tell me it's over or something?" he asked them. The eerie quiet and efficiency of the Wraiths had always troubled him. It seemed to trouble everyone the Wraiths were after. The two shields said nothing. They only assessed him. Darrow noticed a few signs between them, so they were communicating, only not with him. They were probably deciding on the best way to kill him. "Didn't you get the message?" he tried, nonetheless. "I'm banished, not on any death list." One of the shields raised half an eyebrow at that. "You are banished by the grace of our queen, Tracandis, yet you're still here." Darrow managed to hide his annoyance. He hated that name. But the Wraith was right. He'd been slow in finding his way out here to the shade. The message of his pardoning and banishment had reached him a few days ago through Nadia, but he wasn't any clearer now than then on where to go. He just didn't care. The only thing was that after the events of the last few weeks, he wasn't particularly keen on bringing Wraiths with him to his death anymore. Casimir had broken every promise and lied to him for years before that. If not for the Wraiths and the ghosts, the old vampire would still be alive. They hadn't meant to help Darrow in any way, but that had been the outcome. Nadia had done most of it, of course. He didn't want to ruin that now. "That's technically true," he conceded. "But then, I was attempting to leave, so—" He indicated the shimmer behind him with a backward wave. The shield who'd spoken first took a step forward, eyes slightly narrowed, no emotions showing on his face. "Doesn't Matt—" Darrow lost his focus on the man. Something heavy hit the sand-covered ground nearby. An outcry of surprise escaped the other shield as a darkened blur engulfed him from his side and pushed him forward. Another cry of pain followed before it was broken off. Darrow and the closest shield turned their heads, forgetting each other momentarily. The shield who'd been attacked lay on the ground, a large hulking and bipedal figure above him, a brown werewolf. Blood had spurted onto the ground, and the werewolf shifted form, slimming down into the unmistakable shape of a vampire, pale, waxy, and dangerous. There was some life in the shield yet. Darrow could hear his erratic and weak pulse. The vampire bent down and bit his neck, sucking in blood. "Take the other one!" Darrow blinked and remembered the second shield. The man was already on the move toward his fallen friend. "Don't!" Darrow stepped forward. He had no idea what he intended to do. It didn't matter either. The shield, now highly alert and aware of his situation, whirled around and swung his sword. Darrow jumped back, letting instinct take over. Instinct, not the hungry vampire within him. The Wraith was up against two hybrids now, and the man knew it. Darrow could see the determination on his face. The only reason the other hybrid had gotten the better of that shield was because they'd been so focused on Darrow. Every Agarthan, Wraith or otherwise, saw him as the terror of the city after all. No one took an encounter with him lightly, not even other hybrids. The shield advanced hard on Darrow, steering away from the other hybrid who was now rising to his feet, blood around his mouth and down his chin. Amid backing up, ducking and twisting, Darrow couldn't hear any more heartbeats from the shield on the ground. He was dead. Darrow reached for the long dagger on his belt. Only his brute strength allowed his parries to hold against the skilled swings of the shield's attacks. "Darrow!" The screechy voice of the vampire reached him, The hybrid knew him, of course. That didn't mean he knew the hybrid. He hadn't cared for them at all. He'd barely tolerated them after Casimir had brought them to the city, revealing their existence. A heavy strike of the shield's blade fell toward him, and he deflected it, barely, and jumped sideways for a moment's respite. That's when he saw the hybrid shift back into his lupine form, bounding back toward the shield. Darrow didn't have time to do anything. Quick as he could be, the shield and werewolf both were too close to each other. But the shield wasn't done yet. He stepped back and loosened a silver orb from his belt. Darrow backed up at once, knowing full well what that weapon could do. The last thing he saw was the werewolf grasping the danger at the last second too, and trying to skid to a halt. Darrow legged it back toward the wall and found nothing but a small rock protrusion to hide behind. He hit the ground just when the blast thundered behind him. The ground shook, and then the shrapnel flew everywhere, following the wake of the first pressure wave. Darrow tried to cover as best he could and felt something hit his body. A howl reached his ears almost at once, the hybrid in werewolf form, no doubt hit by the silver shrapnel from the silver grenade the shield had detonated. When the worst of it seemed to fall to the ground, Darrow got to his knees to have a look. He noticed bits of silver on himself that fell to the ground as he moved. The rest he brushed off with the sleeve of his jacket covering his hand. He knew all too well what it felt like to be hit straight on with one of those weapons. It would take a lot to kill a hybrid with silver, but that didn't mean it didn't cause intense pain when touching or burrowing into their skin. Darrow looked back over the rocks and saw the ground in front of him glint with silver debris everywhere. The werewolf twisted on the ground, forcing himself up on his hind legs. His side was riddled with wounds and glinting silver, but it wasn't enough to stop him. The shield, who'd taken cover behind a low brick wall, the last remnant of an old building, arose too, sword in hand, assessing the damage. The werewolf ran straight for him, angered and tormented by the physical pain, ready to kill the offending wraith. Darrow hesitated. Let them fight it out between them. Darrow shook his head. He knew the shimmer was closer than the other two now, and yet, something in him snapped. Instead of going for the gateway, he leaped forward, pushed his hands down on the rocks, and jumped. Before he landed on the ground on the other side, his wolf had taken over. He felt his lupine form burst forward, altering his very physical being. His body grew, his limbs elongated, claws sprouted, and his fangs appeared. It didn't hurt. It never had. The flow from one state to the other had always felt natural. As long as he remembered to think of his clothing, he could return to his human form, fully clothed. It was a little touch of magic most werewolves encompassed, and had honed since they could first shift forms. The shield wraith saw the horror coming his way, and despite being alone, he never backed down. He held his sword at the ready, waiting for the scant seconds he had left in this realm, and Darrow barreled into the other wolf at full speed. He hit the beast's wounded side and heard a whimper, which turned into a growl before they came to a stop on the ground. A half-hearted clawed paw came at him, but Darrow twisted his now massive head to the side and bit down. He caught the other wolf's front leg and twisted back to avoid the lethal bite aimed his way. Then, the large form shifted and unsettled Darrow. The other hybrid shrunk down to his vampiric form again. Icy blue eyes stared up at him, the hate and anger evident. The hybrid hadn't expected this. It was likely one of the hybrids who'd escaped after they'd lost the city. The creature probably thought he'd struck luck in finding Darrow here, one of his former leaders. Darrow's thoughts when in wolf form were not as clear as a human. They were more emotional and instinctual. But this was clear to him now. He hated everything Casimir and his army of lethal, bloodthirsty hybrids stood for. Before the vamp could ask for mercy or attack, Darrow pushed the beast back with a swipe of his arm, and then pounced forward and bit into the waxy skin of the vamp. He clamped down, heard a half-hearted cry of fear, and then nothing as he tore out the beast's throat. He backed off then, and spat everything out. Vampires had a horrid taste to werewolves. A movement caught his attention to the left. Darrow was big in his lupine form, but he jumped around with ease, seeing the shield nearby. The man stood with his sword, still at the ready, his face a blank mask, but he didn't advance. That was the only clue Darrow got about the surprise the man had to be feeling. Darrow backed off to a safer distance, about 20 meters, and then shifted back. For a moment, he felt a sensation of floating. The change from an enormous creature into his human form always did that. It did not, however, take away from his attention to the dark-clad threat nearby. But this time, the shield didn't attack. "Why did you do that?" the man finally asked, his attention on Darrow and not the dead hybrid. No, the Wraith was too well trained for that. They all were. Darrow considered his question, spitting out undead blood and wiping his mouth on his sleeve. The smells of blood, sand, sweat, and dead bodies, no matter how recently deceased, grated on him. His heightened senses sometimes felt overwhelming. "You killed one of your own," the shield added, trying to prompt Darrow into an explanation. Darrow looked over at the dead hybrid. He'd changed back into his human form in his last moment before death. It sometimes happened that way. Darrow's mother had done the same not long ago. "Don't even know who he is," he told the shield truthfully. He didn't recognize the hybrid. He drew a deep breath and shook his head. "Unless you're going to try to kill me again," he exhaled. "Then I'm going to leave now." "But why?" The shield persisted, not understanding the unexpected help at all. "Does it matter?" Darrow asked and turned to walk away, fully expecting a dagger to fly through the air and hit his back. "It doesn't matter," he informed the Wraith. "Nothing does." No weapon struck him before he simply walked up to a random gate and passed through the shimmer without any thought of where it led. It truly didn't matter. Chapter 2. A lush and verdant forest surrounded Darrow the second he stepped through the shimmer. For a brief moment, the switch from the torment that was the shade to a fresh breeze and the chirping of birds seemed unreal. Darrow blinked and looked back. The shield wraith didn't follow. Darrow sighed, aware that he felt a small sense of disappointment at that. It wasn't so much that he wanted to die. He just didn't know what life there could be for him. Most of his dreary circumstances had been forced upon him. "Everyone is responsible for their own choices," Darrow winced. That voice was not the damned vampire within him. That voice was a mere memory now. His mother would never speak to him again. And she was right. As much as had been forced on him, he had stayed with Casimir, the only person who'd spoken to him without simultaneously plotting to kill him. Or so he'd thought. Darrow shook his head hard and stepped forth. He couldn't linger here. The Queen of Agartha might have partially pardoned him, but that didn't mean everyone else had. Every Agarthan hated him and feared him. The fact that he hadn't been responsible for the crimes they blamed on him, at least the second time around, didn't matter. And if there was one thing Darrow was sure of, it was the fact that he did not want to give the people who had shunned him, instead of helping him, the pleasure of ending his life. "Welcome, wanderer!" came a chirpy voice, floating in the air. Darrow closed his eyes for a second and stopped moving. A wisp of a fairy floated before him, her tiny wings fluttering in the air, keeping her up like one of those hummingbirds he'd seen years ago, earthside. "I saw you enter through the gateway. Have you come far?" she continued. Darrow didn't answer. Instead, taking in her presence, and noticing again the bright greens of the leaves around and above him, and the sharp colors of the few flowers that grew on the forest ground, he knew where he was, and it wasn't good. "You have come to the enchanted forest," the fairy went on, and Darrow simply walked past her. The woods did look peaceful and magical, but it was not a good place for him. "Wait, what are—" The fairy came fluttering after him, hovering to his right where he stalked away. The outcrop of bedrock where the gateway from Agartha had led him surely had to house more gateways. "Go away!" he snarled at the fairy, waving her off brusquely, and scanning his surroundings for a quick exit. "Why?" the persistent little creature went on. "Kill her!" Darrow bit his teeth together in frustration. Even a mere drop of blood is more than nothing. "Stop it!" "I'm sorry," the fairy said. "I only wanted to welcome a stranger to our land and help. He's not talking to you, little sister." The sound of the gruff female voice surprised Darrow. He hadn't heard anyone approach. The owner of the voice didn't hide, though. He saw her the moment she spoke, leaning against a tree no more than 10 meters ahead and slightly to his right. Darrow stopped and stared at her. She was at least 40 years older than him, lean and dressed in worn pants, a shirt, and a jacket. Her gray hair was twisted around her head in a thick braid, and her weather-beaten face had a radiance only magic could be the cause of. The same went for her green eyes. Forest witches in the enchanted forest were not to be messed with. "We don't welcome your kind here, hybrid," she told him. A squeal escaped the fairy, and she flew in between the trees to escape. "I'm only passing through," Darrow tried. He didn't want this. Like the Wraiths of Agartha, the forest witch might be strong enough to kill him, or he might kill her. He didn't want either. "That's what all monsters say. If you'll show me the nearest gateway out of here, I'll leave at once." "Is that what the voice in your head is telling you?" "No!" "Yes." The witch tutted at him while shaking her head. "There's a gateway behind you. I came from there." "Then go back." "I can't do that." The witch rolled her shoulders tentatively. "Wonder why? Listen, just let me—" Thunder cracked above so loud it couldn't be any higher up than right above the canopies. Darrow stepped back at the pressure of it so near. Then, the damned vamp within saved him. The preternatural creature's instincts had him throw himself sideways when a blast of green energy shot straight at him, breaking and splintering part of the bedrock to his left. The witch wasn't going to listen to him. Darrow didn't waste his voice. Instead, he forced back the vampire and ran for it. He felt the urge to change into his wolf form, too, a more rational reaction, but dismissed it as well. Shifting wasn't going to make the woman at all positively inclined toward him. She already hated him based on what she sensed. The chirps in the surrounding area died down, the birds alert to the noise and potential threats. Darrow ran between massive tree trunks and flimsy thin ones. The blast from the witch did damage to both as he ducked and ran in a zigzag pattern. He sped up and green leaves and bright flowers whizzed by. He knew he needed some edge to escape this. Judging the intensity of the attacks, he skidded to a halt behind a particularly thick tree and risked a look back. The forest witch might be his senior by a few decades, but her magic was strong. He saw her walking after him, yet the forest divided and let her pass, almost pushing her forth or itself back. Her speed was almost unbelievable, if not for the fact that he was watching her do it. Darrow saw her raise her arms, and he ran again. In the blink of an eye, the tree splintered from a surge of burning flames and force. Darrow heard the cracks and the rush as it fell somewhere behind him. This wouldn't do, though. He was running blind and had no idea where in the enchanted forest he was, and no way of knowing where any gateways were. There was no choice but to circle back toward the outcrop of bedrock he'd first emerged through. If nothing better presented itself, he had no choice but to return to Agartha. The witch was relentless, but even witches weren't all-powerful. Darrow was served by his uncanny speed and strength. Only a few times did her attacks throw him off balance, but he managed to get back on his feet and run. He couldn't pause. A direct hit would kill even a hybrid. They were none of them invincible. The bedrock came back into view up ahead after a few minutes more of dodging and ducking, twisting and running like a madman, which he knew he was anyway. "Kill her! Do not flee!" Darrow winced, distracted despite the situation. Something hit the ground nearby, something that felt like a bomb. The pressure wave pushed him sideways, and he struck the ground with his right shoulder first, moss and dirt spraying all around. A flicker of familiar silvery green light caught his attention up to the left, but the seconds he was distracted by the traitorous vampire inside and the hope at the sight of a gateway was all the witch needed. She struck him again, and pain erupted through his body. His head rang in agony at the sensation, and then she was right there, walking normally now. "You will not roam these lands!" The message was clear enough. Darrow scrambled to get up. Fire cracked from the witch's hand, a long tendril moving like a deadly whip about to strike him. There was nothing but hard determination on the woman's face. He knew she was doing this to protect her lands, but the vampire didn't care. Darrow felt the beast force itself forward, demanding the change, his body shifting into the undead form, the speed and strength of it more prevalent now, its ruthlessness even more so. He twisted on the ground and was already up in a fluent motion before the fiery magic struck the ground where he'd been a second ago. The witch didn't see his move until too late, and Darrow saw his own pale white hand, elongated nails and waxy skin, reach for her throat. The excitement of ripping her throat open already filled his entire body, the bloodlust, the hunger never truly abating. And the blood of a powerful witch would taste so good. "No!" he screeched in the twisted sound of vampires. His nails were a hair's breadth away from tearing at her skin. He saw the surprise in her cold eyes, but no fear. Darrow jerked sideways, fighting the vampire himself, and stumbled to one knee. Then he registered a flashing light to his side. The witch had regained her composure alarmingly fast. He rolled, no argument from his vampiric side now, and then scrambled for the silvery green and well-known light up above. The ground exploded around him, and he ran for it, using his hands on the ground more than not. Dirt and rocks flew around him as the witch bombarded the ground, only narrowly missing him, yet his deathly skin was cut and bruised by the time he reached the gateway. The shimmer glimmered before him, debris from the witch's deadly attack already flying through. He had no idea where the gateway led, but a look back at the unforgiving eyes of the witch spurred him on. That hate was all too familiar to him. At the last moment, before he leaped forward and dove through, he changed back into his human form, shedding the hated form of the beast whose speed had just saved him. Chapter 3. "Well, hello there, Darrow. Long time no see and all." The chipper voice came from behind. Darrow closed his eyes and canted his head sideways. He'd heard the man approach long before now. Of course he had, even here in the Earthside realm where magic was no more. Despite it being winter in this hemisphere now, the sun grated on him. It was so warm, and most of the time it didn't let up. Casimir had called him a fool to settle on this continent in the first place. It was like begging to be tormented every day, according to the old vampire. Maybe it was. "Hello, Gil," he said evenly to the older man when he reached him. "Been traveling, have you?" Gil asked with a smile. "Yes." Darrow managed to produce a polite smile to his neighbor of 6 years now. On and off, at least. Gil was in his late 70s, but spry for his age. His white hair stuck out under his trucker hat, and his tanned face was wrinkled both from the sun and a high number of years on this earth. "Yeah, I'll never understand this digital nomading thing, but as long as it works for you." Darrow nodded, chatted some more, and then sucked it up and went inside the little house he'd bought years ago in a small town in Australia, far away from noise and distractions. A place where he'd been able to focus and calm down, to control all his sides, almost to perfection. The house was clean and quiet when he entered. No one had disturbed the place. He could both see it and smell it. The Earthside realm was said to be magicless, and that was almost true. What remained were little crumbs, really, but for creatures like Darrow, everything became subdued. When he came here, he could no longer shift into his wolf form, and his vampiric side only manifested in his fangs showing. His senses were dampened but still worked above average for humans, and the bloodlust, that was lessened. The voice, too. This was the realm where he'd healed. The first time he'd come here, almost 10 years ago, he'd been shocked at his ability to form a coherent thought. He'd been raving mad then, in the true sense of the word. Utterly mad and beside himself with the torment of embodying two forces who were constantly at odds with each other. Darrow took stock of the house and noted he had some dried goods and water available. That was the thing about being a were-vamp hybrid. He could not only get by on regular food, he needed it. He'd even realized that he could get by on animal blood, but after a long while, this irritated the vampiric side of him. That beast longed for human blood. Still, it was manageable. Casimir had never understood that. Darrow scoffed at that thought and opened the door to the terrace, but refrained from stepping out into direct sunlight. He just wanted to air out the house. Why had he chosen this sun-infested land of all places? It was simple. Casimir had never stayed long when he came to see his experiment. That was all Darrow and the others had been. But in his tormented existence, he'd had no one but Casimir to help and guide him. The house had even been bought with the vampire's money. Still, Casimir had been the only one who knew, who'd deigned to talk to him. No wonder Darrow had ended up following him, despite the violation that had happened to him. He shook his head and walked away from the open door. The sound of the nearby forest followed him. The birds and the odd car passing on the road nearby were oddly soothing. They had been for years. But as the days passed by, he found little peace in his house. He trained in his gym in one of the converted bedrooms. Life in Agartha lately had been nothing but moving around and fighting. The plain food was what he ate because he didn't bother going to the local store. He didn't want to talk to anybody. Sleeping was a bust since he could only get in a couple of hours here and there. He hadn't slept properly for months with all the scheming and looking over his shoulders. On the 8th night of this, he gave up and got up, moving through his house without a sound, like he was a burglar in his own home. Darrow walked into the living room, blind to the furniture and knickknacks that had always just been there to fool anyone who happened to come by. Besides Gil and a couple of other neighbors, few did. He sat on the coffee table, staring out the large window, across the terrace, and into the dark of the forest. He could hunt for something, he supposed. That would stave his hunger at least. But the will wasn't really there. It had been no more than a week and a half since everything had fallen apart in Agartha, and he wasn't despairing about it. He wasn't disappointed. He'd had doubts before they'd decided to take over the city, and those doubts had grown as the plans had worked. Then Casimir's betrayal had been revealed for all to see. He'd created a small army of hybrids, something he knew Darrow hated. He'd promised him to stop after he'd turned Kamra a couple of years after Darrow. What had he thought they'd achieve anyway? Respect? Acknowledgement of his being alive at all? Hybrids were feared for a reason. He knew why that witch in the enchanted forest had tried to kill him without so much as a discussion about it. He posed a threat simply by existing. There was a reason they all called him mad. It was because he was. He sighed and shook his head. Alone in the dark in a quiet house, he had nothing to do. Nothing to preoccupy his time. Nothing. He was alone in any realm, always minding so desperately hard to keep sane. If he didn't, well, he didn't dare think of what he was capable of then. But he knew. He didn't remember much of it, but there were glimpses and images in his mind, seared there forever of the killings he'd committed when Casmere had first turned him. He'd had no control, and the thirst for blood had been overwhelming. The pain in his head when the vampire and werewolf battled it out had been torture, and he'd been shunned by everyone, including Nadia, Nikolai, and his own mother. Darrow stood abruptly and shook his head. He forced any thought of his mother away. It was too sore, too fresh. Instead, his eyes fell on the jacket he'd taken off when he first came back and had thrown over a chair. The thought of family made him remember the photo in one of the pockets. He stepped over and gingerly retrieved it. He didn't need to turn on the light to see the image. His mother and a little girl eating ice cream and smiling together. Darrow breathed steadily for a few beats, staring at the image. That little girl was his daughter. But she was older now than in this photo. 9 going on 10. Nadia had given him the photo, but both she and his mother had kept the child from him, and, good grief, he understood why. He hadn't at first, but he did now. Together with Casmere, he had, after all, tried taking over a city of innocent people. He was the monster they all said he was. A few years back, he'd been so trapped in Casmere's clutches that he'd have asked him to turn the girl into a hybrid. He'd been so desperate to be seen as something worthy of life, even in his semi-undead state, that he'd been blinded by reality. No, his mother and Nadia had been right in their choice of secrecy. Nadia had, in the end, offered to let him see the girl, but it was best not to. He put the photo back in the pocket, but a nagging feeling kept at it. Finally, after trying not to, he found an old phone in a drawer and booted it up. He'd barely ever had any use of it. Who was he going to call? But now, he needed the apps and browser on it. Gil thought him a digital nomad. It was a good explanation for his long absences from his house, but Darrow's knowledge of technology barely existed beyond this phone. Nikolai, on the other hand, he loved Earthside technology, always had. So, of course he'd moved to this realm. And of course Nadia had entrusted the child to him. She trusted her brother implicitly. So had Darrow before he was turned and everyone started shunning him. He'd been bitter about it for years. Now, he didn't find the energy to care all that much. A few searches allowed him a glimpse of the girl who lived on the other side of the world. Nikolai, of course, didn't have any accounts that were open for just anybody to have a gander. He was too organized and careful for that. But a few photos appeared through other people's accounts. The girl, Nell her name was, he'd seen that scribbled on the back of a few of the photos he'd taken from his mother's place on the day he'd learned of the girl's existence, including the one currently in his pocket. The few photos he found showed her on a hike in a forest with other children and grown-ups, one at an event making waffles outside in the sun, and another together with many children playing a ball game. Darrow closed down the phone and looked around. Why was he even here? He'd never travel there to see her. There was nothing for him here in this realm. He went and put the phone back in the drawer and then drew a sharp breath, a dizzy spell overcoming him. Feed! Darrow grabbed the sideboard and held on, the pain blinding his head, the hunger overwhelming. He'd let himself get unfocused. Things were easier here in this realm, but he was not rid of this torment. He never was. The hunger welled up in him, not like hunger pains in the side because of a need for normal food. It was a desperate need that permeated his whole body. Regular vampires, and the hybrids who had embraced their fate, felt it too, but also associated it with a thrill and a need to hunt. He was better than that. He was stronger than that. Darrow slammed his fist into the sideboard, and the wood cracked under his hand. "There's no point in this," he said to the darkness, and then went and got dressed. He might as well hunt for an animal in the forest, and then have some peace for a while. Darrow grabbed his jacket on the way out and closed the door behind him. Even with his subdued hearing, he could detect larger animals in the forest which were easy enough to trap, but while he walked between the trees and waded through the underbrush in the dark like it was nothing, a thought emerged. Darrow strayed from his path, leaving a nearby deer alone, and walked on, straight for a place he knew well. There was a reason he'd chosen to buy a house out here almost in the middle of nowhere. Deep in the forest, buried under roots, leaves, and vines, a silvery green light floated up as he uncovered it. It floated on the uncovered rock below, and Darrow, without thinking, bent down and crawled through, dropping the roots and leaves over himself when he disappeared from the Earthside realm. Atlantis greeted him with its darkness, humidity, and the large, stepped pyramid looming over the ancient city far to his right. Darrow didn't spend time gawking at it. He'd seen it before. Usually, Atlantis was a stopping place for him when traveling through the Shimmer to other realms. It was like that for many people. The steep canyon walls which enclosed the city on two sides held more gateways than any other known realm did in one place. It was why the Lanteans were also so strict about who could come and go here. Tight control at their border meant fewer risks with other realms. It was why every traveler had to report with the Guardians upon arrival, whether they were passing through or not. Darrow eyed a couple of them farther ahead, and a line of people and other creatures between him and them. This would take a while. Darrow snorted and then simply turned and headed straight for the nearest gateway without looking back over his shoulder. Shouts erupted, ordering him to stop, but it wasn't like he was staying, was it? No. Without knowing where the gateway led, Darrow let the shimmer close around him and send him on. A second later, he stepped out onto a vast field of brown grass that stretched out before him. A couple of men, looking thirsty and weary due to the strong sun, came the other way, walking into the gateway, not even giving him a second glance. They had no innate magic then, at least. Otherwise, they could have sensed what he was and fled or attacked. Darrow turned when they disappeared and then saw the berg protruding from the ground behind him. Several gateways flickered and glittered over the rock surface. Darrow simply shrugged and walked over there, and straight into the gateway next to the one he'd arrived through. He did the same in the next realm, and then the next. Traveling blindly, because why not? Chapter 4. "How's this going to help you?" Kamra asked. Darrow heard her giggle, though it wasn't sweet. Nothing about her was. She was like him. He opened his eyes and was blinded by the bright light reflected back from the snow. "You're so weak. I always knew it," Kamra went on. He spotted her a few meters away, snow up to her knees, her red hair a contrast to the pale landscape around them. "I bet you haven't even fed. No wonder Cass created me. He needed someone stronger than Agartha's Tricandis." Darrow turned over on his back and the snow shifted around him. The sky up above was darkening, but the light from the two suns still permeated a large hole in the clouds up there. The wind was picking up too. He must have slept through the storm last night. And of course, being a hybrid, the cold wasn't going to kill him. Just slow him down. "Go away," he told Kamra. He didn't want to hear her taunts. They'd never worked on him anyway. He heard shouts then. He sat up and looked around. Kamra, the figment of his imagination that she was gone. That was not the case for the people of this realm. He had no idea where he was. He'd passed through so many gateways over the last week. He wasn't even sure it was a week, that he'd lost all control of where in the realms he was. It was some sort of winter realm, though. That much was obvious. Unless it was seasonal. Either way, the people here were, as in most places, not positively inclined toward him. He'd come across what appeared to be a hunting party yesterday when they'd acted threateningly toward him. They'd attacked, and he was sure he'd hurt one of them. The vampire had taken over, its claws causing a deep gash in the man's leg. Darrow was fairly sure he'd survived, but these people were not his friends. At the moment, he saw them scouting from hundreds of meters away, and they saw him. Their eyesight was as good as his. He did suspect them to be elves of some kind, so it didn't surprise him. Wet and stiff from the cold, he gathered his legs under him and began moving. He'd been surprised by the winter storm last night, and though it hadn't killed him, it had exhausted the human and lupine parts of him. "You should face them. Their blood will warm us." "Stop it!" Darrow looked behind him and saw a mountain covered in ice and snow. Surely there'd be a gateway there. He couldn't find his way back to the one he'd entered through even if someone paid him, so he had to keep moving. "Go the other way! Feed on them!" Something blurred in Darrow's vision, and he felt himself shift, his vampiric form forcing itself forward. He turned and eyed the elves. Oh yes, they were elves judging by their finely cut facial features, taller than human bodies, pointed ears, and graceful movement over the snow. They moved uncannily fast. Their blood would taste so delicious, so potent, so filling, so... "No!" Darrow screamed the word and forced a painful shift back into his human form. "We need to survive. No, 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 no!" Darrow whirled around, fighting the force inside him, and fell face first in the snow. Fool. Better a fool than a monster. We already are a monster. Darrow looked up and ignored the biting pain of the cold. "I know," he whispered, and got up again. He stared at the mountain and moved forward, focused hard, and changed into his wolf form. The enormous beast wasn't made to move gracefully in this winter land, but its raw power was helpful. The elven hunting party was no more than 200 meters away when he got his speed up and bounded across the deep and heavy snow, straight for the steep incline in the landscape. Arrows whizzed past him when he began running uphill. A couple of them hit him in the hind legs. Darrow growled in pain but kept at it. Surely they couldn't follow him at that speed up there. A glance backward showed him they could do exactly that. The only thing that had stopped them from catching up with him so far must have been the storm. At the moment, they were seconds from bearing down on him. A few even ran elegantly to his sides. He just needed to reach an outcrop up ahead. If he did, maybe he could turn back and run down again, moving too fast for them to follow downhill at that pace. But the elves closed in on him and steered him to the left of the outcrop. He wouldn't reach it, not unless he chose to attack the elf to his left. Said elf had an arrow already knocked, and running uphill in the snow seemed no hindrance to his aim. The arrow hit Darrow's hip, and he reared to the side, felt a kick in his left shoulder, and then crashed down in the snow. A desperate, instinctual thought of despair struck his wolfish brain, and then ice cracked under him and he fell farther. A black hole of nothingness opened up beneath him and swallowed him whole as the triumphant shouts and whoops of the elves were deafened by his own howl. Moments later, the surge of the fall stopped when he crashed into more ice. The ice was painful. It bit into Darrow, his body heat no match. He groaned and tried moving, but didn't manage more than opening his eyes. "Oh, boo-hoo," an all-too-familiar voice said nearby. Darrow moved his head a little and managed to get one hand under it to see better. He instantly wished he hadn't. "Feel better?" Darrow wanted to scream. He stared right at a vampire, dressed the same way he was, only looking as pale as the surrounding snow, its ice-blue eyes staring intently at him, a smirk on its fanged mouth. A snarl intruded, and another figure emerged, a hulking bipedal wolf form. Its yellow eyes almost sparked in the semi-dark ice hole Darrow was in. The vampire instantly reared up and hissed at the wolf, which growled right back at it. "By the spirits, I'm crazier than I thought." Darrow began laughing hysterically. He couldn't help it. Arrows stuck out of his no-doubt broken body, and he kept on, the shaking hurting and egging him on. The vampire and werewolf reluctantly turned their focus on him. "Stop making such noise," the vamp told him. "They're paying attention." He pointed upward. Darrow wasn't in any shape to turn around and have a look, but he understood. The elves had steered him toward this hole to kill him, or trap him. "Isn't it lovely how we make friends everywhere we go?" The wolf snorted and sat. "If you'd only stop trying to kill everything and everyone we ever meet," Darrow shouted and instantly fell into a coughing fit. His sides hurt. He'd likely broken every rib when he hit the icy bottom. Where's the fun in that? "Why won't you just die?" The vampire came closer, and the werewolf growled and made to stop him. "How am I going to help if you stop me, you filthy beast? Or do you think you should perform this intricate work with those clumsy paws?" The werewolf flecked its teeth but didn't stop the vamp. His icy hands took hold of Darrow and ripped the arrows out of his body, all 3 of them in quick, merciless succession. Darrow didn't scream. He passed out from the pain. When he awoke, he saw the werewolf had laid down close to him. The vampire sat on a nearby ice-covered rock. Something squirmed in its hands before he bit into it. An animal squeal rang through the ice hole and Darrow gagged. It wasn't a rat, but an animal a little bigger, a little fatter, and with white fur. A few drops of blood escaped the vamp's mouth and stained that fur. Ugh, tastes bland. Darrow blissfully let go and was engulfed by darkness yet again. The next time he came to, he yelped, but his throat was too dry to make much sound. The werewolf lay calmly to one side, a few carcasses next to it. Not much, but fur and bones of the same type of animal. Whatever creature it was, it thrived in the icy environment. Unless a monster like himself was trapped here, of course. The worst sight was the other dead animals of the same kind that lay on the ice, some of them half frozen to the ground by now. They'd all been drained. "I want out of here," Darrow whispered. That, or he wanted to pass out. There was too much proof of his miserable hybrid state around him. "Don't we all?" the vampire drawled and leaned its back against the icy wall. "Isn't this nice and cozy, Tricandis?" An all-too-familiar voice sounded from the dark. Darrow recoiled, his pained body no longer stopping his motions. He moved away from the voice. The werewolf reacted and growled, placing itself between Darrow and the darkened figure who emerged into the dim light, though not completely. Darrow could only see him as a silhouette, but he knew that voice. "All 3 of you existing together, working together. It warms my dead heart." "Cass?" Darrow felt his pulse spike. The air in front of him turned to white smoke as he breathed faster in the cold. "None other, boy. You said things would get better." "I did. And haven't they? I'm trapped in an ice hole experiencing 3 versions of myself," Darrow yelled, and this time his body didn't hurt all over. "How in the realms is that better?" "You're surviving, boy. That's how. You should have killed me, rather than turned me." Darrow rolled around and began crawling toward the figure. He wanted to throttle him, to put a knife through his heart, watch him die. But now everyone hates you. And look where that got you." Darrow lowered his eyebrows in confusion. His hands hurt from touching the ice. It was all slowing him down, but it wasn't killing him. "What do you mean?" he asked the figure. "The ones up there hate you so much, yet find you so hard to kill, they trapped you here." The figure moved a little to the side, and something glinted behind him. A weak light of sorts, silvery green and hidden under a thin layer of ice. "They preferably want you to die here, and if not, to get out of their realm." Darrow stared in disbelief. It was true. And of course there had to be a way out. The animals had found a way in, hadn't they? "What are you waiting for?" the familiar voice shouted in his head. "Let's go!" Darrow crawled forth, any indication of Casimir gone. and reached the light far inside a narrow crack in the wall. He shifted into his wolf form then, and crushed the ice so he could, in his human form, squeeze through. The next thing he knew, he fell again, this time down toward waves crashing against a cliff. Cold water embraced him, and his wolf took charge, changing Darrow's form, making him bigger and better able to handle the crash he endured moments later. The water threw him against the cliff, and would have broken a lesser being than the werewolf. He howled in pain, but the sound was drowned out when he was pulled under. Another crash with the cliff almost had him pass out before he managed to dive and kick hard enough to swim a little away from the cliff itself. With his head above water, he changed back into his human form and saw the gateway he'd come through high above on the cliff wall. The cold water, though warmer than where he came from, rolled and pulled him back and forth, and he struggled to stay away from the treacherous waves that threatened to beat him against the cliff again. That's when he noticed another shimmering light. Farther to his right, a smaller gateway shimmered in the rock, occasionally covered by the water. Darrow spat salt water and kicked off. It was a gateway, wasn't it? And he needed to go through it. It seemed hatred or harsh natural conditions were all he had waiting for him. So why not? Chapter 5. The Theravan Realm was not the most pleasant. Truly, that was an understatement, Darrow thought, as one of the sorcerers in the desert realm tried snaring his legs with his glowy magical tendrils. They were, after all, attempting to kill him. But then, who wasn't these days? It had taken 3 days of him wandering aimlessly through different gateways, not caring at all where he ended up since he'd nearly died in the ice hole. In some places, magically inclined people had spotted him, but he'd disappeared before they could attack, running through a new gateway every time. The Theravan Realm had offered some difficulties, though, since the never-ending presence of sand made it hard to locate a new gateway. And it wasn't like he wished to return where he'd come from. But the Theravan Realm was a harsh place. Magic was not outlawed, but the powers that be frowned upon unregulated practitioners and hunted them relentlessly. It was the belief in this realm that it was best to keep such powers among a select few. The ones with the greatest powers, though, were not currently trying to kill Darrow. They might have succeeded. As it was, when the magic tightened around his legs, Darrow shifted form so fast that the levitating abilities of his vampiric form saved him from that magical noose. 2 Theravan sorcerers stood nearby, flanked by 4 guards. There had been 5 guards and 3 sorcerers. "Stop it!" Darrow snarled, and then realized he was doing it in his undead form. He forced the vamp away and returned to his human form. "This leads nowhere. You can't kill me, but I will kill you if you don't stop." The sun felt like it was about to cook him, but he knew better. As a hybrid, he could withstand it despite regular vamps not being able to. It was just so incredibly warm. One sorcerer, the youngest one, hesitated while listening to Darrow's words. The other one, some 20 years the man's senior, raised his hands for another attack. Darrow never saw what the man planned. He didn't even plan anything himself. In moments like this, instinct always took over, and he ran forth, leaped and changed mid-jump, his wolf expanding his body, the large beast going straight for the sorcerer who yelped and forgot whatever magic he was in the process of conjuring. Darrow pushed at him with his front paws, and then twisted his head, biting the scruff of the man's robe and holding him up like that. "Ah!" was all the mighty sorcerer had to say to that. His face rested 1/2 meter above the ground as Darrow held him up. He eyed the other 5 who all of them, at the same time, took a step back. Darrow snarled and then let the man fall. He moved away and changed back into his human form again. "This only ends with you dying," he warned them in Lantian. "If you don't stop attacking me, then I can't stop the monsters I am. Kill them." "You're an abomination," the younger sorcerer said, while the older one got up on shaky legs. "Yes, I know. They're right there for the taking. But if you don't stop, I will kill you," he warned them yet again. Why were they so slow to catch on? "Not if we kill you first," the older man tried. His blood must be somewhat powerful. Darrow flinched. Agitation boiled within him. He growled at them. They stepped back. His eyes had no doubt turned yellow. "We don't allow your kind here," the older man said. "Drink his blood first." "I'm not trying to remain here," Darrow said. "Then the other one." "Show me a gateway and I'll be gone," he persisted. "A veritable feast. Help an abomination?" the older man blurted. "Slay the rest for fun." Darrow roared in anger and frustration, his wolf growling, all parts of him vying to get out. His head hurt, his wolf wanted to kill the vamp, and the vamp wanted control. He sank to the ground, the grains of sand gnawing into his knees. "Let me out!" "No!" Darrow yelled at himself and toppled over sideways. The sun burned, dizzying and confusing. Steps sounded, all his senses on alert now. When one of the guards tried attacking with a dagger, Darrow shot his arm out and clamped his hand around the man's throat. He squeezed and didn't want to stop. The guard's eyes bulged out and a soft whimper escaped him. Darrow was the only one to hear it. He jerked his hand back and let go. The guard sank and gasped for air, too out of it to even back away from the threat. They all remained still then, every one of them staring at Darrow, who looked back at them through narrowed eyes. Darrow breathed hard. "Either get out of my way or help me," he said for the first time in almost 10 years. No one ever had. He didn't know why the words escaped him now. He just didn't want any more of this. The silence stretched on. "You truly mean it?" the older sorcerer finally said, straightening up and brushing sand from his cloak. "Just go away," Darrow wheezed and waved them off half-heartedly. It wasn't the fight with them that tore so hard at him. "We can't help you," the man said. "Then go away," Darrow shouted, his voice cracked from the dry air and the despair both. "Our magic doesn't work that way." Darrow laughed then and fell back on the ground, not caring. He knew he'd stop them if they tried anything. His instincts were too sharp. He felt the vampiric side of him join in on the laughter, his wolf growling in disapproval. "If you can't kill me, then get out of my sight. I have no use of you." "I might know someone who can help," the man said. If not for the sharp intake of breath from the younger sorcerer, Darrow wouldn't have paid him any more attention. He raised his head and glared at the man. "What do you mean?" "Well, there is a realm where the magic is more of a healing kind." "Master, no," the younger one said. "Hush, we're not able to stop him from killing us or roaming our lands. It will be days before the High Ones can come here." Darrow laughed again. Then he realized what the man had said. "What realm do you speak of?" "It's called the Brecheliant Realm. Master, they're unclean, unlawful, not in their own realm." "Can you take me there?" Darrow asked, his curiosity piqued about something for the first time in ages. "No!" the young man shouted, horrified at the thought. "Do you want to keep me around then?" No, he conceded. "Thought so." Darrow smirked and moved his focus to the older sorcerer. "If you want to get rid of me and still be alive, then show me the way to a gateway." The man inhaled and exhaled, thinking this through. His eyes swiveled to the others. They knew. They'd likely tell everything to whoever was above them in this suppressive system. But Darrow was a sure way to die today, rather than in some different fashion tomorrow. In the end, the man nodded his agreement. "Please don't come back," was the whispered prayer Darrow heard, right as he stepped through the gateway the sorcerers had brought him to. He smiled. They wouldn't lie to him. He could, after all, easily turn back and seek revenge. But what appeared before him was something quite different from the desert realm he'd just left behind. A dense and verdant forest spread out before him, the noise of birds chirping and insects buzzing almost overpowering a moment. Then he calmed down, and it all became background noise. The trees varied from smaller ones near him to monstrous-sized trunks farther away. He turned and saw the small outcrop of rock which showed the shimmer, floating silvery green over the surface. Darrow canted his head. He wasn't going back to the Theravan realm no matter what, and might as well go on. The air was far more humid than it had been in the Theravan realm, too. The large tree crowns high above shielded him from the sun, and it felt rather pleasant. Darrow had never heard of the Brecheliant Realm before. It did not connect to Agartha. Many realms didn't. What secrets this place held was a mystery to him. It was a magical realm, though. His senses were not dampened in any way, and he could hear, see, and smell as good as any place save the Earthside realm. I want to hunt. Darrow did want that. He knew that voice was his own broken mind. But he hadn't come here to hunt anyone. An animal, perhaps, but not people. He didn't know if the sorcerer was right about the magic in this place, but for now, at least, he was alone and not hunted. What blessed 5 minutes they were, too. Darrow walked slowly, assessing and marveling at the ancient forest around him. The giant trees loomed above, while smaller ones, and underbrush here and there, made the landscape always change. An unpleasant smell reached his nose, and Darrow wrinkled it. Did it smell like feces? Only more potent? He couldn't quite place it, so he walked closer, unsure if this was a threat. He had experienced in more than one realm that those who caught on to his hybrid state often lurked and hunted him before attacking. The vampire stirred, creating noise in his head, and Darrow flinched and stepped back a few paces. That's when quiet footfalls reached his ears. He stopped. So did the other entity. He couldn't quite discern if it was an animal or a person of some kind. Something rustled to his left. Darrow pointedly didn't look that way. Then something large hit the ground to his right. The vibrations reached Darrow at least 200 meters away from the impact. Something was coming. Something huge and fast. Voices broke through the forest behind him, but Darrow's instincts were homed in on what his wolf and vampiric sides both deemed the bigger threat. When the large beast barged through the foliage moments later, he merely let the two sides take over. His wolf broke through when a giant monster descended upon him. Darrow's body expanded, and he leaped forth, meeting the creature head-on. His confused mind barely had time to wonder what it was. At 2 meters high and around the same length excluding the massive tail, it looked like a feline creature, but it was mustard yellow, where the fur showed, and where it didn't, it was covered with what looked like a dull, gray dorsal armor. Sure enough, the overlapping plates protecting its back were resistant to the wolf's teeth. Darrow clawed onto the beast's back and was nearly thrown off by a forceful jerk. The monster stopped and twisted, succeeding in throwing Darrow off. He struck the ground, leaves and dirt spraying everywhere. But the wolf was fast and strong too, leaping back up. The animal swiped at him, and he felt a searing pain in his abdomen, but there was no silver, and it was, therefore, of no consequence to him. Darrow reached the animal's back again and tried prying away the armor plates, but they were immovable, protecting the creature from any attack, except for the gap near its throat. Darrow swiped, but his large, clawed hands couldn't access the space. Mine! Darrow let go. The vampire took over, and the smaller, waxy hand with the long, hard nails dug deep inside between the dorsal plates. He felt the warm skin give. The creature gave a piercing scream and shook profusely when blood suddenly spurted out, soaking Darrow's hand before he was thrown off yet again. But the monster didn't get up and follow him. Instead, it stumbled forward, blood spraying onto the ground. It was too much for his vampiric side. Darrow ran forth and drank from the spray, the taste overpowering him. He gasped in shock. It tasted too good, so strong and potent, almost as good as human blood. The shouts were right nearby again. Darrow remembered himself and jerked upright, glancing around. Shame overpowered him then, and he lost control. Instead of turning human, his wolf took over, the animal whimpering for some reason. When figures emerged through the foliage on the other side of the small clearing, they stared at him in shock. He fell, the pain in his side too much. The world swam before his eyes as he was both high on the blood and in pain from the wound. He glanced down himself. At some point, he had changed back into his human form. Then, the ground was oddly close to his face. He saw, more or less upside down, a woman snatching a small child from inside the underbrush nearby. He was aware of the beast as a large shape near him. What animal could hurt him so badly? He didn't get the answer because a most unusual sensation took control, and the hybrid passed out without Silver being the means of causing him harm. Chapter 6. Despite Darrow's eyes being closed, he saw something that flickered and shimmered. There was something familiar about it. He winced and then opened his eyes, finding only a remnant of whatever light had intruded upon him in his dreams. Above him was a wooden ceiling. He glanced sideways. More wood. He was in some sort of house then. Whatever this was, it couldn't be good. He sat up and looked around. There was some furniture. If this was a dungeon, then it was one of the better ones he'd been thrown into over the years. Of course, no one had ever held him for long. He doubted this one would either. He heard a clanking noise to his right and turned, only to notice a woman standing near a small table. She'd put down a small bottle with a bright blue liquid in it. Darrow startled. Then he frowned. How had he not noticed her? He noticed every movement around him. Before he could think more about it, she saw him staring and began talking. The words flowed toward him but were incomprehensible. He'd never heard the language. "I don't," he began in Agarthan, which was a wasted time. This wasn't Agartha. "You don't speak Lantian by any chance, do you?" He tried in that language. Many people in many realms did. The woman, a medium-height one with lively dark curls and alert, soft brown eyes, came toward him. If this was his prison guard, then she hadn't been chosen because of any brute strength that'd be any threat. She certainly wasn't a hybrid. Darrow could sense that. His vamp and wolf could detect it, but they both remained dormant for the moment. It was like they sensed no threat at all. But if she was here to guard him, then she likely had other skills that could be a threat. The witch from the enchanted forest had looked like an old and withered creature, but she was anything but. The woman came right over, no fear to see on her face, and bent down, one knee on the floor. She reached out to his face, and his inner monster still didn't flare up. When her fingertips touched his left temple, he flinched and leaned back. The woman looked mildly startled, frowned, which incidentally made her mouth pucker slightly, and then said something in her strange language. She smiled and raised her hand again, carefully this time, like she was attempting to calm some frightened animal, and reached toward his temple anew. Darrow's pulse sped. He had no idea what this was, but he sensed no malice in her actions, her voice, or her warm eyes. High-strung and apprehensive, ready for anything, he let her touch him, and at once felt a cool sensation in his head. Something seemed to flow from her hand and into him, a few words uttered as she focused on her task. His head suddenly filled with those words, and they whirled around in the chaos that was his mind, yet it all seemed to calm down for a blessed moment before it all went back to normal. Fear, hate, pain, loathing, it all came crashing back. "There, that should do it," the woman declared, obviously not noticing the turmoil inside the mind she'd just altered. "It should?" Darrow asked and shook his confused mind. I understood you. You changed something in me. Yes. You should be able to understand me now. It makes everything easier, don't you think? What did you do to me? Clearly, he could not only understand her, but also communicate with her. A little talking charm, that's all. She withdrew her hand, but didn't move away from him. Strange. Most sane people did exactly that, and with good reason. Charm? You're a sorceress. That would explain her functioning as a guard over him. No, she said with a modesty that surprised him. She even waved the statement off. I'm a pathfinder. My charms are small and inconsequential. Inconsequential? She'd just saved him months of trying to learn a new language. If he'd meant to stay here, of course. Which he didn't. He looked around again. The dungeon seemed oddly homey. He was in a large room, and though minimally furnished, it had what was needed. A couple of tables, a few stools, a small stove, and a couple of straw mats, one of which he was lying on. Knickknacks and flowers made it feel like a home, as well as books on a bookshelf placed with various objects he didn't recognize. She was also likely a trusting person since she had all kinds of money laying on one of the shelves, many of them coins Darrow had never seen before. What kind of prison is this? He asked, and this time sat up properly. Prison? What do you mean? The woman canted her head and gave him a quizzical look. You're here to guard me, right? Until you figure out what to do with me. No. You were wounded from the Beldrude's talons. We brought you here to heal. You won't be able to hold me anyway. Wait, what? The Beldrude. You killed it, single-handedly. That's quite a feat. Darrow stared at her, certain he was missing something. What do you mean, not a prison? The woman smiled again then, shifted her position, and sat cross-legged and relaxed next to him. I think that despite us now speaking the same language, we're talking right past each other. Let's start again. My name is Ennah. You were brought to my house after you saved little Pelterin from the Beldrude in the forest. He crawled away from us when we were out foraging. If not for you, the beast would have taken him. The woman appeared sincere. Her warm eyes, her whole face radiated fear for what could have happened, and gratefulness it didn't. There was a child in the bushes. Yes, the little boy, Pelterin. I didn't know that. I didn't do what you think I did. It was all coming back to him now. The strong scent of feces he'd picked up on, fairly pungent too, had come from the small child. But Darrow wasn't lying. He hadn't known that. I just reacted when that thing came barging at me. The Beldrude. It's a fierce predator. It caught you before it died. That's why you passed out. Its talons are poisonous. She eyed his side. What are you then? A shifter of sorts? We do hunt these beasts, but always in groups. Taking one out alone is a rare feat indeed. Darrow was interrupted by Ennah once again touching him like it was nothing. She pulled at the shirt he was wearing, exposing his midriff. Look, you had deep gouges here, but they're gone now. You heal fast. Darrow pulled the shirt down and then realized he wasn't wearing his own clothes. Instead, he wore a soft green shirt of a fabric that reminded him of linen, but was softer and less creased. They'd also put similar pants on him, but they were gray. Ennah too wore the same fabric, but as a blue tunic with a black belt at her waist and gray leggings. On her feet, she wore what looked like soft leather boots that reached her mid-calf. Your clothes were quite bloodied from the ordeal. We're trying to save them, but the shirt, at least, is beyond hope. It's covered in blood. Yours and the Beldrude's. The word blood snapped into Darrow's mind like a trigger. The taste of the beast's blood flooded back into his memory, and he instantly wanted more. He'd never tasted anything so potent and close to human blood. The vampire stirred within him, and he bent his head, forcing the beast back. He couldn't lose control now. "Are you all right? I realize I don't know your name." Darrow gulped and nodded, his eyes closed hard. Then he drew a deep breath and got himself under control. "I'm fine. It's nothing. My name's Darrow." "Well, nice to meet you, Darrow." He looked at her, expecting her to scream or laugh, but her honest and friendly expression gave no sign she was being anything but sincere. How strange. "Where am I?" He pulled a soft and thin blanket off himself and got to his feet. Whatever poison was in those talons was strong enough to knock him out, but he felt fine now. "You're in the Brecheliant Realm." "Oh, that's right. I came here on purpose." Ennah laughed. "That's a good thing, then. Can I offer you something?" She pushed a ringlet of hair behind her ear and indicated some bottles on the nearby table, but Darrow shook his head. "I came here for a reason," he said, "and if you're not a prison guard—" "Prison guard? I'm a pathfinder, and your guide, by the way. It's how we grant strangers hospitality here, by helping you settle in for however long." "Settle in?" "If you wish. You saved one of our young ones. It's the least we can do." "I didn't do that on purpose." Darrow didn't see the point of lying. The truth about him always came out, one way or the other. "It was lucky for the boy you were there, regardless of your knowledge of him. I'm curious about how you killed the beast and survived the talons, though. Are you a shifter or something else?" Darrow sighed. That was the second time she'd asked that, and if she didn't know, then she couldn't sense it. "I shift into a wolf form," he told her. At least it wasn't a complete lie. And he needed her not to flee in fear, but to help if she was indeed his guide. "But I require help, and I was told that I could find it in this realm, that your magic is healing." "Oh yes, that's true." She nodded with confidence. "Help with what, though?" "Removing my other half," he hedged. He didn't want to reveal too much, not unless they could actually help him. And his hopes weren't all that high. There was no known cure for vampirism other than a stake through the heart or losing one's head. It was a bleak future to look forward to. "It troubles you?" Darrow sighed. "Very much so." "I suppose it can be done. Although I shouldn't promise what I can't do myself, but—" "It can be done?" "I think so. But I'm merely a pathfinder, mind you, and I don't really know. You need a high sorcerer for that." "All right. Can you take me to one? Or give me instructions on how to locate them? I don't care how far away they are." Darrow babbled, actually babbled for the first time since he'd been turned, though this time it was due to hope, not despair. Ennah laughed heartily. "No need to rush, my friend. It's just down the tree and then a few houses over." "That's great. That's down the tree?" Darrow turned and stared out one of the windows for the first time and saw nothing but leaves and branches, thick branches, all of them moving soothingly due to the wind. That's when he became aware of the subtle movements of the house he was in. He walked over to the nearest window and peered outside. There he saw dozens of wooden houses, tree houses in truth, perched high up in thick and tall trees, all of them at least 10 meters above the ground. Below, he saw other structures that looked more like clay buildings and people who walked around down there. "This is the Brecheliant Realm?" he asked. "Oh yes." Ennah followed him and stopped at his side. "We're mostly known by that name in other realms. We usually just call our lands the Woodlands for obvious reasons." Darrow had no trouble understanding her meaning when he looked up and out, farther than the nearest tree houses. He saw nothing but trees crowned with leaves as far as his enhanced eyes could see. "And this," Ennah went on, "is the third largest city in the realm. Welcome to Tree Kovac, Darrow." Chapter 7. "Come on, get a move on," Ennah said from below, a teasing tone to her voice. "I know wolves don't climb trees, but their human counterparts are usually able to." She laughed, and then there was a pregnant pause down there. "Usually," she concluded. Darrow, who assumed himself to be climbing normally, realized she was joking but didn't know how to respond. Besides, he was busy climbing calmly and not allowing the vamp to overtake his movements. He could have easily jumped down from the treehouse above without any harm at all, but he wasn't about to show anyone in this place those skills. He needed to tread carefully if he was going to find out if anyone here could help him, and scaring them off wasn't the way to go. It was simply dumb luck none of them, including Ennah, couldn't sense what he was. Down on the ground, he followed her through a myriad of smaller houses. Unlike the wooden tree houses, these seemed to be made from cob. "Where do you even find the materials for that in this dense forest?" he asked despite himself. He wasn't really interested. He had one goal and one goal only. Find someone to kill his vampire without killing him. Everything would be fine then. Oh yes, everything. "You can't kill me! I'm you!" Darrow pressed his lips together and walked on. "Some places in the woodlands that open up and provide what we need," he heard Ennah explaining. Darrow merely nodded as she beamed up at him. Come to think of it, so did most of the people they passed by. He was greeted by friendly smiles and nods from people who went about their day, walking to and fro, haggling and bargaining in a small marketplace, children chasing each other or playing games. There was laughter and talking everywhere. It seemed so normal. Darrow wasn't used to it. His image had been everywhere in Agartha, so he'd had to keep to the shadows or the shade to pass undetected. But here, no one was staring in fear or screaming. Although granted, most people usually didn't, unless someone magically inclined sensed his inner monsters. Darrow glanced over at Ennah, who seemed obliviously content where she strolled around a group of young boys and girls who were playing a game with rolling marbles. She did claim not to be a high-level sorceress, but her spell to teach him her language told him otherwise. Maybe she was just tricking him into coming along to someone stronger? Someone who could truly cause him harm? It wouldn't be the first time. Darrow sighed and followed her anyway. What did he have to lose? He'd traveled through many a realm to find someone to help him or somewhere his vampire couldn't exist. The only place even remotely useful in that regard had been the Earthside realm. There, everything was subdued. Subdued, but not gone. "You seem oddly glum, my friend," Ennah told him and urged him on with a wave. He hadn't even noticed he'd stopped. Darrow frowned. "And you all don't." He indicated the buzzing city around him. And it was that, he realized. This was larger than a village. The farther they walked, the more tree houses he saw above and cob houses below. It was merely a city with ample space between the buildings up above. It was quite unlike the cramped space of the underground city of Agartha, where he'd grown up. "Why would we?" Ennah said. "We have what we need in the woodlands: food, shelter, work, and most importantly, each other." She told him this in a cheery voice, but it wasn't lost on him that her eyes didn't crinkle one bit, not following up on the statement. "You have that beast roaming your forests too," he pointed out. The smile vanished from her face, and he was surprised to notice he felt sorry about that. "We do, but what place in the realms is completely and utterly safe?" "Fair enough." Darrow was thrown when the woman elbowed him playfully. It let his guard down in his surprise, staring at her as she laughed at his reaction. Which was why, despite his enhanced senses, he didn't notice the fast-approaching steps. When someone slammed into him sideways, he backed up a few paces, pulling a woman with him who had her arms around him. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she repeated. Darrow, seeing this wasn't an attack at all, froze. This was something even more inexplicable to him. He looked at Ennah, eyes wide for help. "By the ancestors, I'm so grateful," the woman went on, oblivious to his discomfort. Victims are running up to you willingly now. Feed on her. Darrow tried stepping back, but the woman didn't let go. He needed these people's help, not to frighten them, but he didn't know what to do. Go away, he pleaded silently. Let me out so I can have them all. They are so deliciously naive. Darrow growled. He couldn't help it. I think that's enough, Mel. Ennah helped untangle the woman from Darrow. Our guest here seems somewhat overwhelmed. The woman stepped back a pace and brushed away a tear from her eye. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just so grateful. You saved my boy from the Beldrude. Darrow said. He had no idea how to handle this. I didn't know he was there. This was the mother of the toddler, who'd likely been the intended target of the Beldrude. But you were, she said, her voice quivering, likely with thoughts of what could have happened. I'm so grateful. If you need anything. Darrow could barely nod. He was so used to insults and threats. Not this. The former he handled easily with jokes and sneers. This? He had no idea what to say. He who had helped overtake a city now stood at a loss for words to a mother who was just relieved beyond words that her child was safe. I'm sure we'll see you again, Mel, Ennah said, proving to be a helpful guide. Darrow here is on his way to see Tortunt. Oh, of course. Please don't let me take up your time, she said, still smiling at him. Thank you again. Don't, mention it, he said, and hoped she wouldn't. His head was spinning from the stark turn in his situation from his being hunted in the Theravan realm to this. Both situations were disturbing to him. And what did that say about him? It's not far, Ennah said, weaving a path for them through the crowd. You're not much of a people person, are you? She flashed him a smile over her shoulder. Not like you people are, I think. The people of the Brecheliant Realm generally seemed happy and straightforward. Granted, he'd only been here a few hours, but that was his first impression. That's where we're going, Ennah said then, pulling his confused mind from his musings on the seemingly magnanimous nature of these folks. Ennah led him to a cob house that seemed like any of the others he saw around him. It was a circular structure with pieces of straw sticking out of the dried clay and mud. Above rested a thatched roof, and smoke swirled out of a narrow chimney pipe. Tortunt! Ennah shouted. Are you busy? Darrow frowned. Was this how they greeted a high-level sorcerer? Like it was the most casual thing? Of course I'm busy, came the answer from within. The voice sounded deep but young. You all never leave me alone, do you? Admit it, Ennah said when the owner of the voice appeared in the wide-open door. You wouldn't make it 3 days without us. She pointedly indicated a large stain on the man's shirt. Darrow noticed several more on his pants, too. The man was young, probably no older than Ennah, who he estimated to be around his own age at 26. This was this city's highest-ranking sorcerer? Had the last one died too soon? The sorcerer, Tortunt, Ennah had called him, looked down himself and then shrugged. Maybe, he conceded. This is the stranger that saved Pelterin, he added, and indicated Darrow with his chin. It is, Ennah agreed. I still didn't know the child was there, Darrow pointed out. It seemed no one was truly listening to him. Tortunt stared at him for a beat too long. It got uncomfortable to the point that Darrow felt he was being read somehow. That's the only thing you believe and are willing to say, Tortunt declared. Darrow lowered his brows. Was that good or bad? I need your help if you can give it, he told Tortunt. I was told this realm was the place where it might just be possible. Tortunt stepped closer, and Darrow could see he looked pale, hadn't shaved in a day or two, and likely not slept either due to his bloodshot eyes. Many things are possible here, If you tell all. Darrow is a shifter. Wolf. He seeks to be cured from it, Ennah said, likely to get a move on. Take him to find some Nista tea. He must calm down. I can't work with this. Tortant waved Darrow off like he was an annoying child. But if you can help, don't you dare try to kill me. Tortant turned and went back inside his cob house. Off and away, he said over his shoulder. But, ha! That fool can't do anything to me. Come. Ennah took hold of his forearm and nudged him on, away from the one person who could supposedly help, or at least know anything. Or maybe the man was out of his mind. I'm sorry about that, Ennah said while they walked on, between cob houses and people. By the ancestors, Tortant can be a little stuck in his thoughts. It's a side effect and... Side effect? Of what? Poor hygiene? Ennah laughed. So you do have some humor. But no, it's a side effect of the powers he wields. Magic in this realm is a bit overwhelming for the human mind. So your sorcerers go mad from the ordeal? Not mad exactly. Perhaps a little quirky? Darrow stopped. Aren't you one of them? Ennah smiled and winked at him before she kept on walking. Come on, we can buy some Nista tea here. She headed to a small section of another marketplace than the one he'd seen earlier and started haggling with the vendor. She needn't have bothered. I don't have whatever currency you use, Darrow reminded her. Wait, the vendor said, an old lady wearing a long dress of the same comfortable fabric they all were. Isn't that the stranger who saved Melmel's boy? Yes, Ennah chirped. No, Darrow said. He sighed. Were they all affected by magic? No one seemed to listen to him. Here. The woman handed him a box of herbs that were pungent to his nose. He couldn't help but wrinkle it. Have however much you want. Easy now, Ennah said. That amount will have him running through town stark naked, raving about all the green people in the underbrush. Wouldn't be a terrible sight, now would it? Heh! The old woman elbowed Ennah jovially, revealing a few missing teeth with her wide grin. Where am I? Darrow mumbled, looking around in utter confusion. In the middle of a buffet. Take advantage! His wolf stirred, and Darrow barely managed not to growl. Come, Ennah went on, unperturbed by the vendor's suggestions. She took hold of Darrow's arm and steered him toward a nearby fire pit with a few people seated around it. We can brew the tea here. Maybe I shouldn't, he began, but was ushered forth toward the group of 3 men and 2 women who all greeted them jovially. Apparently, simply joining someone like this uninvited was not the same as being uninvited in this place. They all seemed happy about the added company. 5 minutes later, Darrow had been introduced to them all, been thoroughly thanked for saving the child, regardless of his insistence it was a coincidence, and gotten the tea brewing. What is this drink, anyway? He asked. According to the old woman who sold it, it sounded like some form of narcotic. It didn't matter much to him. It wouldn't affect him anyway. Alcohol didn't either. If any type of substance had, he was sure he would have become addicted years ago to drown out his pain and anger. But no, vampires required no sustenance beyond blood, preferably human blood, and the only thing they could remotely feel beyond that was if they fed on a drunk or high person. But even then, the effect was minimal. Darrow could eat and drink normal food, though he required less of it than a normal person or shifter, and poisons didn't kill him, and seldom harmed him. It relaxes you, Mortel, a dark-haired and bearded man a few years older than him, answered. He was a hunter for the city from what Darrow had gathered during the brief introduction. When Tortant assesses someone and heals them, he needs them to relax, not be tense and resist his magic. If he can help, then I'm not resisting. Escaping something you desperately want to leave behind can still be painful, Tarnadal, one of the 2 women, said. She'd introduced herself as Mortel's mate, which was the designation they used for husband and wife here, I would know. I came here as a refugee, too.
Refugee?
Darrow suddenly found himself interested, despite his disinterest in most things other than smothering his vamp once and for all. Many come to the Brecheliant Realm seeking help, Ennah explained. Our magic differs somewhat from other realms, and there are those who need it. How so? We focus inward, not outward. That explains a lot, Darrow said, and couldn't help a smirk. Ennah smiled. I came here fleeing the Theravan realm, Tarnatal told him. It was some 2 years now. I came from there too, Darrow said, and added, not originally, when Tarnatal frowned. But I passed through there, and they weren't friendly. Not if you're magically inclined in any way. I suppose you are, then. I don't have much. She waved her left hand in the air, forming a circle that manifested lying flat in front of her. Then it transformed into a silvery plate that filled with water. I scry. That's what I'm best at. Darrow leaned over and saw the city they were in from above and much of the surrounding forest. Why were they after you? Tarnatal added without losing control of her scrying vessel. I'm a shifter, Darrow said, and noticed the slight lowering of her brows at that. Something didn't add up for her. Beyond their little trick with their clothes, shifters usually didn't have any magic. Someone there told me to come here, that I might find help here. Tortunt will seek the answers, Ennah said with confidence. Before Tarnatal could say anything else, her focus was driven down into the shimmering water on her magical plate. Movement on the western side, by Teary Creek. Mortel got to his feet at once. So did the other men and the woman. Must be a Beldruid again. They're in heat this time of year. It drives them crazy. He stopped and stared at Darrow. Say, you took out one on your own. Care to join us? Of course. Darrow stood and noticed that Ennah did the same. You don't have to come. I'm your guide, remember? I have to. Besides, we all help hunt the Beldruids now and then. Darrow didn't argue. He was glad to escape Tarnatal's quizzical look. As long as he could persuade Tortant to help him before she made some case against Darrow, then everything would be fine. And if he assisted these people with another Beldruid, then maybe that'd help too. They sure seemed appreciative of the last one he killed. Darrow followed the hunters, who grew into a larger group of 10 as they sprinted westward and left the cob houses behind. They all carried spears and long knives, some of which were picked up in strategic places. It's about a stone's throw that way, he told the hunters and pointed out the direction. He could hear the soft sounds the beast made long before any of them. Thinking him a mere shifter, they accepted his information without question. You don't defend yourselves with magic? He asked Ennah quietly, as they all slowed down in a shaded area outside the city. There were no people around because little but useless and thorned underbrush grew around there. The tension in the hunters was palpable. They didn't spread too far from each other, but kept watch in all directions. Our magic doesn't work that way, she whispered back. It's not a weapon. Darrow narrowed his eyes. Magic with no forceful power behind it? What use was Tortunt to him then? He didn't have time to consider it because the muted sounds of so many people became too much of a temptation for the crazed Beldruid. Despite its mustard-colored fur, it didn't stand out among leaves and tree trunks before it pounced forward through a cluster of trees. A collective gasp went through the hunters, but none screamed. Darrow instantly noticed their trust in each other and likely years of training. The hunters had each other's backs and formed a half circle around the beast, attacking it from 2 sides, thrusting their spears toward its neck, but also in between its dorsal plates. That explained their choice of weapons then. They attacked and jumped back to avoid the lethal claws, but soon one man was caught and thrown back. He narrowly escaped the claws, but another hunter screamed at the sight, likely close to the fallen one, and the Beldruid snarled and jumped in between 2 other hunters where the fallen one had been. Ennah took a step forward like she considered joining, but she didn't have any weapons. "It's better that I take his place," Darrow said. They already knew about his wolf, so he might as well use it. Ennah nodded and ran to help the wounded man out of the melee, while Darrow ran forward and changed mid-stride. His body changed, and he noticed the surprise on a few of the hunters' faces, but most of them were too focused. When fully changed, his paws hit the ground, and then he flew over them all in a powerful leap, straight toward the Beldruid. The beast reared up but couldn't avoid Darrow's claws in its face. He took an eye out before he had passed and then dug into the dorsal armor to cling to the animal's back. If he could harm the beast enough, then the hunters could use their spears to finish it off. He didn't need a smaller arm to reach in toward the beast's neck. No need at all. Except, "I want it. It's mine." Darrow growled and snarled, tried to hang on as the Beldruid shook beneath him. "The blood. I want it. I need it." The subdued human in Darrow panicked. "Not now. Not now. The blood. No." The vampire took over before either the human or the wolf could focus and fight it off. The bloodlust was too strong. Darrow had no idea if he screamed out loud or not, but his chest ached from the force of it nonetheless. The vampire moved forward on the Beldruid's back, reached down and dug its claws in. He was already drinking blood before the beast went down, unaware of the spears which also entered between a few dorsal plates. "Stop, stop, stop!" he roared on the inside. The vampire, somewhat sated now, looked up, saw the hunters staring, and thankfully the wolf overpowered it. Darrow changed back into his lupine form, the symbiosis between them still existing despite how much the vampire had torn at that bond. The wolf snarled at them, the closest it came to shouting out its despair. Then he ran off into the forest. Chapter 8. "Hunt it. No! Do it. I want it. I need that blood. Quiet. You dare to starve me? Quiet. You're starving yourself." "Shut up!" Darrow bellowed. Birds flew up, flapping their wings hard to get away from the noise. "We are the same. Just accept it and stop living in this misery." Darrow stumbled on between tall trees that told him nothing of where he was. There were no markers, signs, or anything in this never-ending forest to help him navigate it. And what did he care? It wasn't like Ennah's people were going to help him now. They'd seen what he was. He'd had no control. They'd seen that too. And that blood. It was intoxicating. It tasted so good. It was so satisfying. He'd never tasted anything like it except human blood. That shameful thought had him shift into his wolf form at once. It was easier that way. The wolf spared him from intricate thoughts of morality and shame, leaving the world around him to just be. The wolf moved on, listening, watching, treading silently through the underbrush, not afraid of anything. It had been 2 days since he'd fled the disaster that was the Beldruid hunt. The look in their eyes. Darrow had seen it so many times before. He knew they'd hunt him now, a basic understanding the werewolf in him could grasp, so he moved on through the forest, listening for something to hunt. He was starving by now, while also scanning his surroundings for a gateway. Any gateway. He was back to the same situation he'd been in the Darrow Realm, and only slightly better off. A shimmering light to his right caught his attention. It was gone by the time he turned his massive head. The sound of a soft, careful footfall did not escape his attention, though. Someone was behind a thick tree some 4 meters to his right. He could hear the measured breaths of a human, the soft sound of rustling fabric. The same soft fabric the Brecheliant folk used for their clothes. The thought of one of them seeing him other than as a human pierced the wolf's mind, and he shifted back, snatched a half-rotten branch from the ground, and whirled around to face whoever it was. "Hi there," said the potential threat. Ennah peeked around the tree, saw him properly, and then stepped fully forward. With all your sets of claws, is that really the weapon you're going to go for?" She canted her head and assessed him. Her eyes showed no malice, merely open curiosity. That was strange. The fact that she was here was even stranger. Darrow went on the alert. Was someone else lurking nearby? "I'm alone," she told him, likely seeing his apprehension. She stepped forward, hands slightly elevated to show she meant no threat. He still had no idea what she could do with her magic. "How did you find me?" "I'm a pathfinder, remember?" She smiled then, but more carefully than she had back in Treek Hovac. It was like she was trying not to scare him off. The absurdity made him laugh. That kind of laughter hit him hard and often when things got too much for his human mind. He sounded crazy, and he knew it. "I only want to talk," Ennah went on. She stopped about 3 meters away. "That's what they all... Actually, no one says that. People usually just attacked, made threats, and then got hurt in the process. Listen." She lowered her hands in a calm manner. "I know you feel threatened, suspect you're being hunted, and likely feel utterly alone right now." "All true. And she's the nearest food source." Darrow pressed his eyes shut a moment, focusing hard. "But honestly, I think that you need a bath, some food, and maybe some company at the moment." Darrow frowned. This was not how it usually went. He opened his eyes, glanced down himself, and saw that his clothes were filthy. He hadn't shaved either. He had no doubt he looked a mess. "Unless you'd rather be running around aimlessly." She looked around pointedly. "I suppose one tree looks much like another for a stranger." Darrow remained silent. Then he noticed the bulging leather pack on her back. Whatever trap this was, it was indeed a strange one. 20 minutes later, the sound of running water reached his ears. 30 minutes later, he took a bath in a river that flowed slowly through the forest, just wide enough for him to swim a few strokes. Ennah waited farther up, where she'd lit a fire and was brewing what he thought to be the tea Tortant had ordered him to drink. It had the same underlying smell, only sweeter. "Are you going to poison me with that?" he asked when he returned, clean, dry, and wearing a new set of clothes that she'd brought him. "No, have a taste," she told him, and handed him a small wooden cup with it. She also indicated various cuts of cured meat, butter, and some hard and some soft bread that she'd brought. "You assume I eat normal food?" "I know you do." She shrugged and took some herself. "Your core being needs it." "My core being?" "I sense your struggles. 2/3 battling one entity, so to speak." Darrow stared at her. He didn't care that he was rude. But she was right. He downed the tea in one large gulp. It burned down his throat, and then his hybrid state caused the pain to subside and his throat to heal instantly. The tea tasted better than it smelled, but did nothing to calm him down. They ate together in silence for a few minutes, the rush of water nearby their only company. "It doesn't affect you," Ennah finally said. "The tea? No. The only thing even close to intoxicating for me is potent blood." She nodded, but wasn't put off, judging by her continuing to eat. "Tortant did some research after you left. You are a vampire?" Darrow stopped chewing. Then he swallowed too soon and winced. "You're not sure?" "We don't have such creatures in this realm." "But you knew." "Of your internal struggle? I can feel it." "How?" Ennah lowered the bread in her hand and rested it on her right thigh, where she sat cross-legged by the small and now dying fire. "Our magic. It's not focused outward." "Yes. You told me that when..." Darrow shook his head, remembering the Beldrude hunt. "Don't worry about that now. As I said, our magic is more inward-focused. We don't battle with each other or attack others. We can't even really defend ourselves. That's not how it works. It's connected to our realm, like all types of magic are. Our realm is a healing one. The forest provides. And those of us who are magically gifted are all of us, to some degree, empaths. We sense things in the world around us, in every living thing. It tends to make a sorcerer somewhat affected. Affected? Like Tortant? Yes, he is especially gifted and struggles somewhat with everyday things. You may have noticed he's a bit direct. No, really? Ennah chuckled. I'm aware that I'm like that too. To a lesser degree, of course. Darrow nodded. When he thought about it, she was indeed straightforward, behaving like they'd known each other for a long time, not the mere hours they'd spent together over the last couple of days. Anyway, she went on, I sensed the troubled creatures in you the moment I first saw you after you saved little Pelterin. I didn't... Yes, you did. She held up a hand to silence him in a friendly gesture, and for some reason, the terror of Agartha closed his mouth. I didn't know what exactly troubled you until you showed your third self during the Beldrude hunt. But please trust that we're not out to harm you in any way, not unless you force our hands. Darrow gave a wry smile. Likewise. Ennah nodded solemnly. Tortant didn't think shifting into a wolf and being a vampire is a common thing. It's not. Then what are you? Darrow drew a deep breath and then simply told her. Maybe it was her open and candid disposition. He didn't know, but he did trust her just enough to try to be honest. A hybrid? She said when he was done. A hybrid of forces in eternal battle. Oh, I am sorry about that, my friend. It must be a torment. Darrow stared. Then he looked around, wondering if he was being set up. But of course no one else was around. He'd have heard and smelled them long ago. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing. She eyed him quizzically. No one's ever said that before? He shook his head. I'm sorry about that too. I guess your account of hybrids in general and their reputations is not exaggerated. No, it's not. Darrow raked a hand through his hair. He was at the end of his rope here. Can you help? I'm not sure, and I won't lie to you. I sense you've had enough of that. Counting almost a decade of Casmir's lies, the answer was a definite yes. Tortant is meditating on it, but he wasn't being rude when he sent you off for the Nista tea. You need to be completely calm and balanced. Is that a joke? I'm a mess. You've seen that for yourself. Ennah pursed her lips and thought a moment. I think you're the type of person who needs a goal, something to focus on. She wasn't wrong, he thought. All of Casmir's lies had let him focus for years, slowly piecing his mind back together into the fragile state it was in today. He'd dreamed and schemed, hoping for a world where he could be allowed some respect for who he was and not something to be put down. It had all been a lie, and it had all been for nothing. People had died. So focus on stilling your mind. You don't know the impossibility of what you're asking. Ennah brushed crumbs off her thigh and arose, the piece of bread forgotten in her hand. I know when to try and when to not, my friend. Come with me. I'm your guide, remember? Think of nothing but the Brecheliant Realm for a few days, and then we'll see if Tortant can help you or not. Why do you appoint guides, anyway? Darrow asked the next day, following Ennah's lead through the massive and seemingly everlasting forest. Trees surrounded them everywhere, some huge, others thin and close together. At the moment, they walked through a myriad of medium-sized trees, all of which shut out the sky above. They were also all the same type, greyhearts, Ennah called them. The trunks were an orange-brown color with dark grayish-green heart-shaped leaves above. The Brecheliant Realm has become a sort of sanctuary over the centuries. You yourself were told to come here because of your plight, no? Plight, yes. Torment, more like it. The sorcerers in the Theravan realm seemed to despise you. They do, They hoard power and kill those who pose a threat to the ones in charge. We are the opposite of that, offering help and guidance to those who need it. And besides, she stopped and indicated the surrounding forest. We have ample space. Darrow gave half a smile. He wasn't all that used to smiling without sarcasm marring the gesture. So you give everyone guides to help them? Help them do what? Find the help they need, to settle, sometimes to assess and send them off again. And reading people so well, you have no problem with that. She smiled, closed-mouthed, and shook her head. Don't worry. I hope we can help you. I sense one thing, and that is your sincere need for it. Ah, here we are. She stopped and clapped her hands together in pure glee. Darrow stared at what were essentially more trees. This area is dominated by the Greyheart trees, and it's one of the most ancient parts of the forest. Some people believe they are alive in the sense that they talk to each other. They look fairly inanimate to me. I didn't say they walk around. Listen, you have enhanced senses, no? Darrow knew there were 3 squirrels, at least 10 mice, 1 larger fox-like animal, and a few birds in the immediate area, and that was discounting the sound of the wind blowing gently through the canopies above. But the sound of trees? No. I can't hear trees talking. Just wait, my friend. You will, Ennah said, and then stopped talking. She looked like she concentrated on something she could hear, not see, her eyes not focusing on anything special. Then she raised her right hand and waved it in front of herself in expanding circles, a silvery fog following her movements. The fog instantly turned to a distinct light with every flourish of her hand, becoming silvery green, flickering in the air, like a large, uneven, circular mirror. A mirror that reflected nothing but the vast magic it accessed. "That's the shimmer!" Darrow blurted in utter surprise. "That's the shimmer!" he repeated like a simpleton. "You conjured the shimmer!" He'd never seen anything like it, never heard of such a thing. The shimmer only occurred near Bedrock and Berg. Ennah smiled a radiant smile. "I'm a pathfinder. I told you this." "Yes, but I thought you meant a tracker of sorts, not someone who controls the greatest power known in any realm. For someone who understates most things, you sure do exaggerate this. I don't control it. I just find it and open it up." Darrow was at a loss for words. "Let's not dawdle." Ennah took his hand before he could move it away. "I can't hold it open forever. Come." She pulled him along and stepped through the shimmer with an added, "Mind your head." Darrow hurried to do so, and soon found himself in a dark cave of sorts. He didn't need the flickering light of the gateway behind them to help him see how low it looked below the cavern ceiling. He stood on rocky ground, but above his head was nothing but hard-packed dirt and roots. Many roots, more than he could fathom despite staring right at them. They protruded thick and hard throughout the ground above, but turned into a myriad of softer, thinner ones, twining and interconnecting. They had the same orange-brown color as the Greyheart trees they'd just left. "We're below the trees, aren't we?" he asked Ennah, who stood next to him, holding her breath. "Can you hear them now?" she asked him. Darrow wasn't sure what she meant at first, but he listened nonetheless, and soon a low buzzing noise caught his attention. Darrow wasn't used to having trouble hearing anything, and he had to cock his ear, but the noise was everywhere, it seemed. He stepped forward, bent at an awkward angle, and he didn't care. The buzzing came from the roots, and the noise went back and forth, moving like tiny bolts of lightning within the root system. The trees were communicating. They weren't talking in any human way, but through an intricate web of interconnected roots beneath the ground. Darrow smiled and stared around in wonder, the silvery light from the gateway flickering across the roots. It was a place of utter peace and wonder. The buzz didn't annoy or hurt his sensitive ears. It sounded, as strange as the notion was to him, like this was a place of complete tranquility. Darrow laughed. It came out soft and genuinely odd. Ennah squeezed his hand, and he realized she was still holding it. "Isn't it wonderful?" she asked him. "You can hear it too?" She shook her head. "I feel it. The connection between them. How it moves back and forth, relaying information we'll never understand." She sighed and closed her eyes a moment, like the earthy scent of the cave was the sweetest smell in the realm. "It took me months to find this place. You didn't know this gate was down here?" "No. I listened to the stories and then started searching. I need to know where I'm going. Realms or specific people work well as pointers, but a specific gate I have no connection to is difficult." Darrow glanced back at the gate, which flickered, hovering before the bedrock down there. "You must have really wanted to find this place. Why?" "It was all tales, old legends. But look at this. I wanted to see it for myself, to find something bigger than me. If one of these trees dies, all the others know. Not one of them is insignificant." She gave him a sheepish smile. "Anyway, I ramble on, as I told you. There are side effects to our magic. Come, I have more to show you," she added hurriedly, and pulled him by the hand back to the gateway and the forest above. True to her word, Ennah had plenty more to show him. They kept walking in what to him seemed a completely random pattern, but to her was a route she'd likely taken many times before. They saw fields of what she called a kulia flower, a long green plant with small white and blue flowers growing on it. This was the plant whose fibers were used for the soft fabric everyone in the realm needed, and it grew happily in the shade of large trees. A day later, they came upon a swarm of glowing insects which lit up the forest at night. Again, Darrow stared in awe, this time as Ennah went in among them, and the same glow appeared around her as she absorbed it from the enormous swarm, and not once got bitten. "This is what our magic does," she explained afterward. "It connects us, grounds us really, to our realm." She showed him more over the next few days. Glittering crystals near a small waterfall which Ennah said were living entities, salt mines a day's walk away from there, hidden under a slope that was as covered with trees as the rest of the forest, and the various animals that lived among the Brecheliant trees. Some were familiar to Darrow from other realms, others stood out with their strong colored furs. One night, he hunted while she slept in their camp. He suspected she knew, but they didn't talk about it, and he felt no tension from her. They talked while they walked, but most of the trek went by in what was a companionable silence. Darrow needed to clear his head, and Ennah knew it better than him. 9 days after she first encountered him on the run, she led him to a steep area. They walked uphill. Darrow didn't ask any questions. He just followed her, trusting by now that she had something of interest to show him. It took them some time to reach the top, but when they did, sunlight reached him for the first time in days, and despite his undead third, he reveled in it. And even better, for the first time since he set foot in the Brecheliant Realm, he had a view of everything. They'd climbed no more than a hill, but everything around it was fairly flat, and they gazed out at a vast expanse of forest. It stretched as far as Darrow could see, and he saw better than most. "It's all forest," he said, enjoying the cool breeze up there. "Mostly, yes," Ennah agreed. "I see smoke in the distance, though." There were thin plumes of it, like thin lines above a blanket of green at that distance. "There's a small village that way. The nearest city aside from Tree Kovac is weeks away. And, unless I'm mistaken, there's water over there." "An ocean?" "You have a good eye, my friend. That's the Brechel Sea. As I said, our realm is mostly forest grounds." Darrow nodded, drew a deep breath, and sighed contentedly. The vantage point helped him get oriented, and everything she'd shown him had taken his mind off things, and given him an appreciation for the forest which he'd found too dense and constricting at first. Now he saw the wonders and how to traverse them. "Thank you for showing me all of this," he told Ennah, and realized she was the first person ever to have talked to him over a prolonged period of time, despite knowing what he was. "Just thank you," he said, finding it hard to get the words out. Then again, he didn't need to with her. Ennah laid a hand on his shoulder, and though he stiffened, he wasn't surprised by her tactile ways anymore. "Hey," she said with a smile. "You're not the only one who feels like you don't belong, but I think perhaps you've had it more difficult than most." Darrow was about to ask what she meant, but she talked on before he could. "I sense calm in you now. You've settled a little, and maybe you trust me just enough to come back and see if Tortant can help?" "Back to Treek Hovak?" he asked, doubt in his voice. That meant facing everyone who'd seen the worst part of him. Pure shame was a hard sensation to shake. "I think you're ready now." Ennah reached her hand out to him. Darrow hesitated, and then for the first time took hold of her. When she conjured her version of the shimmer, he followed her through, ready to see if his misery could end. Chapter 9. For over 9 years, wherever Darrow went, he'd gotten used to fear and hostility in the faces of those he met. Even Casmer's hybrids had been hostile, yet respectful simply because of his level of control over his powers. Now, as he walked back into Treek Hovak, with Ennah as his guide, both the open fear and the hostility were lacking. Instead, he was met with sympathetic smiles and friendly apprehension. The Brecheliant Realm truly was the strangest place he'd ever encountered. Thankfully, though, no one stopped them to talk. He was nervous now, trying not to hope too much. The sorcerer might not be able to help him. And why would he be? The only cure for being a vampire was death. But even the sorcerer in the Theravan realm had begrudgingly thought that these were the people to help him. And so, hope simmered within Darrow for the first time in a long time. He'd followed Casmer blindly for years, but even then never thought he'd be able to live as anything but the abomination everyone said he was. A monster no one could reason with. Tortant's cob house looked the same. Smoke swirled from the chimney, and a woman came out when Darrow and Ennah approached. "Honestly, you could be a bit more grateful," she scolded the most powerful man in the city. "Those stains took hours to clean out, and stop forgetting to light a fire. You'll get a chill." She didn't notice Darrow and Ennah, and stalked off, not waiting for an answer from the sorcerer within. "This is the side effect?" Darrow asked her. "One of them. He forgets his own needs. The focus becomes too much." Darrow nodded. His own problem was that he couldn't focus enough. If not for his years in the Earthside realm, he'd still be a mad brute with no sense. "Come," Ennah told him, and went inside. Tortant sat on one of various animal pelts on the floor. There were 2 stone benches in there as well, a table by one wall, various shelves with bottles and jars of differing concoctions, some plates with half-eaten food, a few books and other knickknacks. "Tortant," Ennah said, alerting the man to their presence. He seemed deep in thought, not meditation, but apparently that was enough for him not to take note of them. Tortant did look up at the sound of his name. "Ennah, you're back. We went exploring. But I think Darrow is in a state of mind that's acceptable to you now. He just needed to get his bearings and to see that we mean him no harm." Tortant got up and walked over to them. He stopped right in front of Darrow and stared at his left shoulder for a few beats like he could see everything he wanted there. "You're right," the sorcerer told her. "He is." Then he went over to one of the shelves and began taking out items. "Help me," he added to Darrow, who walked over and took the things the sorcerer picked out. "Can you help me? Ennah said you didn't have vampires in this realm. What do you know about them?" "We don't have any that I'm aware of," Tortant admitted. "I had to go far back to find information." Darrow took hold of a few books and a bottle. "Far back?" Few ancestors knew of this. Tortant pushed a jar with something gooey aside and grabbed what looked like a big claw. Ancestors? Darrow frowned and reached out to take the claw when the sorcerer, instead of handing it to him, used it to cut the inside of his hand. Darrow hissed and dropped everything he was holding. It's a trap! We're being killed! What are you doing? Darrow looked to Ennah, who stood still, watching this. You lied this whole time? He asked her, his words instantly slurry. Oh, Darrow, no, she said, but he staggered backward when the sorcerer pushed at his chest. Darrow felt his wolf growl and the vampire try to take over, but he couldn't shift. It felt exactly like when he'd been struck by the Beldrude, only more potent. The claw even looked the same. He passed out before he hit the floor. When Darrow came to, he was lying on a hard surface. He groaned, not used to feeling so weak. I know you're confused, but please don't worry, Ennah said nearby. Darrow turned his head to the right and saw her standing above him. Too late. He burst into laughter. Couldn't help it. Here he was, yet again captured by someone trying to kill him. We're trying to help you, she told him. Darrow scoffed at her and felt restraints on his ankles and wrists. He was tied to one of the benches inside Tortant's cob house. He raised his head and saw that they hadn't used rope but some form of magic. Golden lights kept him tethered to the bench. He tried pulling at it, but might as well have been tied down with concrete. She's not lying, Tortant said somewhere to his left. Darrow heard him shuffling about before he too came into his field of vision. We're trying to help you, but the creature inside you will attempt to stop me. Since it knew the Beldrude's poison affects you, this ruse was the only way. Darrow stopped struggling. He still stared in obvious suspicion, though. I had to fool you into a state of feeling in control and safe. Otherwise, the vampire would have shown itself to stop us from even attempting this. Attempting what? To extract it. Darrow went completely still. Do not do this. Do not kill me. We are the same. You can do that? Darrow forced the tormenting voice to the back of his mind. I'm not sure. I've consulted the memories during the days you've been gone. It's the only solution they presented as remotely plausible. They? It's not important now, Ennah hurried to say before Tortant could start a lengthy explanation. But we have the memories of our ancestors with us. Knowledge, not everyday happenings. Tortant can remember farther back than any of us. Darrow gaped despite himself and his current predicament. Ancestral knowledge? That was what Earthsiders called genetic memory. There was no way. What I understand, Tortant went on, demanding his attention, is that the vampire as it's known today is an entity that's created from another of the same kind, via blood. But your particular kind, a hybrid, is unusual. My kind isn't supposed to exist, Darrow said dryly. Don't you dare. You can't be rid of me. Then why shouldn't I dare? Whatever you have to do, he told Tortant. Do it. The sorcerer nodded and told Ennah to leave the cob house. She looked at Darrow with what was likely supposed to be a smile of encouragement, but was more a grimace of worry than anything. Good luck, she told him, and did as Tortant said. After that, it became a waiting game. Tortant told Darrow to remain calm, and then sat next to the bench, somewhere near his feet. Darrow focused on keeping the vamp at bay, staring up at the ceiling. The cursed creature wanted out, wanted to take control and break free. It wanted to kill the sorcerer and wreak havoc upon the people outside who dared even imply it could be killed. His wolf helped him keep the monster in check. Small lights began flickering overhead. Tortant was doing something, but if the Brecheliant magic wasn't used for offensive or even defensive purposes, then how was Tortant going to do this? Obviously, he can't, Casimir told Darrow, his cold eyes on an ancient crystal glass in his hand. His shoulder-length, chestnut-colored hair framed his cold and familiar face. The glass was filled to the brim with blood. "He will fail," he concluded. Darrow shivered at the sight of the old vampire. "How do you know?" "You're my creation. You're too strong. I am the only one who'd know for certain." "It's too late now anyway," Darrow told him. "Never. Stand up and kill him." Casimir snorted in derision. "The mere attempt at this foolish thing." "You created a flawed monster." Casimir revolted in anger, his eyes flaring. "I did no such thing. You grew stronger and became exactly what I hoped." Darrow nodded, but something niggled at him. "No." A bolt of pain shot through him. "I'm a werewolf. I could never be good enough for you." "Watch your mouth, boy." "No! I helped kill you," Darrow shouted. Another flash of pain hit him, and his wolf overpowered him, growling and snarling, twisting his large body so his back was off the bench. The restraints held. Darrow howled in anger and despair. No one could hold him like this. "Oh, hush," Nilofar told him, looking at him, the disappointment clear in her dark eyes. "Mom?" Darrow was confused. Wasn't she dead? He wasn't even sure he was speaking with his own voice or something else. The large werewolf twisted desperately to be free of the restraints. "I told you not to run around with those boys." "I didn't," he lied. No, he had lied. Or was it happening now? "Don't lie to me," Nilofar said, stepping closer. Her thick hair fell forward as she bent to look him in the eyes. "Word came back to me. Scaring people? Just because you boys can shift now doesn't mean you should do so to get a laugh out of other people's fear. I taught you better than that." Darrow blinked. "Yes, you did," he admitted, seeing the surprise in his mother's eyes. Surprise, yet also a warm understanding. A painful fire flared up within him. How dare that sorcerer! Fury and indignation overpowered him, and the werewolf lost out to the vampire. Darrow cried out at the abrupt and painful transformation. "I'll kill you!" he roared at the sorcerer he couldn't even see. "You can't kill me like this! If you kill me, you kill the pathetic human part of me too!" The voice came out raspy and cold, like it was for all vampires. "You hear me?" he went on. "I will rip your throat open." Darrow's mind struggled to connect with everything around him. He shifted forms, all of him vying for control. He felt a merciless tug at something inside, something being ripped from him. Kill it. Kill it, please, just kill it. He can't kill me. You know it. "Go away! Leave me alone!" Darrow screamed. He opened his eyes and saw dead people. At least 10 of them scattered across the street like they were nothing. Blood everywhere. And he felt sated. He screamed again. One of true agony this time. What had he done? Pitiful child. "No, no, 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 stop it! What's happening to me?" the 17-year-old yelled, tearing at his hair. "Make it stop!" He fell to his knees, the pain of hitting the cobblestones no longer a factor. "No," Darrow uttered, strapped to the cold stone bench. "I don't want to see this. I don't want to remember this." The wolf took over, sparing him the pain for a blessed moment, but the vampire wasn't having it. It screeched the high-pitched sound of its kind as it forced its way back to the surface. "I hate you. I loathe you. You pitiful human and filthy wolf. You hold me back." Darrow was pushed back into that early morning street in Agartha. The echoes of his despairing cries hit between the buildings. A soft footfall reached his unfocused yet sharp ears. Black-clad figures approached, moving like shadows against the buildings surrounding him. The vampire took over in a second. "Darrow?" A strange voice sounded. Darrow twisted, trying to escape. His arms and legs were pinned. What magic was this? Nothing could hold him. "Darrow, it's me, Tortant. Can you hear me?" Memories of violence, pain, and hate bombarded Darrow's head. The wolf was confused and hurting, the vampire seething. but it was supposed to be worth it. "Yes," he finally said, finding his throat sore. He couldn't see anything. It was all darkness, the sight of the vamp and the wolf fighting breaking through. Darrow felt every blow regardless of which entity it landed on. "I can't extract the vampire," Tortahant told him, his voice in Darrow's head somehow. "No, please. Kill it. Take it away from me. End it, please." "I can't. The forces within you are too intertwined. I can't remove one without the other." The wolf flashed into sight, slashing the vamp across the midriff, leaving bloody gashes. Darrow gasped in the pained shock. "I don't understand." "I can't take the vampire without the wolf. Every part of your magical being must go." The vampire howled with its screechy laughter and landed a backhanded strike on the wolf's large head that sent it reeling. "No!" Darrow twisted on the bench. "You can't kill it. It's me." "I can't take away the vampire without it. Only the mortal can remain on its own." "But it's me. We're the same." Darrow was desperate, sensing his mother's tears falling nearby. He'd been born a werewolf. It couldn't come to this. "I can't tear them apart," Tortahant said, his voice somehow steady and breaking through the noise and chaos in Darrow's mind. "You have to choose. Sacrifice the wolf to end the vampire, or save the wolf and let the vampire roam. I told you. We're the same." "You can't kill me." Screechy laughter rang in Darrow's head. The wolf howled and then quieted, knowing before Darrow did what he had to do. Blood cascaded down the rough-hewn cob walls around him, filling the space with the scent which smelled so sweet and alluring to him. It made the human in him gag. "Do it!" Darrow gasped. "What? No!" He felt the vampire struggle to take over, to force its way into the physical world again to stop him from uttering those words. "Do it, Tortahant!" he yelled and screamed as the vampire took hold, altering his form again. "You're right," he told the vampire, though with a voice or not, he wasn't sure. "I can't be the end of you, but I believe he can." The moment the thought hit him, Darrow felt himself lifted like he was pulled away from the pain that ravaged his body. He opened his eyes and found himself floating above the bench. Below, he saw his body, twisting and fighting with the restraints and against Tortahant's magic. The sorcerer stood near his feet, and silvery gray lights flowed from him, spreading into the entire room, but mainly floating around Darrow. He couldn't hear any noise, but he saw himself scream in utter agony, the shifts happening so frequently that neither the human, wolf, nor vampire managed to stay in control for long. None of them were, he realized. Tortahant's magic suddenly pulled back from the room and enclosed around the shifting forms that were Darrow's body. He could see the pain and fear in his own brown eyes, in the wolf's bright yellow ones, and in the vamp's ice-cold blue ones. They knew what was happening and felt every part of it. The magical lights turned a dark, charcoal gray and suddenly pierced the body on the bench everywhere. Darrow saw himself, in the form of the resisting vampire, freeze. Then it screamed and was forcefully transformed into his human form. Darrow noticed he looked almost as pale as the vampire now. The magic tore out again in a blast of pure force that broke the magical restraints. He saw on each side of himself the wolf to the right, the vamp to the left. They were pulled out of the body, their images obscured or consumed by the magic, frozen screams on their faces. Then it all exploded outward, overturning the furniture in the room and sending even Tortahant falling on his back. He recovered quickly, not done with his work. He looked up then, straight at Darrow, and reached out, sending a ray of golden light toward him, pulling him back down, and Darrow realized the sorcerer had spared him the worst of it. "Darrow!" The man's voice came floating through a haze of confusion. "Darrow, are you there? Can you hear me?" Darrow opened his eyes and pain flared at once. his head feeling like it was about to explode. He was barely aware he had a body. The dim light in the cob house hurt, and he was blinded by it. Still, he recognized the sorcerer as he now stood next to his head, staring down with a frown of worry on his face. Darrow croaked. Did it work? Tortant pressed his lips together and searched for something in his pocket. Am I free? Darrow went on, desperate and ignoring his cracked voice. Please tell me I'm free of it. Tortant withdrew a small spoon from his pocket. Let's see, shall we? Free from the bonds, Darrow had moved and his left arm lay across his chest. Tortant pulled the sleeve of his shirt back a little and simply placed the spoon there on his forearm. Darrow realized in his pained confusion that this was not a regular metal spoon, but one made from silver, and that silver only felt cool against his skin, causing him no harm whatsoever. Chapter 10. Birds tweeted somewhere close. A gentle breeze felt cool against his skin, and he heard the soft rustle of leaves. Darrow wondered why it all sounded so muted. He opened his eyes, and the world did not instantly come into focus. It took him a second to recognize the walls of a room around him. Then he realized he must be in one of the tree houses of Treek Hovak. The walls were made from wood, not cob. The murmur of voices from another room reached him, and he found it strange not to be able to hear what was being said. He recognized the sound of them, though, and wasn't surprised to see Ennah open the door to the room, or that Tortant followed her inside. A waft of something delicious-smelling followed them, and he couldn't identify what it was other than some sort of savory food. He truly was free of the vampire. It hadn't been a dream at all. Never in his life had he had such a narrow overview of his surroundings. His senses were enhanced no more. "You're awake," Ennah stated with a friendly smile. "And no doubt starving. I have something cooking, but Tortant wants a word. Is that all right?" Darrow tried sitting up on the surprisingly comfortable straw mat he'd been sleeping on. He nodded his answer and cleared his throat. He'd been sleeping almost non-stop lately, and was aware that Ennah had been nearby, but that was about it. That knowledge led him to believe that he was still in her house. How he'd gotten there was beyond him. Someone had to have carried him and then lifted him somehow. Tortant looked shabby as ever, yet oddly healthy despite that. The citizens took good care of him. Maybe yelling at the man to remind him of the help he received did work in its own strange way. The sorcerer sat on the floor, next to the mattress Darrow half sat on. "How are you?" Tortant asked him, after staring distractedly out of the window for a few beats. "Alone," Darrow said, and then knocked on the side of his head with his knuckles. "In here." Tortant nodded his understanding. "I'm no longer a vampire, and that's a relief. I'm no longer a hybrid, which is freeing. But I am no longer a werewolf, which... It feels like I lost a limb." Tortant continued nodding like he was in deep thought. Then he looked straight at Darrow. "You were born a werewolf?" "Yes." "Not everyone is." He was right. This differed between a few realms. In some, being bitten by a werewolf changed someone, but not in Agartha. Agarthan werewolves were born, not created. It might have been easier on you if you hadn't been born one. It would have been less difficult to extract it, too. What happened exactly? Darrow's memories of his liberation were pieces jumbled together in his head, and yet, despite exhaustion, fatigue, and general confusion mixed with years of fractured memories, he felt calm for the first time since before he'd been turned by Casimir. His mind was his own. "I sought out our ancestors' knowledge," Tortant began. "The Brecheliant people, especially those of us with magical abilities, can access them through deep concentration and meditation." "Genetic memory?" "What?" Darrow shook his head. "Never mind. You all have some interesting qualities." Tortant shrugged. It was normal for him. I had to go far back, farther than I ever have. We don't have vampires here in the woodlands. There have been times, though. Now and then one has traveled through the Vale, but despite our custom of welcoming most, some cannot live among us. Why in the realms didn't you try to hunt me then? None of us sensed your true nature, only your despair and divided self. We didn't know exactly what you were, not even during the Beldrude hunt. I had to search far back, as I said. You're the only one who's ever been able to help me. The magic of the Brecheliant Realm helped you. There's a reason many who are lost or hunted come here. It's a realm of healing, memories, and compassion. No wonder the Theravan sorcerers fear you then, Darrow said dryly, and earned himself an equally dry smile from Tortant. The only solution to your predicament came to me from far back, from ancestors from another realm. It's the Earthside one, not a place of magic today, but it was a place for vampires long ago. They knew that killing a vampire without killing its human side was impossible. That is the greatest weakness of vampires. The mortal mind and body can't take the ordeal. The two entities are as one. But you weren't only a vampire. The solution lay with the werewolf. I know you didn't wish for that side of you to be destroyed, but it was the only way. Darrow thought back and felt a pang of regret. Did you pull me out of it all somehow? Yes. The werewolf remained, and it went with the vampire. You were never only human and therefore strong enough, as it turned out. I understand that you couldn't have known for sure, Darrow said. It was worth the risk, whatever the outcome. How long have you lived like this? Since I was 17, almost 10 years. I'm sorry to hear that. Darrow shrugged this time. If he'd known about the Brecheliant Realm, he'd have come sooner. As it was, he'd tried to survive and make some semblance of a life in different ways. It had always been a losing game, no matter what he did. Tortant left shortly after, and Ennah re-entered the room, this time with a bowl of steamy soup and soft bread on the side. You need some nourishment, I think. She handed him the food and then sat where the sorcerer had been minutes before. Thank you, but I shouldn't impose on you any longer. Darrow felt he'd long overstayed his welcome. I'm still your guide, she told him, and waved it off as inconsequential. You have some choices to make. Stay? Or is there somewhere special you wish to go? I can help with both. Stay? The question fell out of his mouth without thought. The notion hadn't even occurred to him, not in any serious manner. Many do after they find help here. Ennah shifted her position and sat cross-legged. She wore a light green tunic and gray leggings, her feet bare inside the house, her curls hanging freely, reaching just below her shoulders. Won't you get overpopulated if you allow everyone to do that? She chuckled at that. Given how few who reach us or have heard of us, it's never been a problem. Darrow lowered the spoon in his hand. The soup was delicious, almost overpowering in its simple taste of vegetables, meat, and spices. He'd never only needed human sustenance before. He'd never been only human. What was he going to do? Stay here? Go somewhere else? Where? He might have been halfway pardoned by the Queen of Agartha, but he wasn't welcome there. He had a home Earthside, of course, but that was a place he'd gone to stave off his madness to various degrees of success. It held many bad memories, too. You don't have to make a decision right now, Ennah told him, and reached out and patted his cheek. Then she laughed at his reaction. You're not used to human interaction yet, are you? She shook her head, mirth all over her face. You look more like one now, though. She canted her head and smiled warmly. Yes, you look the same, but perhaps softer and not so angled and hard in the face. Darrow frowned and then realized what she was referring to. That's the vampiric side effect, as some would call it. Or curse, more like it. The consequence is looking like a walking corpse when in your true vampiric form. I won't tell you that you don't have to think about it anymore. You will. It's the nature of being human. But you also no longer have to be consumed by it. No matter what you choose to do, you can live now, not merely exist and survive. Darrow stared at her, at a loss for words. Then he remembered the connective magic of the realm and how she was likely picking these things up from him. He nodded brusquely, not angered, but still at a loss for words. Ennah got up. "Eat your soup. Food and fresh air will do you good." She smiled widely at that. "Trust me, I'm human too." Naturally, Ennah turned out to be right. Darrow wasn't used to healing slowly. He'd always been protected by the strength of his wolf, and later on the vampire too, for better or worse. He'd taken horrendous hits over the years and healed afterward despite excruciating pain. Now, as he began to join the daily life of Treek Hovak, he realized he needed to be more careful. He couldn't defy gravity anymore, either. In the beginning, he'd gone down the ladder too fast, getting something as simple as splinters in his hands, nuisances that did not heal in seconds. It was maddening. But in his elation at no longer being a hybrid, he almost welcomed the various pains he encountered those days. Pain wasn't the only new thing in his life. He was used to hostility and threats, so there was never a question for him not to go back down into the city itself. But people here treated him differently than in other places. They knew all about him and welcomed him nonetheless. Of course, he'd never initially attacked any of them, so why would they go after him? Besides, as he learned over the next few days, there were those among them who'd had curses and the likes themselves, who'd come to the Brecheliant Realm as a last resort, just like him. They spoke openly about it, directing him to someone he might find helpful to chat with when he went about the city at ground level. After a short while, he found them easy to sort from the native Brecheliants. The refugees had all been given Ennah's language charm, and they, like Darrow learned he did too, spoke slightly more formally than the ones born there. It takes years before slang and certain colloquialisms get through to you, Melmel told him while in line at one of the shops one day. But you all get the hang of it, eventually, if you stay here long enough. Of course, it was more than the magical charm that was recognizable to him when it came to the refugees. They had similar stories to his. "It was my former mate," Garridan, one of the hunters, told him one night when they happened to be seated next to each other in a gathering of folks around a small fire. "He paid a powerful witch to curse me, left me with a horrible disease, boils, fever, and all. It didn't kill me. That wasn't the point. No, instead I infected everyone I came in contact with. Naturally, I was shunned and banished. This was the only place I found any help." "And you stayed?" Garridan nodded and then smiled. "I did. I feel indebted to this place, but not in a bad way. I can leave if I choose to." Darrow thought she looked genuinely happy now, but what did he know about that? Then again, he also felt a deep sense of gratitude for the magic of this realm. He learned more about the city and life there, too. The cob houses on the ground were part of a long tradition. The ancestors had once lived down there. Due to the violent nature of the Beldruids, they had moved up into the large tree houses and simply used the cob houses as trade buildings. All kinds of business were done on the ground, but sleeping was best done where the beasts of the woodlands couldn't reach them. The Beldruids appeared slightly feline in form, but couldn't climb trees. Technology was simpler than he was used to from Agartha and the Earthside realm, but more than good enough. It amazed him what could be produced in what he'd initially deemed a closed-in space. But the forest provided what people needed, and specialized businesses were plentiful. He soon found himself with more belongings, like clothes and toiletries, all good quality but of a simpler design. Showers were available too, provided through large sacks of leather, painted black to absorb heat from the sun, and with a fastened shower head at the bottom. It did the trick. Waste was gathered in large boxes below each treehouse and routinely lowered and taken away to be burned. The trick was to learn which parts of the treehouses to steer clear of at certain times when walking below them. Everyone provided something, and everyone thrived. Magic was not a factor to gain power either, he noticed. The city protector, which he deemed a mayor, and the city council were none of them magically inclined. This was a way of doing things he recognized from Agartha too, and considering what he'd seen in the Darrow realm, it was for the best, in his opinion. "Do you regret that you have little say in political matters in the city?" he asked Ennah one night, while they sat on her open terrace, legs dangling over the edge, while they ate dinner together. This had become a habit from the day he woke up as a human. They ate steamed vegetables and forest mushrooms with a spicy sauce that left Darrow surprised at the experience, despite his now normal senses. "No," Ennah told him. "But if I had wanted to, I probably could have. I'm not that powerful. Tortant couldn't. Of course, he and most of us have some trouble focusing on matters of daily life sometimes. We don't make for good leaders. It's better that we serve." She sighed and picked at her food with her fork. Darrow frowned at the sight, but before he could ask, she seemingly brightened up. "How was your first day among the hunters anyway?" Darrow had found work of sorts in the city. He'd been invited to join a few people sharing a simple midday meal a few days after Tortant had saved him when Mortel had sat beside him. "I'm wondering if you need something to do," the man had said. "Pardon?" "You strike me as someone who needs a focus." Darrow narrowed his eyes, though with a touch of humor, not suspicion. "That sounds awfully like you have some of your people's empathetic sensibilities." It was the exact same thing that Ennah had sensed in him. Mortel shrugged. "Maybe a little on my mother's side. Am I wrong?" Darrow thought about it. "No, not really. What do you have in mind?" He wasn't sure he wanted to stay, but he thought he should pay his way if he was to remain, even for a short time. These people had been nothing but kind to him, and he felt indebted to them, yet in a positive way. He'd learned from one of the hunters that it had taken Tortant over 6 hours to rid Darrow of the vampire, and everyone had heard. Yet no one carried grudges or mocked him. In fact, he thought they seemed fairly used to these kinds of things. Mortel pointed beyond the group they were seated with, and Darrow saw another group of people heading toward the outskirts of the city. "We could always use another hunter. The Beldruids never cease to be a threat, and of course, people need food too. We do go on regular hunts. You seem capable." Darrow eyed him seriously this time, but the man showed nothing but sincerity on his bearded face. "You know I'm not as strong or fast as I was," he said. It was a statement, not a question. Mortel nodded. "But I'm pretty sure you learned a thing or two during your years as a werewolf and hybrid both." He stood and clapped Darrow on the shoulder. "Join us when you feel like it. There's no hurry." Darrow had thought about it, but not for long. The next day, he joined the hunters in their training session and experienced that Mortel was right. He'd lost his superhuman strength and senses, but knew well enough how to move quietly and how to track. Being slowed down still made him slightly quicker than the other hunters, and being of use brightened his mood. It took a week of relief and sheer happiness at not being a vampire before the grief for his wolf truly set in. He was standing a little to the side one night, watching a large party unfold in the largest marketplace. It was a particular day they were celebrating with lots of food, drinking, and dancing. Flames flickered from oil lamps in the dark, and as he watched them in their joy, he felt a pang of loss. He wasn't all there, and he knew it. For once, his mind was mostly calm, but he was alone. "Not feeling it?" Ennah asked him. Darrow startled. Not used to the notion, he couldn't hide his surprise. For once, she didn't laugh. "I was about to ask you to join in, not stand on the outside, But I see this isn't the time. No, it just hit me. I lost something I can't ever get back. Ennah reached for his hand and squeezed it affectionately. Life is in a sense new to you, Darrow, she said, and stepped closer. You'll see. You can get past it. She stepped up on her toes then, leaned in, and kissed him gently. Then she let go and walked into the crowd, leaving him confused whether it was a friendly gesture or something more. Chapter 11. A couple of weeks went by, and Darrow began to feel like he worked well with the hunters, integrating into their way of doing things with ease. The job even earned a few coins, leaving him less at the mercy of Ennah's kindness. Not that she seemed to mind, but he assumed she wasn't going to function as his guide forever. That thought made him question whether he was going to stay. He had no idea, but at least he had choices now. If he traveled to another realm, he wouldn't immediately be hunted the moment someone sensed his hybrid state. Mortel and the hunters worked him hard, and he appreciated it. They couldn't rely on him if he couldn't follow their lead. After a day of relentless training with the spears used for penetrating the gaps between the dorsal plates of the bell druids, he wandered through the city, back toward Ennah's house. He knew the way by heart now and even greeted a few familiar faces on his way. It still felt surreal, but also so freeing. He didn't have the same strength and speed any longer, nor his heightened senses, but he also didn't need to look over his shoulder. Ennah's treehouse was empty when he came in. That wasn't unusual. He'd noticed by now that Ennah often traveled to other realms to procure certain things they needed in the city, and that she only truly smiled around other people. When alone, or when she thought herself alone, she was a closed-off woman who seemed, well, if Darrow didn't know any better, he'd say she reminded him of himself sometimes, like someone without a true aim. Someone just going through the motions. He took a quick shower and went into the guest room, where he lay down for a bit. Naps had never been a thing for him, but now, after the hard training with the hunters, he closed his eyes and planned on waking in a few minutes. By his estimation, he wouldn't need the extra sleep for long. It was all an intense physical adjustment. Darkness had fallen when he awoke with a bad feeling. He'd dreamed of his wolf again. In his dream, he'd been whole, feeling its presence like he had before becoming a hybrid. It had been a state of true symbiosis. Darrow sat up and sighed. There were dreams he was relieved to wake up from, and then there were the ones like this, that were nothing but painful memories. Noises reached him from out in the main room. Ennah was busy making food on her tiny stove. "Did I wake you?" she said over her shoulder, while simultaneously tasting something from a small spoon. "No, I shouldn't be sleeping this much anyway." "It'll pass. You should have seen Garridan after her ordeal. I think she slept for 2 weeks. Darrow nodded and then flinched when Ennah pushed a plate of some fried and savory-filled pancakes into his hands. "Don't worry, not everyone is out to attack you," she said, her voice conveying her understanding. Darrow smiled and shook his head at his own reaction. "It takes some getting used to. Thank you, by the way," he added, and indicated the food. The fact that she was still providing for him made him think about something that had niggled at him during the last few days. "I think I should find a place of my own soon." Ennah came over to the table with her plate of food and sat. "Does that mean that you've decided to stay, then?" He couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad. She had an unusually neutral look on her face. "I don't know yet." He was being honest. "I never had plan is a bit of an exaggeration. I never had any notion of what to do if I ever found a way to not be a hybrid. I don't know what to do yet, but I like it here." "That's good, but a house won't be built for you unless you decide to stay." "I know." He'd already seen and participated in the shared work to build a house for a woman who had decided to stay, and be a Kulia harvester after she'd fled a realm he'd never heard of, but reminded him of the Theravon realm. I thought I could make use of one of the older and empty ones on the far side of the city. Ennah nodded and swallowed the bite of food she'd taken. That's an option. Those houses are old, though. I don't mind. Where do you want to go if you decide not to stay here? Darrow thought about it as he chewed. I'm not sure, to be honest. Agartha, where I grew up, isn't an option. Why not? Darrow stared down at his food and then let it be. I did horrendous things, Ennah. She put down her plate at that. This is a subject you've avoided since you came here. Is that why you aren't sure about staying? Because we'll shun you if we find out? Apparently the thought crossed my mind, or else you wouldn't be bringing it up, would you? I can only sense the dilemma in you. The rest, I deduce with my impeccable mind. She laughed then, and he couldn't help but smile. Why not try telling me, and then you'll see if I'll shun you? Darrow hesitated. He'd come to rely on Ennah. Too much, perhaps, but she'd been a steady and comfortable presence in his life in Tree Kovac. If she looked at him the way other people had over the years, that would be awful. He knew all too well how that felt. Neither of them had spoken about the kiss since it happened a couple of weeks back, and he assumed it to have been innocent and nothing more. But he didn't want to alienate her, regardless. Then again, something about her told him she might be one of the few who could understand him. I'll trade you my ridiculous wreck of a story for yours. What makes you think I have one? Just a hunch. It was the way she let small comments drop without thinking, her obsessive need to do her job like it was a sacred duty, and her lack of deep friendships. Sure, she got along with everybody, but he never saw much of her out among people during the days. He got the distinct feeling of someone punishing themselves. It took one to know one. Darrow was well aware he himself wasn't that complicated to understand. Ennah picked up her plate again and nodded at him. Let's talk about you tonight, then. That wasn't exactly a yes, but Darrow decided to take it. Unfortunately, that meant relaying his own horrid life first. As he talked, Ennah continued eating her food and then sat quietly, listening. Not once did she interrupt him, grimace in disgust, or move away. And so Darrow told her about Casimir turning him against his will at 17, using him as a test subject for his years-long plan. A plan Darrow hadn't seen the true nature of before it was too late. I believed him, you know. Believed he didn't know he turned a werewolf, which is ridiculous. They detest the taste of werewolf blood. I believed him when he said he felt responsible for me. And I believed him when he said he created Kamra because I turned out to be a happy accident, so to speak. That's dangerous because I had no one but Cass. I see that now. He didn't need to control me like vamps can do with their progenies. I believed everything he told me because he was the only one who knew what I was and still wanted to do that. Talk to me. Darrow sighed and leaned back against the wall right behind him. So I guess that's it. Murder, blood, and years of true madness. I'd say that wasn't your fault, Ennah finally offered. Maybe not all of it. Not at first. I have few memories of killing people in those first few weeks. I was raving mad. Vampires and werewolves do not coexist inside a body for a reason. What I remember are fractions of nightmares, and honestly, I do blame Casimir for all that, especially after I began understanding that he planned everything all along. But it's still horrifying to know I did all that. You weren't in your right mind, Darrow scoffed softly. If ever the phrase out of one's mind is appropriate, this is it. But I managed to get better. It took years, but eventually, I helped Cass and I did it freely. I wanted those who hunted me to pay for not once trying to help me instead. They named me Tricandis, Broken Mosaic. It referenced my broken and barely pieced together mind, and I have to admit it's fitting, but I hate that name so much. I never wanted to be Tricandis. I wanted to be me. a normal werewolf from Calmont Hollow. I was so filled with anger, ready to force them to see I wasn't completely mad and unpredictable, a mere beast to be killed. I was also so bound to Cass and his teachings I didn't see the irony. My helping to take over a city didn't make me less of a madman. There's no wonder Nadia— Darrow stopped himself and shook his head. "Why did you stop?" Ennah asked, of course picking up on it. She could probably sense the dilemma in him. "Nadia, is that someone important to you?" She was. She and her brother both. My mother took them in when their mother died. When I was turned, everyone turned against me and she hid. Ennah arched an eyebrow. "Something important happened. I can feel the tension in you, and yet you also seem calm. Very unlike you." She smiled at that, easing his tension somewhat. "There was a child, a girl. I was never told." "Oh, I'm sorry. That must have been difficult." Darrow shook his head. "I was so confused. Out of every person in my life, Nadia would have fought to help me, but she didn't. She turned her back on me, and I never understood why until I found out about the girl. Nadia did it to protect her, and—" He drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She was right. It was tough reaching that conclusion, but I was raving mad and loyal to a vampire, of all things. I'd have dragged the child with me into madness. He knew he would have, despite that being hard to admit now. But he'd been so deep in Casmire's clutches, believing his garbage teachings. "I'm still sorry for you, Darrow." "Thanks." "Do you want to see her?" "What?" "See your daughter? I'm sure you can now that you're no longer a hybrid." Ennah seemed to perk up at the thought for some reason. I could before. Nadia changed her mind after everything went down in the palace. When I helped kill Casmire, I suppose she understood I was free of all that." "Well," Ennah stood, "the Agarthan realm is merely a few steps away." "The Brecheliant Realm doesn't have gateways to Agartha," he protested. He knew they had gateways to the Earthside realm, but any gateways were hard to come by in the woodlands. Ennah took hold of his hand and drew upon her magic, conjuring a floating part of the shimmer right there in her house. "I forgot about that part," he admitted. "Can you just connect to any realm?" "Mostly, but only generally." She squeezed his hand pointedly. "But sometimes it helps to home in on the knowledge of people who know where to go. Shall we?" She sounded so hopeful that Darrow went with her despite his hesitation. He'd left Agartha a few weeks ago, and not peacefully. The shimmer engulfed them, and a moment later, Ennah's treehouse was long gone, and they both breathed in toxic air as lightning cracked above them. "What is?" Ennah began, and then bent over, coughing so hard she sounded like she was choking. Darrow coughed too, realizing too late where she'd brought them. They both used a minute to rein themselves in and managed to breathe, though with difficulty. It wasn't lost on Darrow how he'd handled this better as a hybrid. Not that he'd spent much time here at that time, despising the training grounds the cursed younger hybrids had made for themselves up here on the surface. "What is this?" Ennah croaked. "This can't be right. I must have made a mistake." They stood on an uneven pathway carved into a cliff long ago. Before them, Agartha spread out, a barren wasteland of ashes and dirt under dark skies as far as the eye could see. "You didn't make a mistake," he told her. "This is Agartha, or what's left of it. The city is below ground. Hardly anything lives here on the surface." "But I homed in on the realm, and your memories of Nadia both. That shouldn't have landed us in this darkness." They had arrived in gloomy daylight, but he understood her meaning. Her words, though, made him look around. It took about 2 minutes to notice they weren't alone. Far ahead, on the side of a lower hill than the cliff they were on, were 2 figures. One clad in dark garbs, a woman with long dark hair in a ponytail, the other a blond man with more colors on his clothes that still lost their luster in this place. "There she is," he pointed out Nadia to Ennah, "and that's her chronicler with her." "She found some happiness after all that you told me of?" "Yes." "Well, let's signal her then. I'm sure we can meet up somewhere down in that smog-filled valley." Ennah grimaced but stepped forward. "No, don't." Darrow pulled her back. "What? Why?" "I'm not sure about this." Ennah turned fully then and truly looked at him for the first time since she jumped up from the floor, ready to go to a new realm. "You're not ready." He shook his head. "No, I'm not sure I'll ever be. The girl is better off without me." The sympathy on Ennah's face was hard to take, but at least she didn't argue with him. "I'm sorry. I got carried away." She coughed, forgetting to take shallow breaths to avoid burning lungs. "Let's return home," she told him, and conjured the shimmer again. They both stepped through, and Darrow was relieved to find himself surrounded by cob houses a moment later. "I figured we could both use a drink," Ennah said, explaining why they weren't back in her treehouse. "Rion might still be open, selling some warm fog wine." "Yes, but—" Darrow stepped aside as several people were moving right toward them, no one reacting to Ennah's gateway before it disappeared. Instead, they all headed in the same direction. "What's going on?" she asked Mortel and Tarnatal as they passed by a few meters over. Darrow and Ennah hurried to reach them. "Someone found blood over by Teary Creek." "Is someone hurt?" "We don't know." Tarnatal tried looking ahead, but the crowd was thickening, making it hard to see. "But everyone's been called to find out who might be missing." Darrow felt ever the stranger again. "What does this mean?" Mortel tightened his jaw a moment. "We seem to have a bigger Beldruid problem than we thought." Chapter 12. It took all night and most of the next day to find out who was missing, but in the end, the authorities landed on it being a young man named Patron. His family couldn't find him, and no one else was unaccounted for. The math was simple. Everyone able to help was called to join the search. No one believed the man to be alive, and the unspoken knowledge Darrow picked up during the following evening was that no one expected to find much of his remains either. The Beldruids were not known for wasting much, but it was owed to the family. In the Brecheliant Realm, people paid it forward, and the city paid it back when needed. This didn't surprise Darrow much now. He hadn't been there long, but he'd been there long enough to understand that in a realm where those with magic sensed and connected with everything living, and even their dead ancestors through their descendants, compassion and working together became a natural consequence. He sometimes caught himself thinking it was too good to be true. "I didn't think the Beldruids were shy about where they eat their prey," he said as he walked through the forest, some 5 hours away from Tree Kovac, together with several hunters and other volunteers. "It depends," Mortel said, a couple of meters to his right. They were combing the forest grounds in their search for Patron. "It's not a shy beast, but it knows danger, and staying too close to the city is a risk." "The Beldruids are cold and predatory life forces," Ennah said on his other side. "But they're not stupid." "Unfortunately for Patron," Mortel added. They continued their search until dark and then made camp. Out there, unprotected by their city, they kept watch and slept in shifts. Darrow caught the first one and did as the others, climbed into a tree to get a good vantage point and be able to alert the ones sleeping on the ground. "Mind if I join you?" Ennah said from below about 20 minutes in. "Sure." Darrow pointed out the easiest climb up, and soon she sat on the thick branch with him. "How are you holding up?" she asked him. "I'm good. Still getting used to seeing so poorly in the dark, but that's a small price to pay." It was amazing how little he saw when night fell, and a sharp eye was needed to spot a lurking Beldruid before it was too late. He didn't take his eyes off the surrounding area despite Ennah sitting next to him. "Are you having trouble sleeping?" he asked her. No? Yes, you are. She paused. How do you know? Darrow smiled. You sometimes do. I hear you walking around the house. Oh, I didn't realize. You shouldn't be bothered by such things. Why not? Because you're my guest. Well, I'm not bothered. More intrigued. And we have time. And you owe me a tale, remember? I don't think this is the time. Why not? It's dark. It's a waiting game if anything at all happens. I'm not that interesting, Darrow. Well, you have one of the most powerful gifts I have ever seen or heard of. Controlling the gateways between realms? They would hunt you in some of them if they knew. They'd capture you and use you in others. That's uplifting. I'm serious, though. I know, and I'm aware when I try a new path. Good, I'm glad. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. She straightened up a bit beside him. You wouldn't? The fact that you seem surprised right now is sad. She touched his shoulder, and he stiffened. So is the fact that you do that every time someone touches you in a friendly manner. He was used to being attacked, not clapped on the shoulder. It made him leery. He had to agree on that. He'd just never noticed it until he'd come here and met Ennah. I'm working on it. So, what's your story? There's not much interesting to say about me, she hedged, obviously trying to get out of their deal. Aside from your incredible gift, I'd say there's a lot, like how you enjoy cooking. I can tell simply by the variety of what you make every day. There's the fact that you literally push me away when I try to help, which, when thinking about it, might be for the best. I've never worried about making food in my life. Ennah chuckled and elbowed him softly. Darrow smiled instead of freezing this time, expecting the jovial gesture. You also treasure the things you bring back from your journeys to other realms. I've seen you study them carefully before you hand them over to whoever. Usually Tortunt. Can't he go get things himself? No, he's not a pathfinder. Darrow risked a glance her way before scanning the nearby area again. Some small animal screeched far off. Her gift likely wasn't unique, but he suspected there weren't that many who could manipulate the gateways. And the way you jumped up, ready to go to Agartha at a second's notice, made me realize you love to travel and explore, yet you don't, do you? You do the jobs, and that's it. Or am I wrong? I wasn't aware you noticed so much. Darrow scoffed. Well, I lost my heightened senses, but with not being insane anymore, it's easier to notice things anyway. I like your dark wit, she said straightforwardly. Thank you? I like your straightforwardness. Makes it easier for a disaster like me to communicate. He smiled and indicated his temple. Especially in our case. Ennah smiled and then exhaled and stared forward. He could see through the corner of his eye that she was thinking. My story isn't as intricate as yours. Intricate. That's one way to describe it, but I hope it isn't. I wouldn't wish my life on anyone. Very well. I did promise you, but forgive me. I have to start at the beginning. That's usually the easiest place to begin. Not in this case. I'm sorry. Go on. Ennah nodded and then simply told him. Seemed when she'd first decided not to get out of it, she wanted to be done with it properly. I wasn't born here in Treek Hovac, but in a city about 3 months' walk from here called Treek Tertun. I come from a regular family. My parents had a small shop where they made and sold soap. Darrow nodded. He'd already learned that the soap business was a good one in the woodlands. Everyone needed it. I remember me and my younger brother playing on the floor in the shop, smelling the soaps, learning to make them. It was a happy time. Then, my magical abilities began to manifest. My parents were ecstatic. Having a sorcerer in the family is a great honor, despite how strange some of us can become. It's seen as the greatest contribution a family can make to the land of the living. A sorcerer was called to see what I could do, and it turned out to be fairly low level. When it was discovered I could open portals, my parents were happy again. It wouldn't make me the greatest sorcerer in the realm, but it would make me unique enough. A good consolation. It was agreed that I'd be apprenticed to one of the sorcerers in the city. I remember I didn't like it. I was scared to leave home. How old were you? Oh, 8 or so. My brother was 5. Despite fearing what was happening, I also wanted to please my parents and make them proud, so I practiced now and then. They didn't think much of it. Of course, the truth was they didn't understand it. So when I opened a small, unstable portal one night, and my brother walked toward it, entranced by the silvery green light, no one reacted before it was too late. He disappeared? Ennah was quiet for a few beats before she continued. Yes. I had no idea what portal I had opened, of what realm he'd been sent to. I couldn't replicate it no matter how hard my mother cried in front of me. No matter how much she begged me to get him back, I couldn't do what she wanted. I've never been able to. I couldn't as a child, and now none of us know him well enough to home in on. How long did you try? Ennah shifted beside him. How did you know I stopped? Because you only travel to fetch things for others. Oh yes, you already told me you noticed that. Well, I had an excellent teacher. And besides, after a few years, finding my brother became impossible. I'm not restricted to 9 realms, like the realms themselves. I can access any realm in existence. He could have ended up anywhere. Exactly. He could have died upon arrival. He could be ruling a city of his own now. I'll never know. Neither will my parents. Anyway, I was taken away for training. It took years for me to master being a pathfinder, a little longer than usual. I suppose sending your brother to his likely death will do that. I was sent here to Treek Hovak to study alongside Tortant. With 3 months to walk back home, maybe that was for the best too. I didn't see my parents for years until I finally opened a gate that led me back to Treek Tertan. They welcomed me home, but it was obvious something was wrong. I felt no hatred. They're good people, but they were still grieving for my brother. Our relationship could never heal. So, I came back here and devoted myself to the city. As I told you, it's not much of a story, just sad and painful, and straightforward. I'm sorry that happened to you. You know it's not your fault, right? Ennah pressed her lips together. Knowledge and guilt don't always walk hand in hand. No, Darrow said, though he knew that wasn't so in his case. But you shouldn't punish yourself for the rest of your life. What about your dreams? I don't. Of course you have dreams, he broke her off. You had us swept off to Agartha before I could blink. It made me realize you love to travel, to explore new places, and yet you don't. The one person best suited for it. She quieted a moment, and he saw her brush a lock of curls behind her ear. Maybe you're right, because I do love to go through the gates, but it becomes repetitive. I go to the same places and fetch the same things. I suppose the idea of going somewhere else, but also seeing where you're from, got me a little overexcited. And you weren't ready. I shouldn't have. Doesn't matter. My point is, you seem to lock yourself away here. Oof, she said and chuckled. That's a lot of self-awareness in one night. Yes, it's not fun. He smiled and then glanced over at the campsite. Someone sat up, looked around, and then lay back down in their blankets. Darrow took in everything around them, but couldn't hear or see anything unusual in the dark. Do you like it? Going to new realms? Exploring? He snorted. I usually get hunted the moment I do. Someone always senses what I am. What you were, she pointed out. Right. He thought about it. I suppose I have been to many places, but never stopped to enjoy any of them. I was always just running or trying to piece my mind back together. No more. Something changed in her voice. It made him turn his head and look right at her, brows lowered. Many here in the woodlands live like I do. They came here seeking help from persecution or to be rid of various curses, and as a thank you, they devoted their lives to preserving the spirit of this realm. That's a good thing. But voluntary, like it is for you and me. I'm from this realm, but still identify the most with all of you, I suppose. Some more than others. She leaned forward then and kissed him again, this time not quick and surprising like 2 weeks ago, but purposefully, slow and soft. Darrow's pulse spiked, and he forgot all about the camp, the Beldruids, and the surrounding forest. Instead, he closed his eyes and leaned into it, feeling her lips against his, and feeling a sense of elation he hadn't known was there, longing to be let out. He'd kept his distance without thinking about it, his subconscious onto him long before this moment, trying to protect her. But now she was telling him there was a different life to be had, with her in it. He moved his hand up and softly brushed his fingers into her hair, lost in the kiss, feeling her hand resting on his arm. A cough sounded from the camp, and Darrow pulled back, awakened by the forest around them. They both breathed a moment. Then he pulled back, angry with himself for causing the confusion that was evident in her eyes, even in the dark. That might be a bad idea. He remembered he was supposed to be on watch. He scanned the surrounding area, feeling relief at not having to look at her then. He felt his cheeks heat, and his pulse didn't calm down. What was this? He hadn't been in a state of mind to date much over the years, and when he had, it had been Earthside where women didn't know who he was. None of them had ever made him feel like this, confused and angry with himself. Please explain why. This shouldn't come as a surprise to you. I've been clear about my interest, no? No. Wait, really? She brushed her hand up and down his arm. Oh yes, the kiss, the touches, her openness toward him. Darrow had been oblivious, but he wasn't wrong either. I'm afraid you and I both might be blind to my past. It was one of the reasons he'd been drawn to her, beyond her quick wit, friendliness, and warm eyes. You don't seem to judge me, and you should. Any moral person should. I'm not judging you, Darrow, but I'm not blind. From what you told me, you've been through a lot, much of it beyond your control. There have been deaths your maker had the blame for and not you. But you also helped create a dictatorship for a short while there, and there were deaths that could have been prevented if not for all that. The harsh words came out softly, to not carry in the quiet forest, the contrast confusing, but hitting the nail forcefully nonetheless. You might have been coerced through years of manipulation and troubles with your darkened and fractured mind. But you still knew right from wrong and in your anger went on with Casmer's plans anyway. Don't think I don't see this, but the fact that even your own queen saw reason when pardoning you gives me hope. The fact that you came here to seek help tells me I don't need that hope. I think there's more in you yet, more to come. And I, for one, want to see that. Or maybe I just want someone to take with me to other realms. Ennah put her hand on his cheek and turned his head so he looked right at her again. She smiled and winked at him. Don't think me oblivious, because I'm not. Apologies, he told her. I shouldn't have. Good enough. She broke him off and then waited until he kissed her. Chapter 13. Despite the dreary circumstances for all of them being in the forest, the next couple of days also held a sense of elation for Darrow. Stolen moments with Ennah brightened everything, a sensation he didn't even know he could feel. With so many years of misery, it seemed a little too good to be true that mere looks and touches could elicit anything of worth. But it did. Together with the hunters, he traveled far into the woodlands doing something useful and looking forward to these quick moments alone with Ennah. When was the last time he'd done something useful? When was the last time he'd looked forward to something? The Brecheliant Realm truly was a place of marvel, despite them all looking for what they now believed to be a dead man. But he had family, and they needed some closure at least. Darrow was well aware that he wasn't usually one to help bring closure. "I know you aren't ready to go," Ennah began late one afternoon while they waded through heavy underbrush. One of Mortel's men had discovered fresh bell-drued tracks nearby, heading in the direction they were now going. "But what is the child's name?" "The child?" he repeated like a fool. He knew well what she was asking, and judging by her patient smile, she sensed it. They walked on for a bit in silence, nothing but the sound of the others whispering reaching them beneath looming trees. Darrow tried not to think too much about this. He didn't even know how to feel about the child that had come as an utter surprise to him. He had something few vampires did, someone who was part of him outside of him. A child. He just didn't know how to handle that knowledge. Besides, the girl had a family who took care of her. It was for the best not to disrupt that. It was the kindest thing he could do for her. Still, Ennah walked beside him, warm encouragement emanating from her eyes. With some hesitation, and trying to keep his balance with thorny bushes ripping at his pants and boots, he reached into the pocket of the Kulia jacket they'd procured for him and took out the photo Nadia had given him. He'd transferred it from the blood-stained and ruined jacket he'd worn when he came to the Brecheliant Realm. "Her name's Nell," he told Ennah, and handed her the photo. It was marked on the back with the girl's name and with the Earthside date it had been taken. The image showed his mother, Nilafar, and the girl eating ice cream in the sunshine. The girl looked ecstatic at eating the sweet food, and Nilafar gazed adoringly at the girl. "She's very sweet," Ennah said, smiling at the sight. "All the more reason to leave her alone," Darrow commented. Ennah frowned. "The woman in the photo," he began with hesitation, but then decided to expound on it anyway. Ennah claimed to not be scared off by his past, but she should know about it. Only then could she make an informed decision. If there was one thing Darrow was done with after years of experiencing it himself, it was deception and manipulation. "That's my mother, Nilafar. The girl might be named for her. I'm not sure. And how sad is that?" He sighed. "My mother's dead because of me." There was silence for a beat before Ennah asked something she didn't sound like she wanted to, but felt she needed to. "And by because of me, you mean?" "No, I didn't kill her. Even I wasn't that insane. My mother shunned me like anyone else when I was turned. Told me to turn myself in." He scoffed and couldn't help half a smile at the thought. "She was the only one with the courage to tell me off, even as an insane, fledgling hybrid. Mothers will do that, I suppose." Ennah gave a wry smile. "It shows they care." "I'm sorry." She shook her head and told him to go on, likely to avoid talking of the lack of care from her own parents. "I didn't talk to her after that, even when I came back to Agartha with less noise up here." He knocked on the side of his head for emphasis. "But I kept an eye on her now and then. Figured she could be used against me. She didn't deserve that. It never dawned on me that Cass would be the one to do that. And that's so disturbing. How could I not see the danger? He kept her alive all these years in case he needed to make a point. Then he did and sent someone to kill her." The soft touch of Ennah's hand on his arm felt warm and comforting. "I'm sorry to hear that, but it looks like she didn't quite stop keeping an eye out for you either." Ennah handed him the photo back. "How so?" "The way she looks at her granddaughter here. She clearly cared for her because of you at first. And then..." Ennah shrugged. Because of the girl herself. Darrow frowned. Can you sense that through an image? No. Ennah chuckled, squeezed his arm playfully, and then let go. It's obvious in the look in her eyes. And though you and I are strangers to the concept, it's common behavior for parents. My mom stated quite clearly that she didn't condone my choices, as she put it. There you go, then. There I go what? She might not have liked what you became, but it doesn't mean she stopped caring about and loving you. Darrow hesitated, but was too curious to be silent. Do you believe that about your parents? Ennah stopped and gazed at the canopies. The sky was shut out in this area. I suppose, she finally said, that we were both painful reminders of something that can't be forgotten. She looked around them at the other hunters who moved systematically through the forest, searching in vain for a life they all knew couldn't be saved. But then, that goes for about half of everyone present here. You're back, Kamra noted, her voice seemingly unaffected by Darrow's presence. He took in the elaborate foyer of Jade Mansion, seeing the familiar grand staircase and the overwhelming chandeliers above. It was all designed to impress visitors. Darrow felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. He wasn't impressed. Well? Kamra pressed, her red hair pulled back into a tight braid. Her cold eyes narrowed as she sneered at him. None of your business what I do and don't do. He moved past her. She was a constant reminder of Casmire's lies. Darrow went up the staircase to retreat to his rooms. Something wasn't right about this. Something was... Darrow opened his eyes, seeing nothing but trees shrouded in darkness. He lay motionless, listening, trying to remember where he was. Then it dawned on him that he was, in fact, not back in Jade Mansion. The relief flooded his system, and he sighed and closed his eyes, so grateful for that realization. A feeling of unease remained, though. He seldom had straight-out nightmares. That had happened when he was a hybrid, his fractured mind desperately trying to cope with reality. Now, though, the dreams were of deep unease, memories of people and situations he didn't want to revisit either in his sleep or when awake. Rustling nearby caught his attention too late, and he rolled over on his back as a hand landed on his shoulder. Oh, good, you're awake. A hunter pointed in the direction she was heading. Garridan spotted movements by the creek. It's likely the Beldrude. Darrow nodded, and she moved on to the next person to relay the same message. It was still surprising to him how close people could get without him hearing them. But then, he was also surprised he was surrounded by people who took turns looking out for each other, so they could all let their guards down. Darrow got to his feet, picked up his spear and knife, and followed the others. Ennah joined the group shortly. She'd been on watch duty. They didn't speak to each other, merely nodded and paid attention to the others, moving silently through the forest. Although Darrow was no longer able to move without a sound, he'd found out early in his training with the hunters that, for a human, he still did move quietly. The light and elegant motions were gone, but the knowledge was still there. He had no problem following along as Mortel showed himself up ahead and took the lead. They didn't walk far before a distinct smell hit their noses. The hunters all looked around with unease as the nauseating smell of decay made itself known. It was sickening. Darrow, still unused to not smelling everything around him, almost gagged. Even as a hybrid, that smell had been repulsive to him, though he'd been better at handling it. The hunters walked on, homing in on the smell when a grumble sounded from nearby. In the night, the Beldrude didn't need much to hide behind. To Darrow's human eyes, it also looked gray in the dark, no trace of its mustard color. The creature roared up, angered by their presence near its prey, no doubt, and likely triggered by the chance of catching fresher meat than it currently had. The feline-looking beast raced forward, from the group's left, and swiped at the closest person, which was Mortel. He evaded the poisoned claws, barely, and swung around, stepping in between the hunters who reached him first. Darrow ran forth, got in line like he'd been trained to do, spear at the ready. They all formed a half-wall around the Beldrude, using their spears to attack and try to use its poison against it. Every spear tip was covered in Beldrude poison. The trick was getting it under the dorsal plates. But the hunters of the woodlands had perfected their hunting methods over generations. While one group of them made noise, attracting the ferocious monster's attention, dodging swipes and bites, another pounced, aiming their spears at the narrow gaps in the dorsal armor. Darrow stabbed in through a gap with his spear, felt something give but not much, and then had to pull back when the beast howled in anger. It turned against its attackers and they all jumped back, shouting and evading its claws while the other group went forth with their spears. It went on like this for minutes, the huge predator lured in by its hunger for flesh and lack of fear for the smaller creatures the hunters were. But despite their honed and practiced tactics, engaging with a Beldrude wasn't without risk, even in such a large group of hunters. One man struggled as he got his spear right between two dorsal plates, but another had done the same 2 seconds before, causing the large beast to twitch in pain and turn so abruptly that the first man's spear broke and he was struck by the animal's body. He flew back at the impact, barely managing to keep on his feet, but he remained right in the animal's line of sight. It pounced forward, ready to bite down on him. Ennah, who usually didn't join in these attacks other than participating in the scouting, ran forth from behind them, having seen it all better than Darrow and the others who were in the middle of it. Darrow felt a pang of dread at the sight of her running straight for the man, the Beldrude coming at them both as a consequence, but she only needed the momentum of her speed. Despite the man being larger than her, she pushed at him while calling forth her magic. "No!" Darrow gasped as they both vanished into a silvery green shimmer of light, and the Beldrude landed where it had aimed, no man or Ennah there to kill. This left its entire back exposed to the hunters. No one hesitated, not even Darrow in his fear at the sight of what Ennah had just done. He ran forward with all of them, and though the Beldrude reared up and tried to turn, it was too late. Too many spear tips reached its vulnerable body and poisoned it. Darrow noticed a silvery green flash of light somewhere to his right, and drew a sigh of relief while he watched the beast rear up again. He kept his eyes on the Beldrude, which roared and lashed out. The hunters simply jumped back, knowing it was only a matter of minutes now. Soon the Beldrude lost its battle with the poison of its own species and lay on the ground, lifeless. Darrow had learned that the animal's flesh was not edible. It would do if one was starving, but it tasted foul. As this was a predator who preferred fresh meat but didn't shy away from carcasses, he didn't doubt what the hunters told him. A few stayed behind to harvest what they could, including the poisonous claws, while the rest, in silent unison of grim looks, went about locating the source of the smell of decay. It didn't take them long to find it. A couple of the hunters that walked first threw up at the sight. The rest had a second to prepare. Little remained of Patron. The body had been fed upon, and considering it had been done by a Beldrude, it had eaten much. "All right, let's get the tarp," Mortel ordered, the grimace on his face unmistakable. Like everyone else, he was struggling to avoid gagging while breathing through his mouth and trying to keep it together. Darrow helped Garridan roll out the tarp. They had known from the beginning that this was a retrieval mission, not a rescue, so the tarp had been brought for that specific purpose. But as he bent to lay out the tarp next to the body, he couldn't help but glance over at the tragedy. Patron's head and neck were mostly intact, but Darrow froze at the sight of the only damage done there. Suddenly, the smell and the harrowing sight were forgotten. His pulse sped up, his skin felt warm, and there was a pressure of sudden unease welling up in his chest. "Darrow, you need to pull it toward you." Darrow didn't move. He stared in utter disbelief. It couldn't be. They weren't supposed to exist here in this realm. "Darrow?" He snapped out of it and stared at Garridan in confusion. "It's all right." Mortel made to take over for Darrow, but he shook his head. "It's not that." He let go of the tarp anyway. He shook his head and met Ennah's gaze where she stood a little behind a few hunters. It's the bite mark. Bite mark? Mortel sounded as confused as Darrow felt. There was nothing but bite marks on the body. Darrow swallowed hard, fighting back nausea. There, on his neck. He pointed at it. 2 puncture wounds, dark and partially rotted now, clearly showed on the dead man's neck. Patron wasn't killed by a Beldruid. He was killed by a vampire. Chapter 14. That's enough now, Darrow. We're heading back. Darrow stopped walking, turned, and faced the other hunters. There were 4 of them, Mortel included. Heading back? Darrow repeated. We can't do that. We are. The sun's up in half an hour or so. That'll give us some time to breathe. Darrow narrowed his eyes and tightened the grip on his spear. This was unbelievable. Didn't they understand how dangerous a vampire could be? This one had snatched one of their people from right under their noses, and they needed a break? There's no time. We need to hunt this thing. You have no idea how dangerous they are. Mortel and the others looked at him with something akin to pity. It grated on him. I understand you know that better than us, but it's been 5 days, and more days before that looking for Patran. I can't risk everyone becoming exhausted. We have other duties. Guarding the city for one, and that's usually best done closer to it. Darrow pressed his lips together and forced himself to breathe. Fine. I'll keep going on my own then. Darrow. It doesn't matter. Darrow bit him off. Someone has to find this monster. Mortel stared back, but then shrugged and shook his head. Fine. We won't stop you. But don't stay out here too long. Darrow had no intention of returning to Tree Kovac without knowing anything about the vamp. Where had it come from? Why had it come here, of all places? If he could at least find out where it hid and slept during the day, then he could bring back help, or face it alone. The thought was tempting. Then again, he'd never trained as a Wraith, nor did he have any enhanced strength anymore. But it wasn't impossible for a human to kill a vampire. Either way, he wanted the beast dead, needed it dead. This didn't just feel like a bad dream. It felt like an insult. He'd finally been rid of his hybrid curse, and now a vampire had intruded upon his new home. Darrow stopped and stared at nothing. His new home? He frowned and forced himself to breathe slower. Was he beginning to see Tree Kovac that way? He certainly liked it there. He felt welcome there. Ennah was there. And now, a deadly reminder of what he'd once been was roaming the woodlands. He wanted to shout his anger at the trees. Instead, he kept quiet, watched everything around him, and heard nothing but the tweeting of dozens of birds in the early morning hour. He relaxed marginally as daylight broke and continued searching for any kind of lair for the rest of the day. Wherever the vampire hid during the day, it had to be completely isolated from sunlight. There weren't any buildings outside the city perimeter. The Beldruids had seen to that. Darrow, therefore, searched for some kind of caves, but those were few and far between. It was late in the afternoon when the silvery green flash of Ennah's portal opened up a little ahead of Darrow's path. He stopped and waited for her to pass through. Her curly hair hung loose, and she wore green clothes of the cut she preferred, her tunic and leggings with soft leather boots. His pulse spiked a bit at the sight of her, but he was also annoyed. Mortel sent you? Ennah let the portal disappear and began walking towards him. Yes. But I'd have come anyway. I can't give up searching. None of you understand how dangerous. Darrow, listen to me. She broke him off and walked right up to him. She lay one hand over the one he held his spear with. I know this troubles you. We all understand. You have more reason than any of us to see the true danger of a vampire hunting in the woodlands. But you are of no help to us if you don't rest. even for a few minutes. I can rest after we find it and kill it. She shook her head and smiled softly. It's already been days and might be many more before it shows itself again. Come with me back to Treek Hovak now. Take a shower, nap for a few minutes at least, and eat some dinner with me. You'll see it's for the best. Darrow looked around, unable to hide the doubt he felt. If we're its preferred food source, won't it circle in on Treek Hovak anyway? We likely forced it away from there when the hunters were out here. We can't live out here on account of the Beldruids. Come back with me. She took a step back and opened up a portal again, her free hand extended to him. Darrow gazed at the verdant yet quiet forest, and then back at her hand. He sighed heavily. I don't think the people of Treek Hovak know how lucky they are to have you, he told her, and took hold of her hand. He was rewarded with a smile before the shimmer engulfed them both. An hour later, he sat comfortably in Ennah's main room, eating steamed river trout with her, freshly showered, though unable to get any sleep. He was too agitated for that. For all you know, it's a vampire come here to seek help. By killing one of your people? Ennah shrugged. That is a deal-breaker, of course, but it could explain the appearance of one in our realm. You came here for that purpose. Darrow sat his plate down and gave up on eating. I came here because of pure desperation and the flimsy hope that some Tharavan sorcerer who couldn't kill me wasn't lying about this place. So, it could be the same for this creature. Darrow was about to argue, but thought better of it. She wasn't being naive, merely trying to find an explanation. As far as explanations went, it was the most likely one. Unless the vamp had blundered through enough gates to end up here by accident. Either way, it had to die. Unless you want to lose your teeth, you should relax your jaw, Ennah pointed out with an amused smile, and had another bite of the trout. Darrow was about to retort, but then did relax his jaw and couldn't help but chuckle. Hadn't he come a long way? No more maniacal, out-of-control laughing, no more flippant answers to sneers from others. He wasn't living like that anymore. Thanks, he told her. You might have been right about taking a break. Might have been? Darrow laughed out loud. You were right, of course, my eminent guide of the woodlands. I'd call that an improvement. She drank some herbal water and leaned back in her chair. The hunters on watch will call everyone if they see something. Everyone's on alert. You're not at it alone any longer, Darrow. Trust us. He rubbed his chin and then nodded. It's not that easy. I know. You're not the first to come here with heavy troubles on your shoulders. Trust can come through small steps. Fine. I suppose I'll try to get a little sleep before nightfall then. A good first step, Ennah concluded as he left the table. Darrow looked out the window on his way to the guest room and judged it to be a few hours to nightfall yet. He could join the other hunters then, and at least do something useful, even if it was just waiting. The door closed behind him, and he walked across the floor when the silvery green flash of a portal opened up in the middle of the room. Darrow backed up, blinded by the bright, flickering light, shading his eyes with his hand when Ennah stepped through the gateway. A gateway from the other room. Darrow glanced back at the door as the portal faded and left the room in natural light. You couldn't use the door? He turned back and noticed the nervous smile on her face. That wasn't like her. The door seemed difficult. Darrow cocked his head, not following at all. You just open. Darrow. Ennah walked over to him and put her hand over his mouth for a second. It's not about the door. She touched his chest then, and slid her hand up until she combed her fingers through his hair, smiling up at him, the invitation clear. Oh, said the confused man formerly known as Tricandis, the terror of Agartha. Then he caught up to the situation. Oh, he uttered and smiled back at her before he gently pulled her into an embrace and kissed her. making sure she knew she could have used the door with no hesitation or doubt. Darkness had fallen hours ago, yet Darrow felt oddly unstressed about it where he lay in the darkened room next to Ennah. She'd dozed off, and he was struggling not to, but he couldn't stop looking at her. In her sleep, laying on her back, her features looked so relaxed, so beautiful. Why hadn't he noticed until a few days ago? He'd also become aware that his lost, heightened senses weren't a hindrance to him now. She smelled of chira flowers in addition to a scent that was her own. It reminded him of the Kulia seed oil so common around the city, except her house was the only place he'd never seen a bottle. Why hadn't he noticed this before? Her dark curls were soft against his hand as he brushed a stray lock away from her face. He hadn't noticed that until the night she'd climbed into the tree to accompany his watch in the forest, either. Ennah stirred, sighed almost imperceptibly, and then opened her eyes, her lips breaking into a smile as she noticed him. "You look deep in thought," she commented, likely sensing it more than seeing it, he assumed. Darrow didn't mind. He knew he had trouble expressing rational thoughts these days. He'd spent years acting on irrational ones. But he was trying, and he hoped he was getting better. "I'm only wondering about my own ignorance," he told her. He knew why he hadn't seen the signs, or noticed anything beyond neutral observations about her. It hadn't occurred to him that someone who knew about him as a hybrid would even consider looking at him twice. But she had. For some reason, she hadn't been repulsed and simply shunned him immediately. "Ignorance or self-loathing?" she asked him. She turned over on her side so she faced him. "You're eerily perceptive, you know that?" She chuckled and pulled the blanket over her shoulders. The room was getting slightly chilly with the window open to the night. "There's a reason the only woman I've ever seen put up with Tortunt packed up and left after a few months. His abilities make him worse than me." Darrow raised an eyebrow at this information regarding the aloof sorcerer. "Well, I suppose, in your case, I'm more confused about your choices than your ability to make sense of the chaos in here," he said, and pointed to his head. "Calming chaos, I'd say. It'll take time, Darrow, but humans have a knack for healing when they allow themselves the chance." And then there were comments like that which made him sure she wasn't a dreamer, but someone who knew everything wasn't immediately all right, just because he'd finally gotten rid of the curse Casimir had laid on him. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, gazing into her eyes. Then, as quick as it had happened, the spell created by no outside magic was broken when she looked up toward the window as a noise reached them. It was a low hum, an alarm only described to Darrow during his training with the hunters. They would play the note from large lures carved from chira trees. It was a low frequency, meant to not necessarily scare off any animals, but alert anyone in the city of potential danger. Darrow and Ennah quickly got up and grabbed their clothes, pulled them on in their haste, and were both down the ladder within 3 minutes. The worried look on Ennah's face suggested it could be anything, but Darrow knew. He was certain it was the vampire. Alone in a new world and with no one to compete with for a blood supply, the beast wouldn't be able to control itself. He would know. They ran between the numerous cob houses in the city, while others climbed up into their tree houses, out of harm's way, too high for any of the natural predators in this realm to harm them. Darrow knew it wouldn't help them. Even if it couldn't levitate, not all vamps could. It could certainly climb. "Is it the vamp?" Darrow blurted when they reached one of the cob watch houses a few minutes later. They had several of them spread along the perimeter of the city, where they found weapons and equipment, as well as each other in a crisis. "Don't know," the woman closest answered him. "We didn't sound the alarm. I think it was up by Teary Creek." Darrow drew a breath, unconcerned for once about even needing to do that after a sprint. Without saying anything else, he grabbed a nearby long-bladed knife and ran toward the other watch post. "Darrow? Wait!" Ennah shouted behind him. He heard her following, but didn't have time to stop and argue. They reached the Teary watch post a few minutes later, where Mortel arrived at the same time, Tarnatal in tow. "Is it the vamp?" Darrow shouted. "What's wrong?" the leader of the hunters asked at the same time. One of the younger men among them seemed startled at the amount of attention, but quickly shook it off. Yes, we think it's the vampire you warned us of." He turned and waved a young woman over. "Talla here saw it." "Barely," she confirmed. "It was lurking over by the creek, eyeing some children coming home from Kulia harvesting. We chased it off, but it wasn't quite like you described, Darrow." Darrow, who'd already taken a few subconscious steps toward the forest, stopped and cocked his head. "What do you mean?" "Well, it was human-like, as you said, and pale. Incredibly so. But it was more hunched over and skin and bones than you said." "Hunched over?" Darrow frowned. That didn't sound like a vamp at all. "Yes, like its bones weren't quite right. I don't know how to describe it beyond that. It was naked too." "Could it be that it's not a vampire?" Mortel suggested. Darrow shook his head. "Unlikely. Some creatures exist in more than one realm, and they aren't always identical. I come from a realm where werewolves are born. In others, they're created much like vamps by being bitten. It could just be that this vamp's from a realm we haven't heard of." "Very well," Mortel said. "Let's guard the perimeter. Send messages to the other watch posts." Darrow stepped back and shook his head. He had no time for this. Instead, he turned and walked out while the leader gave his orders. "Darrow?" The owner of the whispered voice followed him between the trees. "Go back, Ennah." "I'm not going back. What if I'm the only one able to save you from this stubborn stupidity?" He stopped so abruptly that she walked into him. "Oof," she said, and stepped to the side. "I can't." He drew a deep breath, trying to remain calm. "I can't wait around for a monster like this to kill more people. I just need to find it and make sure it doesn't—" He exhaled and looked down. This could so easily have been him a few years ago, had he wandered through a gateway to this place. "It's all right," she told him, and cupped his cheek while smiling up at him. "I'm coming with you, that's all." He swallowed hard and nodded. Then he turned and walked on with her close behind him. If they could attract the vampire, then maybe they could hold it off until help arrived. The hunters were swift when they heard something, and Darrow didn't stray too far from the outer city perimeter. Maybe they could even use Ennah's gift and send the vampire through a gateway somewhere else? He didn't know what kind of creature this vamp was, but a hunched-over and sickly thin one didn't sound particularly formidable. A growl reached his ears amid his thoughts of the vampire. Then a soft thump sounded. "Darrow?" He spun around, knife raised, and saw no vampire. That growl hadn't come from a vampire anyway. He knew that before he'd had a second to think about it. But in the dark, Ennah wasn't right behind him. "Darrow?" she repeated, her voice strained and high-pitched. He'd never heard her like that before. "Ennah?" He ran back and didn't get far before he saw her. Something had pushed her off the path, quick and quiet, and now loomed over her in the dark, but he saw it well enough. The growls continued as the largest wolf he'd ever seen snarled at Ennah where she lay on the ground, her knife raised in front of her. It wouldn't do any good. The wolf, as tall as a horse, larger than a bear overall, showed its menace in full, baring its sharp teeth, that lethal maw too close to Ennah. "No!" Darrow shouted and slashed at the animal's flank. The wolf yelped, snarled, and turned its head. It fixed its menacing yellow eyes on Darrow, and its whole attitude changed. It lost all interest in Ennah and turned toward Darrow, malice almost glowing from its eyes. Darrow raised his knife. Not that it'd do him much good either, ready to defend himself. But then, standing there, staring into the beast's eyes, smelling the scents of forest, dirt and fur, seeing the dark color, He lowered the knife.
"It's you,"
he whispered. He lost his breath. His chest felt like it was about to explode. He'd recognize his wolf anywhere. "You're me!" He stepped forward and raised a shaky hand. The animal snarled at him, the anger obvious even in a wild beast. But instead of standing its ground or attacking, the wolf took a step back. "Can you hear me?" Darrow half closed his eyes. "Please hear me. I need you." Not until this moment had he realized how much that was true. It still felt like Tortant had ripped a limb off him when they'd been separated. The wolf had already recognized him, but must have heard him too, because it lowered its head. Darrow stepped closer then, and did the same, resting his forehead against the wolf's. "You need me too, and don't harm her. She's my mate." He released his breath then and felt a joy so tinged with sadness it almost overpowered him. A flood of anger and longing came back to him, with no decipherable words. But Darrow understood. He'd always understood. They were the same. The wolf was hurt, angry, and alone too. The coarse fur under his forehead felt so familiar. A snap of a branch behind had Darrow whirl around. It was Ennah. She hadn't gotten up, likely surprised by the scene in front of her, but now she moved backward awkwardly, not caring for how she cut her hands on the brittle heather. Her eyes were glued to something straight ahead of her. Darrow and the wolf both followed her line of sight and saw it right as it screeched its harrowing scream at them. A naked, hunched over, thin and deathly pale creature, the hatred in its ice-blue eyes palpable. Darrow gasped. The wolf growled, baring its teeth again. Then shouts broke through the darkness and darkened silhouettes emerged from behind the trees. The vampire screeched louder, flailed around, and nearly caught someone's throat. But the hunters, for Darrow could see them now, were used to depending on their quick reflexes to avoid the poisoned claws of the Beldruid. The man escaped by mere centimeters before arrows were loosened on the vampire. Darrow stared in shock. What were they doing? Arrows wouldn't kill a vampire. The arrows struck it, and the beast screeched again, hissing and slashing around with its sharp and elongated nails. It was in pain. That much was obvious as it writhed and tried attacking while it fell. The enormous wolf next to him growled again, and Darrow could sense the hate the animal felt at the sight of the vampire. That was when he understood, and a pang of pain hit him, his breaths increasing in speed. "Darrow?" Ennah said. She'd gotten up and came over to him. "It's fine. They put Beldruid poison on the tips of the arrows. They've captured it." Darrow was breathing open-mouthed, unable to control himself. It wasn't fear he felt, but absolute dread. "Tortant didn't kill them," he told her, as she took hold of him and tried looking into his eyes. Darrow couldn't see anything but the lethal and cruel wretch on the ground. "They were ripped from my body, but not removed from existence. They were left free to roam and kill." Chapter 15. Darrow sat, squatting, elbows on his thighs, his hands on the side of his head. He stared blindly at the ground. The muscles in his thighs were beginning to hurt. "How did you find us so fast?" he heard Ennah ask nearby. "I had Tarnadal scry for you the moment I noticed Darrow had wandered off," Mortel told her. "We held off a little," the leader's mate explained, "until I saw the vampire close in on you. That's when we had it." "Well, I'm glad you did," Ennah said, relief clear in her voice. Nearby, the vampire hissed and snarled at the hunters surrounding it. This can't be happening. It was the only thought that made sense to Darrow. It couldn't be happening, because if it was, then he was going mad again. The vampire kept fighting against the poison, slowly gaining control of its waking body. Darrow flinched at the sounds. His head pounded in rhythm to his pulse. He'd been free of all this. "More silver," someone said above him. Feet trampled on the ground and more voices floated around him. At least they let him be. Something pushed into Darrow, careful yet powerful. Then it lay down next to him. Darrow glanced to the side, but he already knew the wolf was there. They'd been brutally separated, but now that they'd found each other again, they were aware of the other. Darrow knew the large animal had been hunting the vampire ever since the separation, fueled by hatred and trying to kill it. Darrow had been the only one left in blissful ignorance. As the only mortal one, he'd remained in the body while the other two had manifested far away from Treek Hovak. At least that was what he'd been able to piece together from the tangled memories of the wolf. Darrow stopped tearing at his hair and sat properly, staring back at the large animal. It was like he'd had amnesia, and was only now putting the pieces back together because he was as close to complete as he could ever hope to be. He ran a shaky hand through the wolf's fur and allowed himself to look at the scene in front of him. They'd all walked back from the forest to Teary Creek. Many of the hunters were there. The citizens of Treek Hovak were still keeping to the heights. The counter-alarm had not been sounded yet since no one knew what they were up against. But the hunters had taken Darrow's advice on using silver. It kept the vampire under control. Since werewolves and vampires weren't common in the Brecheliant Realm, silver wasn't in abundance, but they had enough acquired through trade with other realms. At the moment, the hunters wrangled the fighting beast into a collar of metal with thick silver threads coiled around it. It was all attached to a chain that kept the vampire locked to a beam that had been pushed down on the ground near the Cobb Watch House. "By the ancestors, now what?" one of the hunters asked. No sound answers came. Darrow locked eyes with the wolf and got up. "There's only one thing to do," he told the others. He hefted the long knife he still carried and stalked over toward the vampire, sensing a hollow emotion from the wolf. It felt resigned. "Darrow, wait," Mortel began somewhere behind him, but Darrow wasn't listening. He knew better than anyone here what they were up against. The vampire stopped fighting the silver-covered collar and chain when it eyed Darrow. The hatred emanating from its ice-blue eyes made several of the hunters draw breath at the same time. The vampire screeched and jumped forward, hands out to slice into Darrow. But Darrow, though a human now, knew what to do. He dodged the blow and kept out of reach from the deadly fangs. He slashed at the vampire's arms, and when it withdrew them, Darrow grabbed its throat and thrust the large knife forward, straight into the creature's chest, pushing it in and piercing the beast's heart. The vampire screeched, stared right into Darrow's eyes, and coughed up blood. Darrow twisted the knife for good measure and withdrew it. He jumped back to avoid the ensuing combustion of the beast, but nothing happened. The vampire fell, blood gushing from the wound while it kept coughing up more. Mortel ran up to Darrow's side. "Darrow, what did you do?" "There's only one thing to do with this wretch. Kill it before it kills again." "I don't think that's what's happening," the leader of the hunters said, and as the words left his mouth, they all saw the wound in the vampire's chest begin to heal. Darrow gaped in shock. The vampire, wordless and more animal than anything, smiled through its own blood. Darrow roared in anger and went forth again, ignoring Mortel's failed attempt to stop him, twisting out of the man's grip. Before the vampire was fully recovered, he stepped on its head and hacked at its neck. Severing the head from the body would do the trick, and he didn't care who saw the horrid actions to pull off such a task. It took several tries with the knife, no matter how sharp it was. The vampire screeched and writhed, but soon the deed was done. Darrow sat on his knees, out of breath, blood all around and on him. A soft nudge to his shoulder pulled him out of the buzzing noise in his head. The wolf had sauntered over, huge, and nearly as tall as a man. The hunters stepped away, uncomfortable with such a large predator in their midst, especially since it wasn't native to their realm. They didn't know what they were faced with, only that Darrow seemed to control it. Darrow turned away from the grisly sight on the ground. "Why aren't you helping me?" That thing tormented us both for years. It's the reason we were separated." The wolf snorted and ran its right paw back and forth on the ground a few times, like it couldn't be bothered. Then, outcries rose around them both. The hunters had been silent after Darrow's execution of the vampire, but now they all shouted, sounding appalled and disgusted. Darrow looked at them, but they were not preoccupied with him and his harsh justice. Instead, they all stared at the dead vampire. Darrow turned back in time to see tendons, bone, and skin fuse back together, pulling the head back onto the body. It connected at an odd angle first, and then the monster opened its eyes and twisted itself back in place in an impossible movement. Darrow felt nauseous and heard someone gag behind him. It wasn't possible. Losing your head was supposed to be it. No one came back from that. The wolf was the only one not recoiling. Which was strange, considering Darrow felt the same type of hate coming from it that he felt in his core. "You knew? You already went up against it?" Memories floated into him, jumbled as ever, but he got the gist of it. The wolf and the vampire had fought it out many times over the last weeks. They'd both been hurt, and the vampire had never died despite the wolf trying everything. And the sun? Darrow peered at the sky. The sun would be up in less than an hour. It was his last hope. The wolf lay down next to him and rested its head on Darrow's feet. "It can't be killed," Darrow concluded. The hunters had calmed down, but still stared in disbelief at the monster, who by sheer luck had reanimated with the collar still around its neck. "How do you know?" Mortel asked. "You said the sun will kill it. It won't be long now." Darrow shook his head, and then indicated the wolf at his feet with a dip of his chin. "He's tried everything. He's been following the vamp ever since they woke up far away in the forest. The vamp doesn't rest during the day because it doesn't need to. I should never have come here," Darrow went on, not caring that they could all hear him. "This travesty is all my fault." "Darrow, no," Ennah said nearby. "Actually," someone else said, "I think it might be mine." Darrow was too distraught to care anymore, and barely paid any attention when the hunters gave way for Tortant as he walked over to the vampire. "What do you mean?" Mortel asked him. Darrow didn't see any of them. They all loomed above him, their voices stressed and agitated. "I believe I was hasty in helping Darrow. I didn't understand the intricacies of the vampire species, or vampire curse, as it were." "Care to enlighten us?" Mortel asked, his voice dry. His practical and analytical mind worked in different ways than Tortant's. "Did you try to kill it?" the sorcerer asked instead of answering, likely lost in his thoughts. Mortel snorted. "Darrow did. The thing won't even die from decapitation." "Yes, I thought so." "You thought so. Why not tell us? And what are we going to do? It can't be set free to roam the woodlands. We can't keep it prisoner either. It's too risky. We need to find a way to kill it," Darrow said, but was ignored. "Maybe send it through a gateway?" Mortel suggested. "Ennah could open one." That had been Darrow's plan too, but he knew better now. "And send it where?" He looked up then, seeking Ennah's face in the small crowd of hunters. She didn't look happy about the idea either. "Does whoever lives there deserve that?" Darrow turned his eyes away from her and up at the hunter and the sorcerer. "We need to kill it." "That poses a problem. I think little but old age will kill this creature," Tortant said. "Vampires don't die. They're immortal." "Not quite." "Yes, they are." "You said you were turned at 17. If you are immortal, then you certainly look like a tired and haggard 17-year-old. Darrow blinked. The man had a point. But hybrids were different from pure vampires. Besides, this was of no consequence right now. He raised his voice in exasperated anger, slamming his palm into the ground. "Tortant, listen to me. I don't know how, but we need to find a way to kill the vampire, or else it'll roam your forests forever." "Let me show you something," the the sorcerer said, like Darrow hadn't just yelled at him. Before Darrow could shout some more, the man conjured something silvery in front of his face. It hit his head with a flash, and suddenly, the man's eyes glowed with silver light. Everyone else quieted. Their leader might question the sorcerer openly, but they had too much respect for the man's magical knowledge and gifts. Even Mortel waited patiently. Tortant sat, seeming to break the laws of nature as he sort of glided into a seated position in front of Darrow, the wolf between them. "Show me what?" Darrow asked. He was too agitated to be polite anymore. Tortant didn't answer him with words, and before Darrow could spout any foul ones of his own, the silvery light shot right at him and blinded him. "What's happening? Why did you do that?" The world around him changed and swirled so hard, Darrow was sure he'd throw up. The sounds of shuffling feet and voices faded. He landed a moment later, his feet hitting solid ground. He wavered, but caught himself soon enough. "Where am I? Tortant! What did you do?" The silvery light faded from his eyes, and a vast landscape of grass spread out before him. Far in the distance, gnarly trees grew, and beyond them, mountains rose toward the sky. The sun was up, heating Darrow's skin and making the water in a nearby river glitter. "I'm here. Don't worry." Tortant's words didn't reach his ears. They came from inside Darrow's mind. He flinched at the sensation. "I know you don't like voices in your head, but it was unavoidable." Darrow noticed a shadow on the ground next to his own, but when he turned around, Tortant wasn't there. "I'm showing you a memory, Darrow. Focus on that, not on me." "A memory? Like the ones from your ancestors?" "Yes. When word reached me that a vampire was loose in our realm, I found it a bit too much of a coincidence. I worried that maybe not everything had gone the way I hoped when I freed you from your hybrid state. They survived. They both survived." "Yes, and I can sense the duality in you. You long to be one with the wolf again, but your hatred for the vampire is blinding. Can you blame me?" "No." Darrow nodded and walked closer to the river. He saw a fish jump in the middle of it. "Where am I?" he repeated. "What's the meaning of this?" I realized I'd been looking for the wrong answer before. I wanted to know how to help you, but I didn't understand much about vampires. "What's there to understand? They're vicious killers." "Yes, but what are they?" Darrow straightened up and glanced around. "This seems familiar." "This is the Earthside realm, long ago, when magic still existed here. The Brecheliant Realm connects here, and we do share some ancestors." "So you remembered, saw something important?" "Yes. Take a look to your right, across the river." Darrow did and noticed a group of humans, all wearing simpler clothing than today, leather and brightly colored fabrics, while also armed to the teeth with spears and swords. "How long ago was this?" "Thousands of years, I believe. Follow them." "Follow them? How? There's no bridge." No sooner had he said the words, before the world rushed around him in a blur, and he found himself only a few meters away from the group. They spoke together while they walked, all of them with haste in their steps. Darrow couldn't understand their words, but he got the sense he wasn't seeing this because he needed to interpret language. When they stopped, it was next to a large hole in the ground. A net covered it, the threads intertwined with silver. Darrow frowned and walked closer so he could see into it. The sight had him reeling. At least 20 vampires were down in that pit, and all of them looked like the seemingly sickly version of a vampire back in Treek Hovac. "What is this?" he shouted, looking around for Tortant despite knowing it was a waste of time. The people near him didn't react to his presence. He wasn't really there, was he? He was seeing a reflection of something in the past. "It's a long-forgotten memory," Tortant explained. "I don't appreciate you reading my mind, sorcerer. Just tell me what this is." This is the vampire creature in its true form, Tortant explained, his voice annoyingly patient to Darrow, who felt nothing like it. True form? Have you never wondered where they came from? Why they're created from humans through bites and the exchange of blood? No, I only wanted to know how to get rid of it. A wave of sympathy hit him, and he realized Tortant couldn't hold back his pity. That didn't bode well. Is this the answer to that? How to stop the vampire back in Treek Hovak? It is an answer, the sorcerer hedged. Whatever it is, I need to know. Very well. Look at the humans present. Darrow did. They separated into 2 groups, one of 20 and then the rest, about 30. The vampires in their true form were indestructible. They fed on blood, especially human blood. Nothing could kill them. Not weapons and not the sun. But as you can see, it bothers them. Darrow did see by stepping back to the edge of the pit, and he noticed the vamps were fighting to stay on the side of the bottom with shade. That's like me when I was a hybrid. Sunlight couldn't kill me, but it did hurt. These vampires, from what I gather through my ancestors' experiences, couldn't be killed by men. If there was a way, they didn't know how. Their magic couldn't do it, though I'm sure there's a way somehow. But my magic is the same, not for outward forceful acts. They only saw one way of making these creatures vulnerable. Darrow watched as the 20 humans walked toward the pit and lay down on the ground. Then, a few of what had to be sorcerers stepped out from the crowd behind the ones laying down. Moments later, the same magic, the glowing, silvery gray light that Tortant had used on Darrow, flowed from their hands and engulfed the 20 humans, before it swirled into the pit, evoking piercing screeches from the vampires below. Darrow stared in stunned silence as he understood what was happening in front of him. He lost track of time while the sorcerers used their magic to merge the vampires and humans. The silvery gray light changed colors, becoming blood red when it came up from the pit and covered the humans. When the deed was done, and the magic retreated, he saw the figures he knew so well. Humanoid with the height and muscle tone of a human, deathly pale creatures with ice-blue eyes, fringed ears, and elongated sharp nails. A few remained in their human form, looking ever more beautiful after the transformation. It lasted merely a few seconds before the screeches arose. The unforgiving rays of the sun did the trick, and before any of the creatures could react, they all combusted and burned to cinders right there on the ground. Darrow stared in silence at the small piles of ashes and a few bones that remained. The people nearby began chanting something, some of them with tears running down their faces. They sacrificed themselves, Darrow said, finally. They did. At first, when I learned of this magic, I sought to reverse it, and it worked. Better than I thought, since both the wolf and the vampire in you survived. But I failed to consider why the ancestors did this in the first place. It was the only way to kill the vampires. It was. They made them vulnerable by combining them with the mortality of humans. Weaker, too, as they suddenly had to shun the sunlight. My guess is that this was done multiple times and in many places in this realm. Waiting for a creature like this to die would take too long. They weren't immortal, nor are they today either. They just live incredibly long lives if no one kills them first. From what I've been able to gather of information, and that is if I understand everything correctly, the vampires were killed in this manner. It was done with a great sacrifice by some so that others could live. Anyway, in a few cases, some of the new vampires escaped, somehow, and eventually found out they could multiply by way of the potent and magically infused blood they carried. Darrow rubbed his hands over his face. I see. He gazed out over the beautiful yet untouched landscape. You can't kill the vamp back in Treek Hovak, can you? No, I can't. Darrow nodded. I understand. It's up to me then, to stop the vampire. Darrow swallowed hard, feeling numb at the realization of what had to be done. I have to become a hybrid again. Chapter 16. Warmth caressed Darrow's skin when he came to. It took him a moment, but when he opened his eyes, he was lying on the ground, his feet bogged down, and sunlight keeping him warm. He paid little attention to the chatter that erupted around him, barely noticed Tortant where he got up and joined the hunters in their loud talk. Darrow raised his head and locked eyes with the wolf, which was still resting its massive head on his feet.
Do you understand what needs to happen?
The animal blinked slowly and didn't otherwise move. A sense of calm floated toward Darrow, and he nodded.
You look so different like this. Like an actual wolf.
Unlike the vampire who looked more decrepit when in its true form, the wolf had no humanoid traits now. But that didn't sit right with the large beast. It flecked its teeth for a moment, but Darrow knew it wasn't a threat or warning, merely displeasure. We were born together. We were what we were for a reason. The wolf lowered its head again and left it at that. Darrow sighed. How many times had this part of him saved him? When things had gotten too bad with the vampire, with the darkest of thoughts in his fractured mind, the simple and non-complicated thoughts of the wolf had dampened so much of the horrors.
You can't be serious, Darrow,
Mortel said, breaking the spell. The wolf raised its head and snarled at the man who'd come too close.
What else is there to do?
Darrow answered when the hunter wisely stepped back a little.
Didn't you come here for help? To be rid of that thing?
He said the last word with a disgusted curl to his lip. Darrow looked over at the vampire for the first time since waking up and shrugged. The creature was on all fours, trying to get up but in constant pain from the silver-clad collar and chain. It seemed uneasy under the direct sunlight, and Darrow knew the discomfort it had to be feeling at the moment. When it locked eyes with him, it seemed to forget it as it hissed, spitting out its hatred toward him.
I did come here hoping for that, but we failed, he told Mortel and the others. Tortant showed me. There's no other way.
The hunters all turned to Tortant, who nodded.
Unless we are to burden someone else with this lethal creature, this is the only way.
The discussion continued, the hunters looking in vain for a solution that simply wasn't there. Darrow, despite his calm demeanor now that he'd made his decision, sat in awe as he watched and listened to people he'd only known a few weeks stand up for him and try to help him. But this was what they did here. Helped those in need and welcomed them in. Many of the hunters knew how it felt to believe help wasn't possible. They empathized with him. The notion was so overwhelming he couldn't do anything for a moment. Then, a motion nearby caught his attention. He turned and saw Ennah nearby, hesitating a few steps away. She cast nervous glances toward the wolf. It paid her no heed, though. Darrow waved for her to come closer.
He knows who you are to me, he told her.
Hesitating slightly, Ennah came over and sat next to Darrow. I've never seen such an animal before, nor such a large one.
Neither have I, he admitted.
It's bigger than a Beldrude. Yes. This isn't its natural form, though. No. I saw you change into your wolf form. It looked different. Darrow smiled.
That was an understatement.
Are you sure about this, Darrow?
Is this what you truly want?
No. This is a nightmare. This, being like this, he indicated himself in the here and now, was something I barely allowed myself to hope for. I never want to become a hybrid again. Then don't do it. Don't give it all up for us. Darrow reached over and took her hand in his. Do you know? After all that I've been through, the horrible monster I turned into, I don't feel much embarrassment anymore. What could possibly happen to me that's worse than what's already been done? But I saw what Tortant discovered. There's no choice. And leaving this beast in this form is a danger to all. I may not feel embarrassment that easily, but I'd feel a deep sense of shame if any other person were killed because of this. And for once in my life, I can say that with absolute clarity. I still struggle with it all, but at least I'm under no influence when I say this. He smiled then, resigned but sincere. That's something. Ennah pursed her lips a moment, but finally nodded. It is. Darrow swallowed and looked at her for a beat. Then he dipped his chin, let go of her hand, and pulled his feet free from under the wolf's head. Tortunt, he said, cutting through the general noise of the hunters. Let's do this now. The sorcerer stopped mid-sentence and turned away from the others. He glanced over at the struggling vampire and then back at Darrow. All right? No one involved really knew what to do, a terrifying notion in and of itself. They decided to remain close to the vampire to be sure it could be trapped. The wolf followed Darrow anyway. For some modicum of modesty, the hunters raised a tent on the grounds outside the watch post where Darrow lay on the ground. This time, no trickery was needed to get him there. The vampire had no say. Yet. Ennah gazed down at him with worry, but conjured the golden binds that strapped him to the ground when Tortunt told her to. I'm sorry it came to this, Ennah, Darrow told her and meant it. The binds felt comfortably warm against his wrists. She'd let him live a brief life up there in her treehouse. It had been so worth it. Something he could hold on to and treasure as one of the few good memories he had. She lowered her brows in confusion at his words. You should leave now, Tortunt told her and sat by Darrow's feet. The wolf, which had been standing by his head, walked around and lay down on Darrow's side, the opposite side of where the vampire twisted in constant pain from the silver touching its skin. Ennah looked at the sorcerer and back at Darrow. Then she nodded and left the tent. Darrow stared after her, her silhouette against the gap of sunlight visible behind his eyelids for a long time. It was for the best. It should be easier and less time-consuming this time, Tortunt told him. I'm not reversing it now, but there is the wolf to consider. Take the time you need, Darrow said. It doesn't matter. He lay still and listened to the hushed voices from outside. The hunters stood watch, keeping several eyes on the vampire out there. They still hadn't rescinded the alarm, and there were few if any noises from within the city itself, where people still kept to their treehouses. With the vampire tied up with silver, they were safe there. Not like the people being herded into a truck in the square. Darrow watched from a side street. Hybrids and werewolves alike helped divide them into two groups, one for the royal palace, the other for Jade Mansion. The vamps left at Nightworth weren't given any kind of tribute. That's what Casimir called them. Tributes. Officially, they were referred to as voluntary blood donors. Agarthans called them that too, but with sarcasm bleeding off the words. Casimir would have known that if he, like Darrow, paid attention to what was being said in the city. The two trucks drove away with the terrified people on board. This wasn't part of the plan. How was this going to help any of them gain any semblance of respect? How was this going to prove that hybrids deserved not to be hunted on principle? Did Casimir even care? The treacherous thought made Darrow flinch like he'd been hit, and the vampire within howled with laughter. A breeze caught the tent, making the walls flutter. Darrow saw the gray fabric above. What had just happened? The vampiric voice was supposed to be gone, unable to be heard, right? Being a hybrid, it felt like a dream these days. A nightmare, but a dream nonetheless. Things like that didn't happen to normal people in Agartha. It was only a party. But he wanted to go so badly. Nadia wouldn't come, of course. Bolt wraiths weren't allowed any fun. But Darrow was sure he could find someone else over in Calmont Hollow. It wasn't every day a huge party was thrown at the edge of the shade. Someone had found a derelict house unwatched by the wraiths. It was so exciting. He hurried back home, through darkened streets, too confident in his strength as a young werewolf. His ears didn't pick up any sound. The attack came from above. Something crashed into him in the quiet street, and he slammed so hard to the ground he saw lights flickering before his eyes. His wolf growled in warning, but he was too dazed to shift. Another strike hit him over the head, then another. He was dragged, and Darrow felt grass under his hands, something weighing him down from above, continuing to attack him. The rage with which those blows were dealt was overpowering. He never stood a chance. Darrow was a young werewolf, strong and too full of himself. He'd never been prepared for something like this. "No!" Darrow shouted, the tent coming into view again. "I don't want to remember this!" Darkness fell again, and he tried punching back, tried clawing his way out along the grass. "No!" he gasped as something sharp, something painful tore at his throat. He understood what was happening then. Who was attacking? This couldn't be happening. Vamps didn't go after werewolves like this, and it hurt. The smell of his own blood was overwhelming. "Stop it!" he shouted and fought the restraints. "Stop it! I don't want to see—" He could barely sense the smell of the fresh-cut grass because of the blood. He was dying, and he knew it. "No!" he roared and shook violently to get free of the glowing restraints. A silvery gray light washed over him, calming him. "I need to know how this happened if I'm to make it right again. I have to understand. You're not dying, Darrow. Not again." Darrow blinked in confusion at hearing Tortant's voice. Then everything turned dark again. He felt his heart stop beating. The pain in his chest was unbearable. Then he felt something metallic tasting on his tongue. Blood. His mind reeled in revulsion. And yet, he kept drinking. The pain of dying subsided. From that night on, it would taste so good, like a drug he could never be free from. "What happened next, Darrow?" He flinched at the question. "Nothing. Darkness. I woke up later and it was done. I was a hybrid." "Something happened before that." "No. Just leave it. I can't remember anyway." "You can if you let me help you." Darrow opened his eyes. The murmured talk of the hunters outside reached him. "Tortant?" he asked. "Yes." So he hadn't heard the man in his head this time. "You can't help me. Just make me a hybrid again and be done with it." "I plan to do better than that." The silvery gray light flooded toward Darrow again, erasing the tent roof from his sight. "What?" he tried, but his voice was drowned out. "What do you mean?" Darrow was pulled back into his younger body and roared in pain. He was dimly aware of being dragged somewhere, but that wasn't the issue. The problem was the fever running through him. The blood he'd consumed coursed through not only his veins, but his entire body, and it burned. He felt every part of himself fight and be overtaken by the sheer agony of the vampiric blood. There was a reason vampire fledglings didn't remember this part of the transformation. His wolf howled within, poisoned by the blood. What control they'd had in their shared symbiosis was disrupted so brutally they were torn apart, unable to function as they had. He was boiling in pain. At some point, he was unceremoniously dumped on a hard surface, like a sack of garbage. He had no idea how many hours passed after that, but the pain subsisted like a living thing inside him. And then, hours after it had happened, his body was overwhelmed, and a voice broke through the haze of pain. "Wake up! I need to feed!" Darrow's eyes widened. "That's it, then." Tortant's voice broke through before Darrow could react. "It's the blood." A bright fog descended upon Darrow and gave him a moment of peace. Somewhere far off, he thought he heard Tortant shouting something, like barking out an order. Someone answered him, but it was all too unclear to hear. Besides, the sight of his wolf walking toward him was more important. The large animal stopped right in front of him, and Darrow realized he was standing. He reached out and ran his hand through the animal's thick fur.
I miss when it was just the two of us, when we were one. I'm sorry that won't ever be the case again. The wolf came closer and rubbed its head against Darrow's side, and it made him laugh. The animal looked up at him, its yellow eyes locking with his. They turned a silvery gray then, and Darrow frowned. There was something familiar about it all, and he didn't fight it. Instead, he bent and felt pulled down toward the wolf. The world spun around him, and when he straightened up, he felt like himself again, huge and covered in fur, bipedal, decidedly not human. He raised his hands in front of him and saw his claws, aware of the simple thoughts in his head. Nothing could harm him now. But that kind of self-confidence had brought him down once before. It had left him careless and inattentive. Reluctantly, he changed into his human form. As he turned, he saw a fog of light pink flow towards him. It looked and smelled like diluted blood. Darrow recoiled. He understood, knew exactly what this was. "Let it happen, Darrow," Tortant told him. "It won't be the same this time." "Of course it will. These are the last sane thoughts I'll ever have." He reached out his hand anyway, instinctively knowing what to do. He'd made up his mind, after all. This was the only way. "Trust me, Darrow," Tortant told him. "That's the thing." Darrow grimaced as the fog reached his hand and instantly made it feel like it burned. "There's no point in me trusting anyone. I am who I was made." He gasped at the pain, and yet it felt surprisingly bearable. "Are you sure about that?" Darrow, despite his situation, rolled his eyes. "Trust me then, Darrow. I have no reason to lie to you. I owe you." Darrow watched the fog slither up his arm and felt the essence of it break through his skin. "You don't owe me anything. It wasn't your fault that they both survived when you freed me. You didn't know. You saved my boy." Darrow frowned and then gasped in pain as the fog reached his shoulder, biting into him. Then he caught on to what Tortant said. "Pelteren's your son? It was Mel who left you for being impossible to live with?" A sense of amusement escaped Tortant and washed over Darrow at that. "Impossible in the long run, yes," the sorcerer admitted. "I didn't save your son. It was a coincidence." "Are you sure about that too?" Darrow shook his head. Why did the man keep asking that? He was sure. Wasn't he? The pain from the light pink fog persisted, but everything around Darrow shifted again. The forest near Treek Hovak came to light. He saw himself emerge among some trees that first day in the Brecheliant Realm. He stopped and listened for something. Darrow pressed his lips together as he saw the strain etched on his own face, the intensity in his manic eyes, and knew the constant noise in his head that never let him rest. Then he saw himself react to a foul smell, the grimace on his face clear. He walked on, hearing something else. "Look closer, Darrow," Tortant ordered him. The next moment, Darrow was back in that forest, not watching himself, but living it, seeing it all. An unpleasant smell reached his nose and Darrow wrinkled it. Did it smell like feces, only more potent? He couldn't quite place it, so he walked closer, unsure if this was a threat. He had experienced in more than one realm that those who caught on to his hybrid state often lurked and hunted him before attacking. But it wasn't a threat, merely a child hiding under some bushes, its diaper the likely cause of the smell. "Easy prey." Darrow flinched, squeezed his eyes shut, and stepped back a few paces. He walked the other way, refusing to acknowledge the voice. That's when quiet footfalls reached his ears. He stopped. So did the other entity. Darrow opened his eyes and forced himself to be quiet. The diluted blood fog was surrounding him now. "I didn't remember that," he said earnestly. "You didn't want to remember.
Your vampiric side wanted to kill my child. You didn't. You stopped it. And you also saved Pelterin from the Beldrude. That's my point, though. I was too insane to see even that. That I could do something good. I just blocked it out. And if you trust me now, then that won't happen again. It's all about the blood, Darrow. The infected blood. It's so potent, it's sentient. But there's hardly any of it. What do you mean? I had the hunters drain the creature before I pulled the vampire into the spell. Trust me, Darrow. We're on your side. Darrow stared at the fog, which almost engulfed all of him now. It should have been blood red like it had been in the ancient memory of the original curse. Not for the first time since arriving in the Brecheliant Realm, Darrow allowed a small flicker of hope to emerge. A hope that maybe there was a place where even he wouldn't be shunned or hunted, regardless of how horrible everything about him was. At least they didn't seem to think he was. They'd never been prejudiced against someone like him, because they'd never been fed tales of hybrids. All he'd wanted since being turned was a chance to prove everyone wrong. Without considering it any longer, and trusting his gut, Darrow stepped fully into the fog and let the vampire consume him, this time fully aware and ready to fight. The last rays of the sun irked him when he opened his eyes. Though weak this late in the day, the rays warmed his skin to an annoying degree. At some point, the tent had been removed. Noises and smells flooded his senses next. He could hear the heartbeats of those nearby, 16 of them altogether. They were all calm. Sounds of people moving about the city were fainter, but more than clear enough. The people of Treek Hovak had been allowed to come down when the danger had passed. The smell of sweat, soap, and the earthy forest reached him too, but the scents of chira flowers and kulia seed oil were closest. Darrow turned his head and saw Ennah at his side sitting cross-legged. She held his hand in hers. He was not strapped to the ground by way of magic any longer. Your eyes don't look the same as when you were last a hybrid, she told him. You look more like, well, you. She shook her head and smiled at her own description. How do you feel? She added. Tortant emerged from the crowd, who all gathered a little closer. Darrow sensed no heightened pulses or increased smell of sweat. No one posed any threats here. They were all merely curious. So was he. But when he closed his eyes again, all he could sense was his wolf. The instincts clear as day like they had been when he was a boy. He felt more like a werewolf and less like a hybrid. But it was there. The vampiric side of him. He could feel it as part of him. And the bloodlust wasn't gone, but weakened and hardly consequential. I think you did it, he said when he opened his eyes and saw Tortant. I think... Darrow stopped himself and looked around at all the people so near him. But no voice forced itself to the front of his mind. No orders to feed on them, to slaughter them. It was just... calm. He sat up then and noticed between everyone's legs that the collar and the chain didn't hold the vampire any longer. The ground there was soaked in blood. He could smell the potent power of it, despite it already having turned brown and dry. It worked, he said. You were right. It was the blood. With barely a drop of vampiric blood, the creature hadn't been able to overtake him when they were forced back together. And with less of that power in him, the werewolf was the stronger part. The hunters let Darrow and Ennah have a moment after this. There were still many things to figure out, but he could at least draw breath. Nothing was urgent anymore. Unlike when Tortant freed him, he now healed quickly and felt no fatigue after the magical ordeal. So, are you still planning to leave? Ennah asked him straight out while they walked through the city, surrounded by cob houses where business was again booming. Above, lights from the tree houses helped brighten Treek Hovak in the nighttime. What? You were basically telling me goodbye before Tortant turned you back into a hybrid. He stopped then, at the back of a fabric shop, and bent his head. He really didn't embarrass easily any longer, that was true, but he did feel shame, and it coursed through him now. "I meant that," he admitted. "As a hybrid, there's no place for me to go. Maybe Earthside. At least I'm somewhat more in balance there." "And you weren't going to let me have a say?" His wolf stirred, and Darrow felt a sense of anger. Sometimes the simpler thoughts were more on point than his own. But the wolf knew, of course. Darrow had even called her his mate to explain to the wolf who she was to him. "No, I wasn't," he told her, hating the sound of the truth. "And now I fear I'm the one who won't have a say." He knew he'd hurt her, even if it was to protect her. Any fool would see that he had no business trying for normal relationships. Ennah opened her mouth, but then closed it and stepped closer, obviously changing her mind on what she was going to say. She reached out and cupped his face, stroking her thumb across his cheek. "The first time I saw you, I thought, I can relate to him. Not on the same level of troubles, but—" She smiled, and he couldn't help but do that either. "I sensed it, Darrow. That's why I volunteered to be your guide, and I'm never wrong about these things." "What was that about Brecheliant sorcerers being hard to live with?" She laughed at that, and he put his hand over hers. "You can't sense the future, though. It's not going to be easy. If you think I was a mess before, I'm worse now. There won't be any children. The undead can't have them. And what if someone comes looking for me? For revenge? They're more than entitled to it." She lowered her hand, but her smile remained. "Then we will handle it. Trust that I can make my own decisions. It's worth taking the chance, Darrow." "Really?" She nodded. "All right, then," he said, hardly believing the ramifications of what they were deciding together then and there, while people were buying Kulia fabrics on the other side of the cob house. "Good," she whispered, and leaned in toward him. "But I need you to say it." He nodded and brushed his lips over hers. "I'll stay." Chapter 17. 1 year later. The flash of yellowy mustard fur caught Darrow's eye. He waited high up on a branch and had patiently been doing so for the last few minutes. Half a minute later, he heard a soft snap and then a rustle before the beast came into view, between some young chira trees. Darrow felt unease at the sun, but here, under cover of the large tree crowns which shut the sky out, it was better. Besides, hunting a beldrood in the daytime had its advantages too. The animal didn't have many natural enemies besides the hunters, and most animals who posed a threat against it hunted at night. The beldrood sensed no danger judging by its slow walk and the few noises it made. Darrow watched it and judged the distance. A few meters more, and it would be in a prime position for him. It was also about an hour's walk from Tree Kovac, and that just wouldn't do. Over the first few months, after he became a hybrid again, and slowly realized that the voice and control of the vampire were gone, he'd quietly sworn himself to the city, deciding to fight for it and its people for as long as they'd have him. He could never make up for what he'd done in Agartha, but he could live a life of meaning here, of recompense. Ennah, of course, had realized the change in him. Why wouldn't she? She'd made the same kind of sacrifice herself. "I understand the need to give your life for this place," she told him one night after they'd gone to bed. "And I understand the notion of staying in Tree Kovac because you feel you need to. I've done the same. But please only stay here in this house because you want to." The memory flooded unexpectedly back to Darrow where he sat perched, ready to protect the city from a beast straying too close for comfort. He was exactly where he wanted to be. In all cases. 20 seconds later, the beldrood was close enough, and Darrow jumped. He might not be fractured by the control of the vampire anymore, but he did have its powers. A high jump from a tree was nothing for someone with the gift of levitation. He shifted form mid-air, and the werewolf roared into the Beldrude's ear as he hit the beast hard on its back. The intended panic ensued immediately. Darrow fought to remain on its back, using his lethal claws to hold on, in between the hard dorsal plates. The Beldrude roared, twisted and shook, but to no avail. When close enough, Darrow did what he most seldom did these days. He shifted into his vampiric form and dug his hand in toward the beast's neck. His long and sharp nails did the trick, cutting the creature's throat, and he jumped off while the Beldrude reared and whirled in panic. Darrow landed elegantly on the ground nearby and waited the few seconds it took, his left hand covered in the beast's blood. He'd had the sense to roll up his sleeve this time. The scent heightened his hunger, but he wasn't beyond control any longer. When the time came, he glanced around, made sure he was alone, and then drank from the blood which still pumped out of the large creature. He refused to think about the taste. It wasn't supposed to be this good, but it was, and it staved off the hunger he'd been feeling the last few weeks. It had happened once before, too, after he was turned back. He'd realized then that him controlling the vampiric side didn't mean it wasn't there. But as long as he didn't drink any vampiric blood, he'd remain in control. That side couldn't grow stronger. And if the price to pay was to kill a Beldrude now and then so be it. He was willing to do that, and as a consequence keep his people safe. An hour later, Darrow walked back into Tree Kovac. The blood washed off his hands and face. No one was any wiser, though the hunters were aware of the situation, just not the particular schedule. "How'd it go?" Tarnidle came out of the nearest watch house when Darrow passed by. He slowed down when he saw her, a slight sense of unease at her greeting. She knew. She was the one who'd scryed the beast and told him first because he'd happened to be the closest to her on watch today. "All good. Well, then that beast has done us both a service, as I'll actually be having dinner with my mate tonight." She clapped him on the shoulder like they were talking about regular hunting techniques, and headed in the direction of her and Mortel's treehouse, which was close by. Darrow smiled then and wandered through the bustling city over to his own home, his and Ennah's. There, he jumped and used one step on the ladder midway up before he was home. No one down below screamed or fled at the sight of someone levitating up to their house. He'd simply become normal to them. "Dawow!" a youthful voice shouted in glee as he stepped inside the main room. A little boy ran up to him, threw himself at his leg, and clung there. "Pelterin, not so loud!" Mel whisper shouted after her boy, as she came in from what had been the guest room when Darrow first lived in this house. "Oh, Darrow," she added and came over. "Are you home for the day?" "Yes." "Oh, that's good. I can leave you to it then until Ennah's back. I forgot to bring Tortant some breakfast this morning, and that fool of a sorcerer likely hasn't eaten anything at all today." "Sounds about right." Darrow smiled again, disentangled the toddler from his leg, and handed him to his mother. After leaving the sorcerer, she'd concluded a few months ago that while living with the man was impossible, living on her own made their relationship more bearable. Mel sighed, ready to close the front door behind her and Pelterin. "I swear, I know it doesn't seem worth it to others, but he is to me." "I'm sure he knows how lucky he is." Darrow knew exactly how lucky he himself was in that regard. Mel smiled friendly yet knowingly and closed the door. Darrow walked into the room she'd exited and sat on the floor next to the crib there. The baby in it slept deeply, the tiny blanket kicked off in the warmth of the day. "Maybe Miracle should be your name?" Darrow spoke in a soft voice, not wishing to wake his son, but enjoying the innocent company. The baby moved his little fists, then smacked his tongue and slept on. He was gaining weight by the day and seemed a perfectly healthy baby boy. In the beginning, Darrow had waited for ice blue eyes or any indication the child would shift. Ennah had called him an unusually nervous father, and he was. As the weeks went by, He'd agreed with her that the baby must have been conceived before Darrow was turned back into a hybrid. It was the only logical explanation. Vampires couldn't have children. But the one thing Darrow had thought he couldn't give Ennah had become a reality. A true miracle.
No,
Darrow shook his head.
that's not the name for you.
They hadn't decided yet. At first, Ennah had nurtured the idea of naming the baby for her brother, but had changed her mind. She didn't want to burden her son like that. She had recently begun thinking of returning to Treek Tertan with their son to see her parents. It just wouldn't be right.
We'll figure it out.
Darrow was sure the right name would come to them soon enough. If he'd learned anything in his life so far, it was to recognize what was a genuine problem and what wasn't. The words seemed to wake the boy up, and Darrow froze, expecting a riot of screaming and crying. But the baby only blinked several times and turned its sleep-deprived eyes on his father. Something niggled at Darrow then. Something familiar. He arose and went into his and Ennah's room, where he rummaged through the closet before he found what he was looking for. The photo of Nilafar and Nell. He brought it back to the nursery and sat again, inspecting it and the baby. And there it was. He wondered why he hadn't noticed it before. Ennah had told him numerous times, but he hadn't been able to see it. The baby's eyes were a dark brown color. They looked like his sister's in both color and shape. The two of them took after Darrow in that regard, and all three of them had inherited Nilafar's eyes. Despite his enhanced senses, he didn't hear Ennah come in until she said his name behind him. He turned, photo in hand, and blinked.
How was your retrieval?
He asked. She'd been off to the enchanted forest realm for something. He couldn't quite remember what. His mind was reeling. Ennah waved it off. Fine. What's that you've got there, my dear mate? She asked instead, and stopped on the other side of the crib, clearly sensing the importance of the moment. Darrow raised his hand and showed her the photo. It made her smile. Darrow looked down at their son, and then up at her again. I think I'm ready now. They stepped out of Ennah's gateway and stood still. This isn't how it was last time. She took in the room they were in with great skepticism. Who'd build a structure in stone? She carried the baby in a shawl fastened around her upper body and touched the nearest wall with her index finger.
Haven't you traveled to many realms? He asked her.
Yes, and I'm always amazed by this. Stone is so final. It doesn't return to nature the way wood and cob do. He nodded, trying not to laugh.
Naturally. Anyway, this isn't like the last time we were here, because this time I believe you sent us straight to the royal palace.
Oh, that's not good, is it? Ennah looked around. They were in a simple room with one window. 2 doors on each side looked to be part of some old passageway, most likely, and the space in there was covered with shelves of books. The books appeared old. The shelves smelled of freshly sawed wood. A small and pink type of lizard scattered across the floor before it vanished in a crack in the wall. Between the shelves was one narrow window, and through it, Darrow could see one of the wings at the back of the palace.
It's not good if we get caught, no.
There was no point in lying. Ennah knew it all now. If caught by the Queen's ghosts, he'd be arrested and executed. He'd been given the only chance the Queen had been willing to give. Although easier to breathe than the last time we went to this realm, Ennah whispered now. I don't know why we're here. I followed the gates to Agartha and homed in on it with your memories of Nadia. Darrow shrugged. Then this should be right. She should be close by. The baby wriggled in the shawl and his little head became visible, the dark curls he'd inherited from his mother refusing to lay down. Shh, little one. Ennah began rocking sideways to soothe him. The last thing they needed was for the baby to make noise and attract attention. However, the baby didn't need to attract anyone by making noise. Darrow picked up on steps approaching outside one of the doors. It sounded like someone walked through a long corridor out there.
"Someone's coming,"
he told Ennah, and stepped closer to her and the child. If it was danger outside that door, she was ready to conjure another gateway. They weren't going to risk their son's life for this. But as the door opened, Darrow's shoulders lowered, though not his awareness of danger. Nadia must have heard them before she opened the door because her hand was on the hilt of her sword as she stepped into the room. She was dressed much as she had been for over a decade now. The long coat, the dark clothes, the various weapons wraiths and ghosts carried. But her coat was dark gray now, and she wore tidbits of blue in between the black and gray colors. Her dark hair was pulled back into a tight braid, and her eyes emoted surprise and alertness at the same time. When she noticed it was Darrow who'd intruded, it took a second for her to release her sword.
"Is this her?"
Ennah asked him. He nodded.
"Yes. You found the right place."
At the no doubt strange words they spoke, Nadia's attention drifted to Ennah, and then the baby in her arms. Then something Darrow hadn't seen in years happened when she smiled a genuine and happy smile at the sight. Nadia looked back at him then.
"I take it this means you changed your mind about seeing Nell, then?"
The sound of Agarthan words said out loud threw him for a moment. He hadn't heard the language spoken in over a year, but he nodded and answered in the same.
"I think so. If your offer still stands, and she wants to."
"Oh, Darrow, our girl is used to having a large family, and she loves it. The fact that you're ready is all that matters." This has been Realm of Blood and Ashes. Book 6 in the Queen's Wraith series, written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2022 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.